God made it. I don't know where everything came from, but you know what? God made it. Should I repeat myself? People who can't figure out where the world comes from, where life comes from. You know, this is not just one thing you're trying to find its origin, right? You say, where did the world come from? Where did trees come from? Where did water come from? Not the same place. Wherever they came from, it's not the same place. It's not in the same way. Not at the same time. All right.
Son, I
Hello,
am
bro.
I am God. I came myself to prove myself.
All right.
What questions do you have?
What did your doctor diagnose you with?
Uh, Diarrhea.
Yeah, I think you have mental diarrhea, my brother.
Keep going, man. Take it easy.
All right. You say you're God? Okay. You want me to ask you a question? Okay. What did the Dr. Cucumber tell you? He said he had diarrhea, mental diarrhea. But hopefully the brother was just playing around. It's okay to play around now. Don't take it too serious. You will surrender to God, says Mr. B in the comment section. Which God am I going to submit to? The one in your village? The one in the back of your head? The Presbyterian one? The Baptist one? The Jehovah Witness God? The Muslim God? One of the millions of Indian gods? Which one am I going to submit to? All of them? That's a lot of work. Since there's just one of me, but there's many gods, wouldn't it make sense if all the gods just submit to me? Because I'm just like one. Because by myself, I can't submit to all of them. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't it be real easy?
Good evening, bro.
What's up, brother Jamal? What you got? Jamal?
Bro, how are you?
I'm all right. What do you got for me?
Bro, how are you?
I'm doing all right, brother. How about even if there is a God, let's not talk about submitting. Why can't we just hang out? If your God is real, why can't we just hang out without having to submit, you know? Why can't we just chat or talk? Why does it always have to be submit? Why is there this always underlying slave master and slave relationship going on? Why? Right? Why? Why can't we exchange information as equals? What's up, bro?
What's up?
What you got?
So the creator is real. God is real. So do you think that is there any creation without a creator?
I think logically you will conclude that if something is a creation, then it definitely has a creator just by default. But you will first have to confirm and prove that it is indeed a creation and not just something happening naturally.
What would be the difference that something's natural versus something that's creation in your definition?
Um, Anything that's artificial is creation, and anything which is not artificial is natural. And artificial things are only made by human beings or flesh and blood creatures. So non-material, there's no non-material creation. All creations per se, as human beings use that word, is a product, it's a human act in description. Anything which has no human influence is natural, like the world.
So, like, you know, like how Earth has not always existed and stuff, like, it would either be like a mind created that or it was a non-mind. Which one of those
It's
do you
not.
think
It's
was
not. It's not
caused that?
necessarily if Earth has not always created. When you're talking about natural things, uh, um, always existed. When you're talking about natural things, it's not so much if Earth has always existed. Is in what form has Earth always existed? Because you can tell me that you know for a fact that there was a time without the Earth. You can just say that you don't know what form the Earth has always been in, but in its current form, we seem to see or study or conclude that there was at some point where it changed form and became as it is right now. But what it was prior, we still got to keep looking. But we cannot conclusively say that absolutely there wasn't no Earth in any shape or form.
So, like, another example, you could say like humans, where there are always humans, in that something, it was either a creator, a mind, or it was a non-mind that like made the first human. Which of those do you think happened?
If the example of what a mind is the human mind, then that means that that mind that made humans was also human. Because have you ever seen a mind anywhere which is not human or less than human? Have you ever seen a mind greater than human being anywhere? Has anyone that is greater than human being
What
ever defined the
what you're
mind from a greater perspective? When we talk about mind, we're really just talking about how the human brain works and how human beings have defined how their brains work. So if you're going to claim that a human-like entity would have made humans, that would still be a human.
so the creator would have made every single speech like a parrot can speak.
Parrot is not really speaking. That's just a figure of speech.
Why they can like say words. What's the difference between that and a human?
They're just making sounds. Just like we make sounds that are similar to certain animals. We can't be said to be communicating with them. I can make the sound of a dog. It doesn't mean that.
I mean like their mind capability. Not that they understand each other, but the creator would have made all species.
Not necessarily. Species, there's a natural explanation for it through evolution. It's complex, complicated, difficult, time consuming. And if you don't have the time to look into that, you're probably going to just skip it and jump to the conclusion that it was made by a creator.
So like when animals like go extinct and stuff, why can't they just come back?
Because nature doesn't really have any specific intent. And nature only works in one way, progressively and forward. Things take different shape or forms, but it's very rare that you see a specific form repeating itself, because in order for something to repeat itself in exactly the same way naturally, the conditions will have to be the same. There's a lot of parameters that have to be exactly the same, and it rarely happens, you know.
So yeah, that's why I would say like it would
In the
be
grand
very
scheme
lucky. Yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, throughout the space-time continuum, bro, you can't necessarily say that ultimately something can go extinct, and as long as elements of its genetic pool remains, it can no longer emerge naturally. If reptiles continue to be reptiles and conditions on Earth continue to be conditions on Earth, or they change and somehow become more nutritious, who knows? Maybe reptiles are going to grow back into the sizes of dinosaurs. Because I think that the changes in the Earth also has to do with the quality of nutritious food that the different living things in the world consume. And I think that because the Earth goes through seasons, there's 10,000 year seasons, there's probably even 1 million year seasons, 200,000 year seasons. I think that affects the nutrients that's in the food that all living things consume. In a world where you can eat an apple and it can provide you the same amount of nutrients that you can get from 5 apples at a different point in time in the earth, just because those apple trees are growing in a more nutritious environment or a less nutritious environment. All of that, even to the smallest minuscule detail affect the changes. So you can still theorize that a species going extinct, it's still very theoretically possible that it could re-emerge naturally, as long as there's just enough of its gene pool.
Like, have you ever like seen this in your observations of life?
I think that at this point, it's not something that is easy to see. We can only theorize because we're working with a magnitude of time that it's kind of hard to conceive. Listen, bro, can you imagine changes that happen every second, and you have to analyze the data of like 1 billion years worth of data that changes every second? Do you know how many conclusions you can come to? But do you know how much work you have to do to get accurate information? Like, there's some information about this world that it would take literally 1,000 years of human beings just to learn 1 second worth of truth through research. And because the pace is that slow, all we can do is just keep studying, focus on what we know, speculate about what we don't know, and just let it be.
So yeah, that's why I mean, like, you know, with like statues and like historical like stuff, like the species still look similar to what they are today.
I mean, recorded history compared to all of time is less than a drop of water compared to the whole of ocean, bro. And I'm telling you, what we know or what we think we know about the past is so small compared to everything that has actually happened. So yeah, if you're just looking purely historically, you're not gonna get far in that journey. You have to look beyond historically. You have to look at markers that transcend just basic human information keeping.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's like scientific methods that say like the most simple way is the most likely. So like that's why I'm saying the logical. If you like use the logical,
And
like, you know,
a
creator, the first
combination.
creator, and they made all the species, and that's why like
Yes, it's true that the most
and
simple way,
that's
but
like
there's
why like new species don't just arise without that mind input. Who has that power to do that?
a simple way is not necessarily an ignorant way. A simple way is a way that can check all the boxes in terms of integrity, consistency, and its ability to investigate truth, right? 1 plus 1 can't solve every math problem. So, yes, there might be simplicity, but it's going to apply differently at different times to different things in different ways.
So yeah, another okay. So like, you know, example like
That's what I'm really trying to tell you is, if your conclusion that there is a God is simply because you find the world to be magnificent, you find life to be intriguing, you find death to be sublime, then before you ever jump to the conclusion of imaginary beings, you probably want to analyze all the data, because the data kind of points that it's highly possible, very probable, much more plausible that it literally is all just naturally occurring. And even if there was a God, that God probably didn't have any direct interaction or influence on how things turn out. Especially God as described by the Abrahamic
so I would say
religions.
like so yeah, you can look at things like you know, the weeks and the years. Like if you like look at offspring and then you look at the ancestors, you'd say like if you let's say you just also you didn't see their parents, would you say like they didn't have a parent?
You wouldn't say that because you can see that process still taking place in real time, the process of procreation or reproduction, right? So if we're looking at something that we have no prior knowledge, no current knowledge, or no future knowledge, we're completely ignorant, then probably you can say that, okay, yeah, this thing probably doesn't have a father or a mother, you know. But if you live in a world where literally, bro, you can get a girl pregnant, or a girl can get pregnant from a man and produce offspring, and different species are literally producing offspring, you can watch the process. So yeah, logically you wouldn't say that, okay, this is a human being, it must have just come from nowhere without a father and a mother, which is kind of what religious people are claiming. If human beings were created, they would have had to be a human being who didn't have a father and a mother, which is just stupid, right? Think about it. The first person would have had to be made
So
without a father and a mother. So
yeah,
you're
exactly. It
saying
would be like Adam and Eve, where the
that's what
Creator
I'm
just made
saying.
them.
The story of Adam and Eve is going to remain bullshit until somebody proves that humans can be made from scratch. So until someone proves that human beings can be made
So
from scratch, the
yeah, it'll
story of
kind of
Adam
be
and
the
Eve will
Creator
remain
would have that
bullshit.
power.
Now, you can say that about anything. I can just
Oh,
say, bro, listen, bro, I can just say, if simply because it's amazing, claiming that the creator will have that power, I can tell you also that the creator will have the power to not exist. If you start going to ridiculous things, the creator can have the power to die. The creator can have the power to literally save everybody and send everybody to heaven. The creator can have the power to save all babies who are born with cancer. Why the fuck does the creator not do it? Why is the creator's power always only relevant about useless things that don't really add value to our lives or substance, that don't really give us the details of the answer? Telling me that the creator has the power to create Adam and Eve from scratch rather than using his almighty power
so
to preserve life is weird.
like the Creator already made the system. Like everyone, if you choose heaven, then you'll get there. So like the temporary like pain on earth is only temporary. So once they get to heaven, then they'll be in paradise. And
Why does
also
it? Why did?
to add to the point of like
Why did the creator
the
have to do it that way?
because the Creator wants it to be a choice.
Why does the creator want it to be a choice? Why would someone who lacks nothing
It would
want
be
any?
like
You notice that the answers you're giving me is not really what a creator would say, considering that a creator shouldn't really give a fuck what these things does. It just think about it, bro. When we make things, we don't make those things so that those things can tell us their opinions. We make those things so that they can do what we want them to do, so they can serve our purpose, something, so they can do for us something we can't do for ourselves. That's usually the first logic that goes with making something. Nobody ever sets out to just make something for no reason. No one ever set out to make something to help them do some work that they can do better in another way. So that's first of all weird to me to think that if you're really so sure that there is a creator, why would that creator want to create? What did that creator need that he couldn't get without creating? Now, if that creator had to create, then that creator is not almighty. That means that creator lacked something. He lacked something and he had to make a tool. He had to make a machine, a biological machine. He had to make an AI. The best thing about AI is if AI can think for itself. That's kind of like the same thing that would have happened with Adam and Eve, right? Right?
so yeah.
How different are we from robots?
So the difference is that robots are material and souls, like living beings have souls. So the difference is that, and the reason why that's important is
What
because the reason
exactly?
why the
What
Creator
exactly
created it
about?
is because they want to be. It adds to the condition of love. Like when
What about human beings
so
makes you
like
think that they have
with the
souls?
ability to like you can show someone something, and like when you are able to make a mental image, where's that mental image?
Internalization and visualization is something that machines can have the capability to do. Computers literally can do that, and you only know that because you're a living thing too. A computer can still have its code running even when it's in sleep mode. You don't see all the data in the computer moving. It's still moving. When you
Yeah,
click the
but
button,
like it's all in that like it's all yeah, it's in that chip data. It's in that whatever electricity stuff's going on. But it's like an imitation of the human mind.
if it can be imitated, that means in principle it's possible, right? That means in principle, what the soul is very much imitatable. So what is it that makes software intangible? Is it the same thing that makes the soul intangible?
So it's just going to be that the immaterial is it's like the general title category, and then the materials below that. That's why it has more capabilities. That's
That's
what a
actually
robot would
vice
never have.
versa.
If they're just made out of like metal.
Something which is not material is useless without the material. Material things are useful even when they don't have souls or life in it. That's why non-living things are useful, right? So claiming that living things or human beings or living beings are valuable simply because they can imagine is kind of weird. I think that naturally it's part of evolution. And if your God could do it, then technically human beings should be able to do it. That's what I'm saying to you, bro. If you want to confirm that human beings were created, we can only do it by creating humans ourselves from scratch. That's the only way
yeah,
to prove your statement.
it's totally. So yeah, would you say there's any like iPhone in the wild that was created without a mind, like just naturally?
If it wasn't made by human beings, it wouldn't be an iPhone, even if it does exactly the same thing.
Let's just say it can do the exact same thing, but it's not. The name doesn't matter. Like the exact same instance of an iPhone in the wild.
If you can do exactly the same thing, then it was made by human beings.
But like two different like pathways could get to the same result.
Only naturally.
Why only naturally?
Because when it comes to human beings, everything is affected by our biases. So if there's another species that can develop technology, then it will do it in its own image, right? If something happens naturally, there will be natural explanations for it as well. It will be obvious. And such things don't happen naturally. That's why something like an iPhone is not a natural thing. So if you're claiming that human beings are complex and had to have been created, just like an iPhone had to have been created, that means you're making a human being a machine.
So, the soul part makes them not a machine because they have the immaterial part plus the material.
The software will make a machine not a machine either. Same shit, bro. It's just programming. Different forms of technology.
So like the difference is like if you like let's say you had your computer and Google didn't update, it's always going to give you the same result. Versus like someone who has free will, they're going to be able to change.
They can only change within they can only change within the limitations of their unique constitution. Someone that has free will cannot suddenly go to Mars just because he wants to. Someone who has free will cannot suddenly grow wings just because he wants to. So that free will you're talking about ain't really free. I don't think you really understand it. It's that you have. I think the best way that you should put what you're trying to say is that human beings have the ability to freely navigate within a limited scope. So in general, they are limited. So you have to understand the scope, and only within the context of that scope can you say that they are free. Right? It's like your slave master saying, "Hey man, you're free to wander around the farm. I don't want you getting off the farm." Well, shit. You're free to wander around the farm, but you ain't free off the farm. If you was really free, you'd be able to get off the farm and stay on the farm when you want and how you want. So is that slave really free?
So I would say that like there reasonable enough like amounts of like you can't do every single thing because you may not have the capabilities to do that, but you'll be able to go like left to right. You'll be able to say yes or no. You'll be able to say, like draw something else. And those are things like if you type in like something on Google, it's always gonna like bring up whatever site you like type in like calculate.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you keep comparing a calculator and all those things. We consider those things are getting better by as human beings make them, and then AI is literally just an advanced calculator. I don't know what you're talking about. It can analyze data. It's just at the point where calculators have become to the point where human beings now want them to be able to collect data on their own, analyze it on their own, and come to the same come to conclusions on their own. An AI is literally a calculator. It's a computer. It's a machine. It's a car. It's every machine human beings ever built put together.
So those are all made by mind. So that's why it would support that.
It's not necessarily.
You know, like the ultimate presupposition.
Hold up. You're making it so casual. when that's not what it is. It's not just that it's made by mind. Minds, plural. And we know that if one mind can't make something as amazing as 100 minds. So if you're saying that they are creators of the worlds, plural, then you can use the mind argument. But we're yet to see one mind that can make everything that's something that's more amazing than all of what human beings have made combined. There's different things in the world.
The whole
Different things come with different shapes and forms. Chances is, even if living things were made, the person who made the dog is not the same person who made a cat. Chances is the person that made the horse is not the same person who made the fish. That's stupid. That sounds like you don't want to know. It's like you saying that, hey, look, because Ford has the capability to make cars, Ford would have had to make all cars. They just labeled it different. They just called one Silverado, called the other one Toyota. Nah, bro, that's weird. Logically jumping to the conclusion that the creator will have that capability is weird. It shows that you already have a bias. You're just trying to confirm your bias. You're not trying to know the real truth. If you're trying to follow the logical path and you see many complex things, your first conclusion is not that it's one single entity. It's actually highly realistic that even if human beings were made, the direct makers of human beings will simply just be an advanced civilization. That's the fact that you haven't explored that is weird. The fact that you're jumping to creator and then all of a sudden you're giving the creator all these powers as if human beings are these perfect creatures that got no problems. You want to know something with a machine, bro? You can usually tell the capabilities of the maker of that machine based on how that machine works. If the machine is fucked up, that means that something's wrong with the engineering from the manufacturer. The fact that all living things die shows that whoever would have made living things, if what you're saying is true, didn't have the ability to make things that don't die. Just like human beings don't have the ability to make cars, yet at least, that can run without breaking down. Just like human beings don't have the ability to make planes that can fly forever.
So I would explain that by that if you have to pass to get to heaven, so that's why that happens, and because of that, that's why people don't live forever on earth, and that's for heaven.
Passing to get to heaven is stupid. There's no benefit in going to heaven for someone who lives on earth when the earth hasn't yet been made a better place. There's no need. There's no reason. There's no benefit, especially if heaven you're talking about is the same heaven where sin came from, right? Apparently, everything was perfect in that good old heaven, right? Then Lucifer all of a sudden just sinned. Where the fuck did sin come from? It just pride. Pride. Who invented pride? Who created pride? It couldn't have been Lucifer because Lucifer was an angel. It's also a creation. So what's the benefit of going to a place that's still fucked up when you can't even fix where you are? It's like people who run away from their problems to going to a place to somewhere else thinking that there's no problems there. Wherever you run to, whatever problem you run to will follow you, bro. In this world, in reality, when you face a problem, when you have a problem, you face it. You don't run away from it. Going to heaven is ludicrous. Human beings don't know anything else called life other than life in the flesh. The idea that there could be life outside the flesh is the foolishness of gullible people who are scared of death. We've never encountered anything that could be considered living. Anything that can be considered sentient, which is not tangible and material. There's no evidence whatsoever. Even the idea of the mind works hand in hand with the material. It's like you're going to the river to carry water with no bucket.
So I would say that this is an example of that. So like you know how you have two eyes, right? And you have two eyes that if you like separate your eyes, you see two different things, right? But if you don't, they uniform, they fuse together. Your eyesight, the vision fuses together, right?
Bruh, are you saying that if you cover your eye, you won't be able to see the same thing that you see with two of your eyes? It's just a matter of perspective.
I said that when you
it's just a matter of perspective.
That they
you don't see two separate things. You don't see
everything separated.
Nothing is fusing together. Nothing is fusing together. It's more like range. It's like a camera that can turn 180 degrees and then another camera that can turn 160 degrees. Shit, if human beings were created, it would have been more efficient to make human beings with vision that could see 360. It's just kind of stupid. Like whoever made human beings clearly wasn't smart enough. It would have been best. It's more efficient. The experience of a human being would be more efficient if human beings had eyes in the back of their head. Like, bro, just from an engineering perspective, I can make a human being so much more better, bro. I will make a human being be able to run faster than any other living thing. I'll make human beings have wings. I'll make human beings have gills so that they can breathe underwater. I mean, there's so many efficient ways that I think that the only reason why human beings are not like that is because however human beings came about wasn't a design that someone was making it on purpose. It had to be natural. Because there's no reason why a God, like the Bible said, will make human beings and tell them to have dominion over all the earth, but human beings can't fly and human beings can't freaking live in water, bro. That makes no sense. It makes no sense. And
So,
bro,
yeah.
bro, if sharks and amphibians, right? There's some animals that can breathe underwater. So it looks like, bro, when you, bro, think about it. Think about it. Think about this with me, bro. Chances is, even if human beings were made, human beings were not the first to be made. So let's say that all life was made on earth as we know it today. Chances is human beings were not the first to be made. Chances is human beings were the last to be made. And we can tell that human beings were the last to be made because we see human-like features in animals that indicate failed prototypes. Right? So if you don't want to think it's evolution, even if human beings were made, it had to start with a cell. Then they did different experiments on the cell. They got different types of things. They got fish, frogs. Then they went and then they increase their work, increase their data, their knowledge, and then they got mammals. Maybe they got dolphins. They're like, oh, shoot, what if we made one that can live on land? But we will need to give it the ability to do detail work. Okay, then they got the gorilla and the monkey. I'm like, it's not really efficient with a tail. But look, the one that has the tail can swing from trees. It's not scared. But let's just make human beings without tails. Let's make them weak as fuck. You know, let's make the gorillas real strong, but let's make them stupid. Think about it, bro. It makes no sense. If the earth was intentionally made, there'll be no obvious hierarchy between human beings and animals.
So like there's variety, and there's still can be like equality in variety. So let's talk about that. So like if you have like if someone ate the same food every day, they're gonna say I'm bored of this. You're gonna want to eat something else or something. It increases the value of life. It increases the wonder that someone can explore in the world. They can like see something new every single day, and that increases the life experience, which makes it better, which makes people more positively benefit from that. And if everyone had all those qualities, there would be nothing to see. There would be no journeying. There would be no people who'd hike. They already have those qualities. They'd be like, I already have this. Or let's say in that
Hold up. But aren't you gonna have all those abilities in heaven anyways? Shit, are you saying heaven is gonna be a bored place where there's no progress, where everyone's just gonna be bored as hell, eating rice every day, holy rice? Right? Because I'm pretty sure in heaven people don't drown when they get in water. I'm pretty sure in heaven human beings can fly. Right? So everything you're describing is what your Bible promises you people will do in heaven anyways. Why couldn't it have been done on the earth the first time? Or is heaven the next level of the experiment that these creators are going to be doing? Mm-hmm. And
so
bro, the way you make it seem, it almost seems as though whoever created human beings based on your thinking is like breeding them like animals. Like we breed animals and trying to get a certain type. They're trying to breed a certain type of human. So we might just be cattle to this person. Who knows? Maybe they even eat human beings. Maybe we're on the menu of whoever created us. Maybe they made us so they can have human steak. You don't know that. You're following a biased perspective. You're assuming that it has to all be benevolent. When at the end of the day, bro, like a being that has almighty power doesn't have any specific reason to be benevolent. Right? So this emotional relationship that you formed between you and your creator is kind of weird.
it's kind of like when someone has like a child. It's because they can receive love back from them, which increases the spirits. When like you say,
you can receive
here's my
feedback from a
here's my good
computer.
grades, here's my other stuff like that.
You can receive feedback from a computer just the same way.
That's. But all those computers are made by a mind, so just go back to that.
It
That the
doesn't change
mind
the
is
fact of
necessary
the
for that
exchange
to
of
happen. That's why
information. It doesn't change the fact the exchange in computers. Computers are not made by minds. If it was just minds, computers would never exist. It's made by flesh and blood, material entities. Have you ever seen a computer made by
minds
someone?
and physical minds.
You ever seen a computer being made by someone who didn't have hands, who didn't have a body? So yeah, when you say the computers are made by minds, that's
No.
disingenuous or ignorant.
So what when I say that, I mean like another mind made that. Like it would be like asking yourself like to rate, if you want someone else to rate you or something, and then you ask like a mind that didn't have any free will of themselves to just
There's no
ask them
such
to rate
thing. There's
you.
no such
It's
thing
not
as
going to
a.
give you a
There's
thing.
there's no such thing as a mind independently existing at itself without a body. So the fact that you keep distinguishing it or relinquishing all the work to the idea of a mind is weird. Like I said to you, what makes living things living is not the mind, it's the body. And how the body works is what we describe as the mind. Without the body, there's no evidence of the mind. Show me any evidence whatsoever of a mind that is not embodied within materialism.
So
Show me.
it's going to be the creator that is the
No, that's
only,
fiction. That's fiction. Now you're going to the
because
realm of
they're
fiction.
the creator. Like
No, that's nonsense. That's
the
nonsensical.
physical body didn't always exist.
It had to be. The physical body is the number one requirement before you can have a mind. You cannot have a mind without a physical body. That's how we understand minds to be, unless you're talking about something else that you made up. When the baby is forming his mother's stomach, the sperm doesn't have a brain of its own. You need that flesh and blood first. In all living things, there's no exception. In all minds, the body always comes first. Always comes first. For every individual mind. So separating the mind and giving it functions outside of a material embodiment is ludicrous. It's like you saying that a car can work without a battery. Or that a battery is useful without a car. What's the point of a battery without something to be powered? If you don't have anything to be powered or anything that needs to be powered, why would you even think of making a battery? If you don't have anything that needs power, why would you think of making a battery? Do you understand that we design and make things first before we thought of ways to power them? That's how it works. The body would have had to come first anyways. Then you're like, okay, I need this body to be able to think for itself. Then you make the mind. That's how it works.
So yes, there's a lot of things that bodies, but this is the part that it requires the creator. So like, can you imagine a color that doesn't exist?
Simply saying that requires a creator. You're conflating the idea of a creator with an almighty being. You see, you're confused. You're a little bit confused. That's why you sound the way you sound. I don't know if you can hear yourself. If you really want to follow logic, bro, to conclude that, oh, these things couldn't have made themselves, you also have to follow logic when you're trying to conclude who would have made it. You cannot just skip into the supernatural or into the weird stuff when it's convenient for you simply because you can't explain it. Even if there is a creator, there's no evidence whatsoever that it's a mighty being, supreme being. There's actually significant evidence to prove that if there is a creator, that creator wasn't all powerful. There's things that creator couldn't do. There's problems that creator couldn't solve. There's evidence
So
of that.
I would say to that, like, so it's kind of like the presupposition. Like when you use words, you agree that you would use a presupposition so that you can get to the definitions of the words that are made in the world.
Even if you presuppose, your presuppose has
Like
to still be.
if
Listen, bro, your presupposition has to be realistic. And you can only make a presupposition by observing what is already there. You cannot just conjure one up out of thin air. And a presupposition is only necessary where there is a problem. There can be no problem in a world where there's only an almighty God. Think about it, right? If the creator was the first one to exist and always existed by himself, what problem existed that he needed to solve by making things? Why would he need to make things? Or you saying that the creator just makes things for no reason? What good reason would the creator have had? Because a reason is literally like how do I put it? It's a way of justifying the need to solve a problem. That's what a reason is. The need to do something. A need means necessity. Why did the creator need to create? Why did the creator need to create? What was the creator missing when the creator was just by himself? What didn't he have that he needed to have that would have compelled him or her or them to create? Why couldn't they get that thing without creating?
So the reason why creation was required because the creator wanted community. So you can't have community of one person.
So he
the
was
creator
lonely.
made other entities.
So you're saying the creator was suffering from loneliness?
So yes, someone can suffer like that, and that cannot be. That's not like a negative trait. Like for example, if you had like a perfect artist, if they didn't draw, you say that they're a perfect artist.
I get it. So you're saying your creator was lonely?
So the creator wanted other people to be in the world so they can communicate with them, and then they can love them, and we can love each other. What's wrong with that?
Because he won't be able to make something that he can love equally unless those things are equal to him. If not, at the very best, it's like a child making a toy. You're saying that the creator created everything in the same way that you will make a toy? He just made something to play with? So he's not bored and lonely? Are you saying that that's what the creator...
Like
is that what your creator did?
So when the creator, so what's wrong with why would someone not want to be lonely?
Because loneliness is a problem that suggests that the creator is not almighty and all powerful. And if he has a problem of loneliness, what other problems could he possibly have that you're just ignoring? Is it possible that he can't solve cancer? That cancer exists because the creator doesn't know how to solve it? Is it possible that people die because the creator doesn't know how to make things that can live forever? All you need is one problem before you realize that there could be literally an innumerable amount of problems. You can't pick and choose.
So okay, so in the creations, we're equal in, like, let's say compare without like any human bias. Like when someone like goes out and like eats a crab and boils them, would you say that crab's feeling pain and stuff like that? We can say that like we cause pain to many other species, pain to others, but in the end goal of heaven, all of that pain will be gone, and then people live forever in heaven.
Bro, do you understand that there's no, you cannot know you're alive?
Be equal there.
Do you know that the idea of life suggests that pain is necessary? You cannot know you're alive if you cannot experience pain. Pain is a basic necessity for life. Without pain, something which doesn't experience pain, bro, something which doesn't experience pain is dead. That's literally what it is. Things that cannot experience pain are dead. You cannot have something alive which doesn't experience pain. That's a fact of reality. You can't just ignore that fact and fill the gaps in with your delusional belief.
There's things like anesthesia and stuff that remove pain that someone can still be living. So like, what would you say?
Say that again.
There's medications like anesthesia that remove the pain and they're still living.
Yeah, and when you put someone on anesthesia, what happens to them? I'm pretty sure that they become dysfunctional. Whatever part of their body you put anesthesia on becomes dysfunctional. They lose sensation. You could chop it off and they won't feel it, right? Because it's dead. That's the whole idea. Anesthesia kills your nerves, so you don't experience the pain associated with surgery or whatever reason it is that someone's putting you on anesthesia. So if you remove pain, you get rid of pain, you get rid of life. That's literally what we see every day. Dead people can't feel pain for a reason. You remove pain, you remove life. Life is pain.
So It would be more like they're paralyzed.
Yes, and a dead person is permanently paralyzed. Permanently. Yes, it's possible to be partially paralyzed. We call that having like a stroke or something. So as long as part of your body can still experience pain, that will be all of what is left living in you. Like people in a coma, right? Most of their body don't work. And we can clearly see their condition reflects what we are seeing. So if you're so eager to go to a place called heaven, ask yourself, what will even motivate you to want to do anything if you have no struggle? Think about a life where you have no struggle whatsoever, where there's no problems to be solved. Think about that kind of
So
life.
that's
Like
the point of on
why
Earth you can get rid of.
why would you want a
Yeah.
place like that? Why would you want to go to a place where there's no
So
struggle, there's no suffering? What is the difference between you and a robot, bro? If you can't feel pain, what's the difference between you and a robot?
So like let's like on Earth, like people work for years and years, right? And then they say the pain and struggle to work, right? And then they say I want to retire now, and they don't want to do that anymore. So that's kind of what it is. Earth is like the working place, and then heaven's retirement. And you
Yeah,
can
but
just
people who
chill
retire,
and praise the Creator.
people who retire still have problems that they need money to solve. That's why while you're working, you save, but you still encounter problems that whether you're retired or not, those problems are gonna be there. You see why bro. I don't know how old you are, but you still have a lot to learn
Look,
because
26
your argument
Social
for a creator
Security.
is kind of weak. There's no social security everywhere in the world. You think that
But
America is
that's
the whole world?
what's like. No, but that's just an example of what heaven's like. That you go through the pain
No,
and
that's not an
suffering
example
on
of what
Earth,
heaven
then
is
on
like.
heaven.
That's not an example of what heaven is like. Where did you get that information from? That's what heaven is like. You been to heaven? You're just making it up. You're just telling yourself whatever.
Bible verses.
Bro, you are literally. The Bible never says that heaven is retirement. The Bible never says that heaven is
That
retirement.
it's the place place with no weeping and stuff. That's
called it. Listen,
I'm
that's
just
called a
saying what the verses
cemetery.
say.
Yeah, that's called a cemetery. What do we know about it? What places do we know where there's no weeping, there's no crying, there's no tears? Where dead people are or where they are machines, right? So either maybe heaven is a place where you're going to lose your sense of self. That's why there's no marrying in heaven. There's no husbands, there's no wives. It's just a bunch of robots that can't feel pain. Bro, that sounds like hell to a mind, to a thinking being, to someone that got free will. Telling them that they will have no problems is weird. Think about it, bro.
That's why it's a choice to go to heaven.
That's absolute boredom. Listen, bro, the best way that if a creator existed and really wanted to give human beings the best experience would be to give human beings the ability to solve any problems, but continuously creating problems for them to solve. That would be the best way. So as long as there's problems and human beings have the ability to solve those problems in time, then if you have an everlasting creator, he can just keep creating problems so human beings can keep growing in their abilities, and it will just continue like that. But to say you're just gonna go to a place with no suffering, no struggle, bro, that's not appealing. That's only appealing to someone who is miserable in this world, right? Someone who has suffered so much, they just wish the suffering would just go away. They just wish death upon themselves. That's death. That's death. Hellfire sounds more like a place that you would want to go, because you've been told how crazy hellfire is. So the only chance you have in hellfire is if you can figure a way to survive. Now, do human beings have experience surviving? Yeah. Human beings have experience surviving. Our whole life, literally, the best thing we learn on earth is that as long as we keep trying, if we can't die, we can survive. So hellfire is more like heaven than heaven, because people don't die there. And people are still gonna be able to think.
It's not. So what? It's more like an oven versus like heaven's like a you're in the sunlight on the beach.
If you put me in
peace.
Bro, if you put me in an oven for 100 million years, I'm gonna get used to it eventually. It's called adaptation. That's what happens. That's one of the abilities of the
No, you
mind.
won't get used to it.
Yes, that's one of the abilities of the mind, bro.
That's why people.
A mind can be tempered. You see, you're feeding yourself useless biases. You're not thinking critically. Minds temper. If you tell someone that you can't die, but look, you're gonna suffer this problem long enough, you give them long enough, they're gonna find a solution. So you're just being scared. Someone has scared you. You sound like a child who's afraid of the darkness, right? So you have this absolute extreme ways of looking at things that you're not thinking rationally. Hellfire is not that bad when you consider the fact that you won't die. And to think that a creator will make the earth, bro. What does the creator have to benefit burning people in hellfire forever or making people suffer in hellfire? Like, what does the creator have to gain? He could just make them not exist. That's not efficient. That's not in line with a supreme mind. A supreme mind would not be that stupid or psychopathic. A supreme mind, unless he is indeed psychopathic, but I don't see it. Bro, even human beings, we don't do that. The worst criminals, human beings are so smart that the worst criminals, rather than letting them suffer in prison forever, we just give them an easy way out, we just take them out. So at the very least, bro, you're dead. But you could be over here literally like, just burning and roasting. We could put you in a prison cell and come with a razor blade every day and cut little incisions in your body and put pepper on it and make sure you don't die. We could do that. But even human beings have more mercy in their mind, in their hearts, to where the worst criminals that we know, okay, we just can't live with these people, but rather than torturing them forever or for as long as possible, we're just going to give him a death penalty. Your God don't know how to do the death penalty? Your God he just can't wait to roast a bunch of people? How about animals? Animals don't have souls? Are you saying that animals have souls too?
Yes, any living being that has the immaterial.
So animals are gonna go to heaven? Or how many animals will go to hell? Huh?
It depends if they accept heaven. So, like, it depends if they accept the Lord, because that's the only way to heaven.
Animals got to accept the Lord?
But, yes.
Bro, animals got to accept the Lord?
Yes.
All right, bro. Either you're trolling or you're going to give me a chapter and a verse. Give me a chapter and a verse.
Okay, let me get a chapter that talks about this. Okay, so that's the verse, Revelations 5:13. And then I heard every creature in heaven and on earth and under the sun and in the sea. So there you go. That animals go to heaven.
Hold up. Understanding. Hold up, bro. Revelation chapter 5 verse
13.
Bro, there's no way you don't know how to read. Revelations 5:13.
Revelations chapter 5:13.
Yeah, hold on, I'll read it for you. Okay, I'm going to show you how you read your Bible. Okay, you've been reading your Bible wrong. Maybe that's why you think that way. So I feel sorry for you. I ain't gonna hold it against you. Okay, 13. Ladies and gentlemen, please tap the screen, please. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Please tap the screen. Okay. I'm going to start from verse 11. Then I looked and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne and the living creatures and the elders. And the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000s and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, worthy is the Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessings And every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, I heard saying, blessing and honor and glory and power be to him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever. So doesn't that include all the animals on the earth, all the animals in the sea? That's what it's saying, right? It doesn't say those animals are in heaven. That includes all the bad people on earth. Hold up. Every creature, listen, it says, and every creature which is in heaven and on the earth. Among the creatures on the earth, there's bad ones and good ones, right?
So yeah, but when it says every creature
hold
in
on.
heaven, then
Every
that would include
creature,
just not humans, because
bro,
it would just say the
bro.
humans in heaven, every creature on earth.
No, every creature means anything that was created that has life in it, including humans and animals. There are no humans in the sea. Every creature, when the word creature is, bro, and every creature which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, I heard saying, blessings and honor and glory and power be to him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever. First of all, I want to know how John could understand how animals speak. Okay. Then the four living creatures said, Amen. The creatures include good and bad people. So if you're using this verse to show that animals go to heaven, doesn't that mean that all these creatures that are saying glory and honor, worthy is the Lamb, they're all going to heaven too? Doesn't that mean that it don't matter if you're a good or bad person? Don't matter if you believe in God anyways? Because it says every creature, everyone, good and bad. It doesn't say all the holy creatures.
So it's talking.
It doesn't say all the bad creatures. It says every creature.
So yeah, it's talking about like every type of species, like birds, parrots.
No, that's not what it's talking about. You're lying.
Lions,
that's not what it's talking about. That's not what it's
cheetahs.
talking about. That's not what it's talking about. It says every creature. You know what a creature is?
I got another.
No. Do you know what a creature is?
Yes.
Do you know that a human being is a creature?
So that's just like
Did you know that a human being is a creature based on your book?
The broad definition.
Bro, there's no other definition in this verse. It's broad. This is a broad definition. It says every. Every means every. It's as broad as you can be broad, bro. The moment you say every, you're using the broad definition. Every creature.
I got another verse.
Hold up. This verse is not enough for you?
I got another verse that's more specific. Revelations 19:14. Because I want to be more specific. Revelations 19:14.
Revelations 19:14. And the armies in heaven, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, followed him on white horses. Okay?
So horses in heaven.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that those horses left the earth to go to heaven. It doesn't say that those horses have to believe in Jesus Christ to go to heaven. And let me guess what? Let me ask you.
Other verses.
No, you are misunderstanding the English language, or you got a fantasy that you really want to see come true, bro. This has nothing to do with animals on earth needing to believe in Jesus Christ to be saved so they can go to heaven and be white horses that angels are going to ride on. That's what you're trying to claim.
So the other verses which it says the only way to heaven is through me makes that necessary. So they all had to have gone through
the Bible. The Bible is very precise. That only applies to human beings. Jesus didn't come to die for nothing or no one else but humans. Not for the devils, not for the demons, not for the animals, not for the goats, not for the roaches, not for that goddamn mosquito that has been pesting your life. Just for human beings, right? So you applying what the Bible says Jesus came to do for humans to animals, that's crazy. That's crazy. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Brothers and sisters, tap the screen.
So it says that will save anyone who believes in him. So that would include any like animal species, any types though, not just
No, that's
humans,
bullshit.
because it would
Anyone
just
you're
say
talking about,
humans who believe in me.
anyone is talking about human beings. You cannot believe animals don't believe in human beings. Animals don't believe in things. Belief is exclusive
But
to
like
human
they can
beings.
shout pronouns,
No, that's
but they can
bullshit. That's bullshit. How about a roach? How about a roach and crickets? They can believe too.
they're all living. They're all living. What's the difference between an insect and in like a cat or something? In like they're a living.
Um, an insect literally doesn't have a brain that can do that.
They have the five senses.
An insectoid. No, they don't have five senses.
Like spiders. You can
They
type
have
that on Google.
they have different
Does spider have
senses.
five senses?
They have different senses.
So what's the
Like
difference in
fish,
that?
bro. You think fish can smell?
How's it
Hold on,
different?
hold on, hold on. You think fish can smell? You think fish can smell?
Uh, yes, you can type it on Google. Can the fish smell? And they'll say yes.
Let me type it. I want to see what it says. I'm curious. I hope I'm wrong. Well, shit. It does say that fish can smell chemicals. In the context, I get it. I get it. It still applies, so I concede. I give you that. Let's say fish
See,
can smell.
like there's
Hold
so
up,
much
hold up,
fact
hold up,
that
hold
you
up,
can
hold up,
learn.
hold up, hold up. Let me find one. I'm gonna find a good one for you. God damn. Look. I looked up can maggots taste? And Google said scientists have discovered that fruit flies larvae can actually taste food. I'm like, God damn. This is good. This is good. Hold on. Let me see if I can actually find something that Google is not going to say that animals can do, that insects or something can do. Let's see. Can. Mm. No, I like this. All right, bro. Hello.
Hello. So you can
So
see
it's
that
not. No,
these
no. Hold up.
animals
Hold
have
up.
these
Hold up. Hold up.
senses.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. It's not five senses though. So we observe behaviors in animals that we can say, we can use words like smell, even hear, but literally that's not what's happening. So we use those words in the same context as what our senses do. For example, our ears use eardrums to detect vibrations, right? So an insect can also do the same thing. For example, a roach. But a roach doesn't have ears.
Yeah, they don't have to have like the physical component that like an ear, like our brain. They can have like a different type of thing that does that same function, as long as they
Right,
can
right.
hear.
Or a combination of things. What you were saying was five senses, because my initial argument was that some animals even have more senses than we do, or some insects and some creatures, some different senses, right? And
Well, yeah.
even within this different classification of senses, it's different.
So like, what would you
But
say
that's not the
would be
same
another
thing.
sense?
That's not the same thing as forming. That's not the same thing as belief, because I got one thing that was reserved to just knock off your complete argument. You want me to tell you what it is?
What is it?
Do you think plants are creatures?
Yes.
You think plants can believe in Jesus?
Any life can, yes. They have a control system. The creator can imbue that understanding that allows them to choose him, to choose heaven. Like ants like can
Hold up,
collect
hold,
revenge
hold up,
from
hold
other
up, hold
colonies
up,
and
hold
stuff,
up,
and then
hold up, hold up,
bring them back.
hold up. You're saying that plants can choose to go to heaven?
Yes, any life.
Any life can choose to go to heaven,
Yes.
even
Like
demons.
I see
Even,
if
even demons.
so if they accepted it, they wouldn't be that. They wouldn't be that have that being because like demons would be like people who reject the
So
creator and
you're
then they
saying
get
that
burned.
so you're saying plants have souls?
Yes.
You're really saying that, bro?
Yes.
What's your highest level of education?
Beyond bachelor's, PhD.
What is a soul?
It's the immaterial being that the creator imbued into all of the creation. That the creator also has themselves. That is the priest of the internal thing that is always part of your being.
That's a stupid definition. You didn't really define it. You just a soul is that internal thing that's always part of the being. You haven't defined it.
So like
What is a
it says
soul?
spiritual or immaterial part of a being is the part that defies like your senses cannot like comprehend. It's the immaterial part. Like the senses can't um comprehend, observe it, and do that stuff. So like you won't be able to see it, you won't be able to like hear it, you won't be
Nah,
able
get
to
out of here,
touch.
bro. Get out of here, bro. This is the
It's on
definition of the
Google.
word soul. Hold up. You just Google it, right? Google the definition of a soul and read it out to us.
The spiritual or immaterial part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal.
It's a plant and animal.
Part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal.
Is a plant an animal?
In the definitions, no.
Bro, is a plant an animal in any way, shape, or form?
No, because they have different arbitrary definitions. Like that
Okay,
humans have
okay,
made for that.
okay. So we know that souls is for humans and animals because humans are technically animals, right? Souls are animals, right?
Yes.
So where did you get the idea that plants had souls when it's literally not in the definition? You made that shit up.
Let me get a verse.
Bro, do you know the difference between fact and fiction? Do you know the difference between reality and fiction?
The difference is one is actually what is, and one is like just not what it actually is. Like if I said the sky is blue, and then I show a picture it's blue, and then I say it's actually and I say it's red when it's really
No,
blue,
that's
then that
not
would
what the
be
soul is.
fiction.
That means that the soul is abstract. That means it's not a real thing. That means it's a product of imagination. It's idealistic and conceptual. Purely that. It's not real. It's not like what can be considered real. It's just an idea.
So
That means that it's just an idea. The moment you say that it's abstract, bro, it's just an idea. Because what's blue?
okay, so like
Well, no, hold on. What is blue?
it's going to be based. So someone it's going to be based on what someone observed, and they said this is what blue is.
Okay, but
So
what is
instance of it is still
blue? What is blue regardless of observation?
observation helps is what led to that definition. So it'll be required.
What is blue regardless of observation?
You wouldn't be able to tell without observation to know what blue is.
Are you serious? You
Like,
don't know what blue is regardless of observation?
okay, if you said like to a blind person blue, how would they tell what blue is?
Bro, what is blue regardless of observation?
It's literally going to you need the observations to know what blue is. It's
Bro, you don't need to. You don't need.
like
I'm not asking you how you know what blue is. I'm simply saying, since you already know what blue is, what is it regardless of observation?
So this is what the definition says. Like if you type in it says of a color intermediate between green and violet has the sky or sea on a sunny day. You can't like know what it is without the observation.
Bro,
It's like linked
what?
to it.
I didn't ask you if you can know what it is. I'm just asking you, what is blue in spite of observation? What is it really? What does blue and red have in common?
They're like a different like shade of that shade of like thing that you can like tell apart. That's what the, like colors are like. Something looks like this, something looks like this. Like that's the only way you need observations to do that.
All right. So what they are, regardless of observation, is simply colors. The word color is an idea that human beings invented to differentiate between the shades of things. But what the shades of things are, in fact, is just reflection and refraction of light in detail. That's why they can be colors that we don't even have names for. But we know what it is in fact. But we create these ideas, these abstract ideas, like you say, it's abstract because it's kind of subjective, right? Some people are colorblind. What you see might not be what I see. What it is now is not what it's going to be tomorrow, right? Like
So,
both of
yeah,
us
I
could
would
be,
say-
but no, both of us can be looking at the same thing, and it's red to you and it's blue to me. Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible, but there's other things you can do. Like you can do the refraction test to know what color is which color, because it'll have a certain amount of energy it gives off.
Okay. Is that what you do every time you look at colors?
Every time, but like when I did experiments, that's what I did. There's like you
You
can
do,
like, use a tool.
So what color is my skin right now? I want you to do the experiment and tell me what color my skin is right now.
You would need to like burn something because it's like the energy it gives off, and you wouldn't just be. It would be like black brown in the laboratory.
Let me ask you something, bro. Despite this, considering this long conversation I've had with you, I just wanted to see what your mind was on a lot of things, and bro, it's your mind and cuckoo land. But I'm gonna ask you something real quick. How old are you?
26.
What's the worst thing that ever happened to you?
So it would probably be when like maybe a neighbor it passes, then it's like it's good to talk to them, stuff like when you live in and stuff like that.
What's the worst thing that ever happened to you?
Yeah, that's why I just said it. Did you hear?
No.
Or want me to repeat?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it'd be like if someone passes or something, and then like
No, but I
you'd
didn't
have
ask
wait
you. I
until
didn't
heaven
ask
to see
you.
them.
I'm not asking about someone passing and what I will have to do. I'm asking you in your life since the day you were born. What is the worst thing that has ever happened to you?
So, maybe like if I like got hurt or something, or
How is it a maybe if it's the worst thing that happened to you? It can't be a maybe, bro.
like
It has to be a certain
so
thing.
just me specifically. So it would just be like maybe I got let me not say maybe getting scarred or something from like a physical injury. We're
Which
concerned about like
physical injury? That's why I said, what is the worst thing that ever happened to you?
like when I like fell down and then got in fell on like the cement.
When was that?
Don't remember exactly, but
And then if you don't remember exactly, how could
it
it have
was
been the
when I was.
worst thing? Or how could it have been the worst thing that ever happened to you?
You don't have to like remember exactly like the exact day, but you still remember
Nah,
like
then
the
if you
event,
can't
the
remember the exact
occurrence.
date, then it's probably not the worst thing that ever happened to you.
So I wouldn't say like if you said like what's the exact same day you ate like a Big Mac or something. Are you
Bro,
gonna remember
let me
that?
tell you something about the worst thing that ever happened to you. The worst thing that ever happened to you means out of all the events in your life, that is the event that left the most profound impact negatively. So vividly, everybody remembers. Anyone that can detailedly tell you that this is my worst experience will be able to tell you when and where, because it will be something they think about often. If there's nothing that you will consider worse has ever happened to you, then maybe you can tell me that in of itself is a problem. That means you don't examine your life to kind of qualify the quality of life you're living, right?
Yeah, I would just say like I don't remember like exact dates because like unless you wrote like a diary or something, then I'll remember. But like it's you remember the event, not like, for me personally.
You're only 26, bro. Your memory has to be better than that. Do you have any type of, problems upstairs that's stopping you from remembering?
No, I remember like my passwords and stuff like that, but
No, no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no. I
I'm not
mean,
gonna
no, no,
remember
that's not what I'm
like the
saying.
exact.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying that. Okay, let me put this for you this way. Do you have any New Year's resolution this year?
Um, I just live, work, make money and live, help other people, and that's how you go. Like I don't really like think about New Year's resolutions like
Okay, good,
oh
good,
this year I
good. That's
live
what you should
very
say.
badly or something.
That's what you should say. I don't really do New Year's resolution. That's normal. That's okay. What's the worst thing that happened to you last year, 2024?
I would say there's nothing that's like that bad.
Yeah, so out of the things which are kind of bad, which one was worse?
Like I can't really think of like anything that's like oh this is horrible or something.
So
Because
nothing bad
like
happened. So pretty much nothing bad happened to you last year.
yes,
How about the year before?
no, nothing.
How about for the last 26 years?
I've lived a good life.
Okay. What is the worst thing that could happen to you in the future?
The worst thing would be losing faith, because then you would and I would lose heaven.
Losing faith. You think the worst thing that could happen to you will be losing faith?
Yes, because without that, I would not get
Mm.
heaven. I would not be able to see all the
Have
people
you
that I've known.
have you
Yes.
always had faith since the day you were born?
Well, before, like, let's say before I like learned of religion and stuff, I would be like amoral, so I wouldn't have known. But now, like
When
since
what?
I was raised in it,
Yeah, yeah,
so
sure,
I would
sure,
know.
sure, sure. Just say. But my real question was: Have you always had faith? The answer is no. That's fine. When did you start having faith?
When I was going to church young, I was really like, this is a good thing that the Creator is doing this for us. That the Creator gave life to the first human, which dropped down to us, and we're able to celebrate that. We're able to taste good
What is
foods,
what is what
able to
is
share
faith?
connections.
What is faith?
Well, if you're like using the literal definition, it would just be that you believe in the Creator without like be able to see them, without like using all your five senses to like say I need to absolutely know this to see this to know believe this.
So you don't need proof. You just believe.
Um, I also you can use logic too, like the
No, no,
the
no, no, no,
ancestry
no, no,
thing,
no,
like
no, no. You cannot use anything if it's faith. The whole point is that you can believe without proof, right? Why do you need anything? If
yeah.
you're using logic,
So
that
it's
means you're
just
trying to prove it. So you're saying that you don't need proof, you just believe it.
so yeah, in the
You don't
faith
need
part, like
empirical proof.
I only
You
see
don't
the
need
Creator to
you
know
don't
that
need
He
logical
exists.
evidence. You don't need no. If you have to see, that's no longer faith. That means you believe because you saw. It's no longer faith, right? If
Well,
you have
yes,
faith,
you the logic part
so
would be
you're saying
not
that
that hard.
faith for you is just believing without seeing, without thinking, without knowing. You just believe, pure
Yes,
belief.
it's like believe. It's like believing your ancestors existed without being able to see them. But you can
No,
still use like
no,
logic to
no,
say,
no,
"Hey,
no,
my
no. Believing that your
ancestor this."
ancestors existed without having to see them is not faith. There's evidence that our ancestors existed. There's proof. There's
So
logic.
yes,
There's
but
many reasons why we believe. If are you saying faith is believing for no reason, or are you saying faith is believing with a reason?
faith is with the reason that the Creator. Well, if you want to use the literal definition, it would be without the evidence of it. But
Bro,
I'm trying to.
the evidence will be the reason why you believe. Without a reason, then you just believe without evidence. So, do you need
Right.
evidence to believe, or do you not need evidence to believe? Which one is it?
I'm the ones that need are like the atheists. That's what I'm trying to bring in to be saved,
Bro, that's
and
not my
and
question.
they
That's not my
usually use evidence.
that's not my
For me,
question.
I already believe I don't need all that, but for other people, they need
That's not
that.
my question. I'm not worried about other people. I'm asking about you. Do you have a reason why you believe, or do you just believe without reason?
I believe because the Bible.
So you believe because you read the Bible. That's why you believe. You believe what's in the Bible.
Yes,
But you don't really have any evidence that the Bible is true. You just believe what's in it.
there's things that like 7 days a week,
No,
2024
no,
AD,
no, no.
because
Think about it. Think
after
about it. Think about it. If there's things other than just the Bible in of itself that makes you believe, then you no longer believe just because of the Bible. You believe because of other reasons. But if you believe because you read the Bible and then you were like, damn, this is true, without proof, you just felt like it deep down in your soul, then that's faith. Right?
yes, I have
All
that.
right, all right,
Yes,
good. Do you always have faith?
yes, I always have faith in the Lord.
All right. Are you married?
No,
Are you single?
yes,
When was the last time you masturbated? Don't lie.
never. It's not a good thing to do that. You should avoid anything that's that impulses. And I don't do substances and stuff like that. Stay away from that because it's a bad thing for a living. And I've lived a very good life, very healthy.
Are you a liar?
Oh, everyone imperfect has lied before.
I ain't
In
asking
my life,
you.
yes.
I ain't asking you who about everyone. Just you. Are you a liar,
Like you mean ever in my life,
brother?
or you mean
Brother. I mean, are you a liar?
no?
What's masturbation?
It would be like someone trying to get like elation from their privates.
You've never done that since the day you were born.
No, I just use the bathroom.
Hold up. Since the
To
day
use
you
it
were
for the
born,
bathroom.
brother. Since the day you were born, you've never ejaculated,
There's like natural process that you can't do that. That does
brother,
it naturally.
brother.
For that naturally happens. Like you can't stop that if you have like a
Bro,
if
brother,
you have
bro,
a
bro,
dream.
brother, since the day you were born, you've never ejaculated. Yeah or nay?
Oh, I would that automatically happens because the dreams, it automatically
I'm not talking
happens.
about automatic. I'm talking
Oh,
about.
no. Then no, not manually.
So you're still a virgin.
Yes.
You've never watched pornography.
No. I click off if it shows up in any ads or something like that or social medias.
Brother, brother,
You can do it if you have a strong will. You can resist.
brother, brother,
It's no difference than not doing substances.
brother. Why have you lied to yourself so long that you do not even possess the integrity to be honest? Why have you trapped yourself in a delusional perspective of self to where you've completely compromised your ability to see the world as it is? What is it
I
that
don't do all
terrifies
this
you?
unnecessary.
It's not unnecessary. You're lying to me when you say to me you've never masturbated, first and foremost.
No, don't
You're also lying to me when you say you've
The
never
only
watched.
time you need to do that is when you're making a family.
Brother, relax. It's different if you say, oh, you know what? I've done it, but that's not my lifestyle. I used to struggle with it. I've overcome it. But to blatantly say you've never done it in 2025, single man with the exposure to implicit material as we have.
No,
Listen, brother.
it's like saying I've
You
never.
lie. Like, listen, bro, you lie. But the lie is not the worst part of it.
It's like saying I've.
The lie is not the worst part of it. The part of it is the part where you lack integrity, where you've become so comfortable. Like you just tell yourself something and you don't care if it's real. You just go with it because you can say it to yourself. Listen, bro, you don't even have to admit to me that you do those things here. I would just hope that, bro, when you go on your private time, you ask yourself, why do you think the way you think and act the way you act? You see, your denial of such things in a very unrealistic way makes me understand why you harbor such delusional beliefs like plants having souls. I wonder what horrible thing goes on in your mind, in your heart, that makes you so scared of life. Perhaps nothing, but whatever it could be, it's really dark, my friend. It's really dark.
So
Being honest, no one
it's
can
like
crucify you for being honest.
they still crucified Jesus.
Are you like Jesus?
No, I'm not perfect.
Oh, you're not perfect. But you said you're not a liar. You've never masturbated. Have you ever lusted after a woman?
So
Have you ever
attractions
lusted?
happen.
Have you ever lusted after a woman? Yeah or nay, brother?
Attractions can happen.
Brother,
Yes.
I didn't ask you about attraction. I said, have you ever lusted after a woman? Yeah or nay?
Nay. Like it's not like I just
Hold up.
it's not that deep.
Did you just say nay?
It's not like to the level of overboardness that reaches that level of like lust.
Thank you for your time, brother. Listen, my dear religious brothers and sisters, if you have to lie to yourself to the degree that this brother lies simply because you believe in God, you need help. You need to help yourself. You need to help others help you, bro. You just lying because you think everybody listening to you is stupid.
So it's like saying I never
you've
skydived.
never seen a girl that made you. Come on, bro. No, come on. You're lying. You're just lying now. Now you've proved yourself to be lying. Because
do
listen,
you
bro,
know my life?
I know your life.
I am able. What's my favorite food?
I am able to discern what your life is like.
No, you don't know what it is.
You don't have a favorite food.
You'd be assuming.
You don't have a favorite food.
How would you know that if you don't know my experiences?
Because your mentality is shaped, structured, and founded on maybes, kinda, somewhats. In this entire conversation I've had with you, the only things you've said with absolute certainty were blatant lies. But the questions that require you to be honest, you weren't even able to face them. A person like you probably doesn't even have a favorite color.
Yes,
your favorite thing in the world is you want to go to heaven. So you've pretended that you're something you're not. And you're trying with all your strength and all your might to portray or to embody an identity which is literally impossible for you to embody. And you're willing to pay any price, even if you just have to lie to yourself. That's what you are. You're a person who loves lying to themselves. But you just use your excuses that you're trying to be like Christ. You're a person who doesn't ever solve his problems. You only run away from them.
I solve a lot of problems. I'm very educated. I'm very smart. Atheism would be running away because then that makes you lose your life because you don't get heaven and you don't get that eternal life that gives you the greatness.
Why should I care about a story? Bro, listen, you believe because you read a fairy tale book and you don't know how to tell that snakes don't talk, that human beings don't walk on water. You're not educated. You're delusional. You read a fairy tale book and you didn't have the ability to tell that it was fiction. You're like a kid that went into the movie and watched Spider-Man and came out believing that Penguin is real.
One's real life, one's a fictional story. One's about this existence, our
existence. Your life is a fictional story.
No, I'm a real.
There's nothing real about your mentality. You're in denial. Listen, bro. To be honest, bro, I'm not saying these things because I'm even trying to get you to admit anything on here. I'm just saying these things because I greatly hope that when you leave this show, you can do something about your self-induced delusion, because you're a prime example of just how fucked up religious extremism can destroy a human being's brain. People like you, bro.
Actually,
listen, bro. You see these kids that pull up and do shootouts in school and do all these weird things, closeted serial killers and shit like that. They usually sound like you.
They have no self-control. That's why.
Bro, a person that has self-control doesn't need to say they have self-control.
What's wrong with saying that?
A person that has self-control, it's evident in their character, their behavior. They do not need to advertise There are certain
But
qualities
what's
and
wrong with
certain
advertising
virtues
that?
because it shows that you don't really have self-control. That is why you need to believe that you
So
have
like,
self-control. Unless you say it out loud, it wouldn't be true that you have it.
it's like this. Like when I say I don't do substances, like if someone like said, "Here's a pill," I'm not going to take that, and it can do damage to me. So it's just as simple
I
as that
can,
saying
I
being
can,
comfortable
I
with that
can,
being.
I can agree with you that you probably haven't done any substances, though I highly doubt it. But I think it's realistically possible to not have ever done
I don't do it.
substances. But as far as you masturbating, bro, it hasn't even been 24 hours since you last did it, and you're lying.
Yeah,
Listen,
never
bro.
occurred.
It
So
hasn't even been 24 hours since you last did it. The amount of lies you have to tell to deny, your level of denial is so extreme that tells me that that's actually a very common thing in your day-to-day life, that you are struggling with it so badly. The only way you can cope is to just deny that you're even doing it, that it even exists. I speak to so many of your brothers and sisters in Christ, and they come up here and they're honest. They're like, look, I love Jesus and I believe, but I struggle. But you know what? I'm making progress.
that's them. That's them. That there's
Bro,
a
you say
variety of
you've
people. Many
never done
people,
it. You say you've never done it in your entire life, and yet you know exactly what it is.
all because you know something doesn't mean that you participate in it. Like you can
Brother,
see a
brother,
definition, be like, "Oh, this is this,"
brother, let me
and
ask you a
like
question. Bro, let me ask you something. What does a person do? What, how does a man masturbate?
I already said that it's their like
No, no, I
elation
want you to
with.
give me your entire understanding of the subject and try to use clean language so TikTok doesn't ban us. But I want you to describe it to me. And in your description, I'll be able to tell if your experience is purely of education or if it's from experience as well. So go ahead. I'm listening keenly. How does a man
So it's just gonna be
masturbate?
it's gonna be an interaction with their thing, with other things, appendages, and it's that simple. And then they try to get the feeling, and then they return to it after some time, and that's numb.
Huh?
So it's just going to be appendages or any other things that go to that part in trying to get a feeling.
Trying to get a feeling.
I learned this in family education.
What did you learn in family education?
They talk about like the parts of the human body. They talk about, hey, this can happen. Like they play like videos about like people, and that's why I learned all that.
You do not learn that in family education in that way. What did they tell you? What did they tell you was the benefit of it in family education?
So it's just about that dopamine and stuff, like hormones that cause you get these reactions that make you feel good. So that's where it came from. People are trying to feel good, like when they take substances to feel good.
Yo, Nico, you're a grown up. I'm a grown up, and there's many grown ups here. Unfortunately, we're talking about a little sensitive subject, and I'm not insecure in any way. So, forgive me if these questions are making you uncomfortable, but the
Oh, no, it's not.
level,
I can answer them.
the type of claims you make compel me to ask you these questions. Okay.
Okay.
All right, bruh. When was the last time you had an erection?
Like, I don't remember because I just use like bathroom, and that's like the times I see it. So I'm not thinking about like the exact time that happens because blood flow and stuff can cause that to just happen naturally if you're laying down somewhere and that happened. So I'm not like thinking about that.
I ain't asked you if you thought about it. I simply said, when was the last time you had it? You said a bunch of stuff except
Yeah,
answer my question.
yeah. I don't remember exactly when, but it's not recently.
When you said not recently, like not in the last year,
Month,
not
week,
in the last month.
month to week.
When was the last time you
Yeah,
saw it?
like
Do you ever go to the gym?
I don't go to the gym like that. Only went like a few times sometimes.
Do you go to the
But like the
gym?
bathrooms,
Do you go to the gym?
no, no,
Have you been to the beach?
no. I don't go there usually. It's not like I just live my life and then sleep.
What do you do for a living?
Reseller,
You work at Walmart?
reseller,
What do you resell?
resell. I resell like games. I resell technology.
Like, is it a personal business or you work for a company?
Personal.
You have a PhD and that's what you do for a living?
Not everyone always goes
You
to
bro, you
their
bro, you
job.
had to get a PhD. You see what I'm saying? A liar, bro, at the age of 26. You're a 26-year-old with a PhD and you resell video games and you're not even a millionaire. You're not even 1,000 years.
5 to 6 figures.
You can get 5 to 6 figures working as a manager at McDonald's. You did
But
not
not
have to go.
that's like you know
You
that's
did
like
not have to go get a PhD for that, bro. If you're 26 with a
not
PhD, you are in a league of your own. You are in a league of your own, bro. 26. Most people ain't even gotten a bachelor's. Bro, some people they're not even done with the first four years in college. At 26, if you have a PhD, you're a certified genius to a certain degree.
look at all the doctors on YouTube making videos.
But they have full-time jobs.
But they're making most of their money from YouTube.
But they have full-time jobs. They continue their practice. What do you have a PhD in?
Chemistry.
You have a PhD in chemistry, but you sell video games for a living.
Side.
All right.
It's like a
I
side gig
I,
plus
I
money.
officially give you a license of a liar. You're a liar, bro. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Have a good day, okay?
I can show
No,
you my
no, no,
grades
no,
right now. I can show you my grades right now
don't
that from the
worry.
past.
Don't worry.
We can compare grades right now.
Don't worry.
Where's your grades?
Did you do a residency?
Where's your
Did
grades?
you do a residency?
You that's for medical school.
Oh. Did you do a dissertation?
Yes.
What did you write about?
What about the organic chemistry for the chemical building blocks?
Of you lie.
It's about the chemical building blocks of that form the different
What did you write? Organic
carbon
chemistry is a general subject. That's not how
com.
dissertations work.
There's there's a lot of chemicals in organic chemistry that I can't talk about here because it'll take too long.
Give me 7 of them.
Okay,
1,
I'll give 7.
2,
Methane, ethane,
2.
propane, butane, pentane, hexane, heptane.
You wrote a dissertation on those subjects?
Yes, the building blocks.
What is the most active property of methane?
Combustible.
What does it need in order to be combustible? Bro, Googling.
Oxygen.
Oxygen is necessary, but what in the methane is combustible? Why is methane combustible?
Like, what does that mean? Like, that's like saying why is water wet? It's just the property of what it is.
That's a reactive
That's like getting
property.
into like
That's a reactive property. But what is it when it's not busting into flames?
it's a gas.
How is it made?
In aerobic processes.
All right. So tell us something about methane that someone that wrote a dissertation would know, but the average person who is knowledgeable on the subject wouldn't know.
The boiling point is negative 258.7 Fahrenheit.
The what?
The boiling point.
You can Google
is
that.
negative
That's easy to Google.
250.
That's easy to Google. Something that you cannot Google.
You can Google everything about like the structure of it. Those are the things that are
No.
the combination.
Listen. Turn on your camera.
I don't like reveal myself on TikTok.
You don't have to reveal. You don't have to reveal yourself. You don't have to reveal yourself. Listen. We don't need to see your face, just your hands.
I don't show that on TikTok. I don't ever show
No. We don't need to see your face, just your hands. I want to see your hands when I ask you the next question.
I don't show my hands on TikTok like that either.
Thank you for your time.
Show like identify.
Bro, you're a liar. I give you so many chances to even be honest about one thing, bro. Thank you for your time, bro.
I can show you all my straight days.
Have a good day.
I show you my straight days. I show you my straight days.
How can some people be that sick, bro? I know that not all religious people are like that, but there's quite a few like that. But what do you have to gain when you lie to yourself just to make your religious beliefs seem more true? All right, next guest. This is that was interesting. I spoke to that man for almost like 2 hours. What's up, Philip?
Hi.
What you got for me?
How you doing?
Doing all right. Go straight to the point. And please sound smart.
Just,
I will not tolerate stupid answers, please. So go straight to your point.
Yeah, I just got one question for you. Are you there?
You say you have one question for me. What is it?
Yeah, so if you say that there's no God or gods, tell me about how you judge things, like what is good or bad. Is truth like relative for you?
The idea of good and bad is, yes, it's relative to your experiences. That's why I think it would be a good thing if I could sleep with your wife, but you don't think it's good.
Okay, so what about, like, for example, somebody killing someone? Let's say killing your mother. Someone thinks it's a good idea. How do you judge that? Like,
it depends on the reason. It depends on the reason. If their mother went psycho and decided to unalive them, and they were defending themselves, then I don't see any wrong in that. Do you? You think that if your mother went psycho and your mother wanted to end your life, you should just let her do it?
No, for example, for yourself.
No. Listen. If you're just gonna be vague, you're gonna be vague. Like I said, it's always going to depend on the experience, the circumstances, the people. There's nothing that's absolutely good, especially not from a religious person's perspective. There is no idea of good that is more twisted than the religious idea of good, because the religious idea of good is grounded in absolutes. Unfortunately, society changes. That's why in the Bible, slavery was good. And you're a real
How
Christian.
do you judge? How do you judge good? For example, how do you judge good and bad? Do you judge good and bad?
No, I don't necessarily
What's your
judge based.
standard?
I don't judge based on the labels of good and bad. That's not how I judge situations. But in communication, for the sake of communicating with those around me, I would utilize those terms. But personally, for me, I just look at the
For
world based on what should be done because it's profitable and what should not be done because it's not profitable. So if what you would consider to be bad can be profitable to me, I would do it. If what you consider to be good is not profitable to me, I won't do it. For example, I'm not going to go to church every Sunday. I have nothing to gain from that. That's not a good thing for me. If I really need to socialize, I'll go to the club, I'll volunteer, I'll go to a concert. I'll go to church if my friend gets married. Why not? But going to church for the purposes of finding God, that's not a good thing to me. That's a waste of time. That's useless. But to you, it might be a good thing. So is it really profitable for me to go and sit down and let some man tell me a bunch of things that they don't even do themselves and then collect $10, $5, $20 from me every Sunday? No, that's not good at all. That's a waste of time, waste of life, waste of breath, waste of energy.
But
I
where
have
did you get that from? Where did you get that from? For example, your idea, like the fact, for example, the
I
fact that you're
learned.
talking to
It's
me
it's
now, where
it's
do you
it's
get
it's
this
it's
idea?
relative. It's relative to my experiences. It's a combination of everything I've learned and been through my entire life that has brought me to the point where I have made this conclusion. Because we are talking about something which is relative.
So you think that everything is relative?
Not necessarily everything. There's some things that we can have commonly. That our relativity
Oh,
can lead us to a common conclusion. Yes.
oh.
So
So for
so
example, what's common? What's common for people? Like what's common area for
hunger.
many people?
Hunger.
Hunger.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
When we all get hungry, we all go and look for food. And
Yeah.
we all think it's a good thing to look for food when you're hungry.
Where did that come from? This fact that we look for food when we are hungry. Like
What else
where does this algorithm come from? Where do you think that came from?
from us? We made it up.
Oh, do you have a proof for that? That we made it up?
Yeah, because babies don't go look for food, but every human being at some point goes and start looking for food way after they were a baby.
Oh,
When a baby is hungry, he just cries. Doesn't actually intentionally go and look for food because he doesn't even know what food is.
no. It's not because he doesn't know how to get. It's just because he doesn't have the ability to get food. He's weak.
That's
It's just
exactly.
doesn't need.
Listen, even if a baby had the ability to get food, the baby doesn't have enough experience to even know what food would be. The baby will eat anything. That's why if you leave your kid around, they'll play with anything. They'll make a mess out of anything. Okay? They'll make a mess. They'll consume. They'll ingest. Your kid will know the difference between kerosene. In Africa, when I was growing up, kerosene used to be transparent like water. A kid will know the difference between kerosene and water, bro, or jet fuel and water. Right? They just don't have enough experience.
But they know that they need food, right?
They instinctively hunger.
So where did that instinct come from? That's my
It's
question.
it's it's our biology, bro. You don't know how the human body works.
Where did that come from then?
We inherit it from our parents,
And where did that come from?
from their parents.
Oh, so wait, if you keep going back, you don't know where it starts?
Not necessarily, but what I do know is that every parent has a parent. So does it really start, or has it
Oh.
always been?
So do you have any idea where it started?
There's a lot of speculations in the world. Some people thought it started from a giant gorilla's testicles in space. Some other people thought that it started from a warmongering entity called Allah. Some people it started from a guy that got multiple personality disorder called Jesus. Sometimes he's the Father, sometimes he's the Spirit. Some people thought it started from Lord Shiva. You know, some people thought it started cellularly because we can look at experiments and see how cells form. There's a lot of speculation,
Which
but
one? Which one do you believe in? Which one do you agree with?
I don't agree with none of them.
So what's your perspective on this? What do you believe in? How do you think it got here?
I don't think about how it got here.
Oh, so is it because you don't think or you don't know?
No, it's because I don't spend time thinking about how we got here. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
But you're here trying to disprove one of the things, one of the hypotheses, right?
Yeah, because that hypothesis has no value, especially the hypothesis of God.
Oh,
Listen,
how did you know it has
listen,
no value if you never thought of it?
because I can observe society and I go to school. You ask me a question that is relative to me, right? As in, do I spend time trying to figure out where the world comes from to the point where I have like a hypothesis that I believe in, I have one that I accept, and I have one that I reject? I'm telling you that no, I do not do that. Like, I know what a Muslim would say, I know what a Christian would say, I know what an atheist would say, I know what an evolutionist would say, I know what people would say. As for me, which one do I agree with? I don't spend time thinking about that. Because I've already dismissed all of those things. Because the only person that will make me think about it is someone that brings evidence beyond shadow of doubt, rather than stories that is connected to their feelings. And the only people that I will give that coin to, because they're actually the only ones following the scientific process, are scientists. But even scientists haven't given me anything absolute. I know what the scientists say, but personally for me, I have my reservations. Plus, I don't even think that having that knowledge has any value to my life whatsoever. At all. Bro, listen, right here, right now, even if someone was to tell you exactly where human beings came from, nothing would change. Absolutely nothing in your life would change. You will still get up in the morning. If you're religious, you're going to go to the mosque and bend over, or you're going to go to the church and speak in tongues, or you're going to go to the temple and throw some incense. Then you're going to go to work. Then you're going to work. Then you're going to hope you get paid. Then you're going to pay your bills. Then you're going to live until your lifespan expires. Then you're going to die. And then after 1,000 years, they're going to forget about you. And then
what happens
you're going to
when you
become
die?
a myth like everybody else.
What do you think happens when you die then? What about that? Do you not think about that as well?
I have no reason to, because I can see what happens after we die.
Like you have a statement on
Killer,
your live
Then
video.
that statement has nothing to do with the questions you're asking, because
No,
those things you're
claiming to
asking.
know something. You're claiming to say that there is no God or gods, which means you know something. And then when I ask you something, you say I never thought
Yeah,
about it.
but you didn't. But what you're asking me has nothing to do with God. Where we come from has nothing to do
It
with
has. I
God.
told you. You said one of the hypotheses is that some people think God created the universe and then came as a human
Okay,
being.
okay.
Yeah.
So
So
hold up. Is that a hypothesis that you believe in?
yes, that's true. Yeah.
Okay. How about all the other hypotheses in the world? You reject those ones?
Yes, exactly.
Have you studied all the hypotheses in the world?
No.
But you just reject them.
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because I'm sure that mine is correct.
Oh.
You just said
Hold
that
up,
there's
hold up,
I
hold
don't
up,
think
hold
about
up,
it.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold
You
up,
just
hold
said I
up.
don't think about it.
Hold
Which
up,
one is worse?
hold up. You are sure that your hypothesis is correct, right?
Yeah.
That means that your hypothesis, which is the beginning point of the scientific process, requires that you collect data, you perform
Yeah.
analysis, you come up with theories, and you prove those theories to be laws and in fact true. So give me exactly the process that you went through to conclude that your hypothesis is in fact true, to the point where there's no need to investigate all the other hypotheses.
Yes. So the reason I say that is because there's something called truth and reasons. So the reasons that I believe in is because whenever something has a cause, if you start from a cause, something happens when somebody else, like, I don't know how to explain it in English, but the reason that we see things in this world that we see is because somebody created them. You
That's
understand what
stupid.
I
That's
mean?
stupid. That's a claim. That's still a hypothesis. That's not an analysis.
Oh, oh. So, for example, give me an example of something that's created without someone's effect or someone's I don't know, influence.
Honey.
Honey. Oh, so honey just existed.
No, honey is part of the natural process, but it's not made by someone.
Oh, the bees. The
The
bees are
bees,
not
the,
singing.
the bees is
They're
not
beings.
someone. Yeah, but it's not someone.
They're beings.
It's not someone.
They don't have to be someone. There's something created.
Oh, no,
There's
no,
something
but
that
no, no,
created
no,
them.
no, no, no. You said whenever there is something which is made, it's made by someone. Bees are not someone.
Oh,
Listen, 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 listen,
I'm
listen,
listening.
listen. Because if you follow your logic, then you
Yeah.
can't conclude that the stars in the skies were not made by a bunch of bees. What if the stars in the sky were made by a bunch of divine bees? Why wouldn't you believe that?
Oh,
If hold up. If a few hundred bees can make honey, why
yeah.
can't a few hundred divine bees make the stars?
Mm. Okay. The thing is, it's how the creator reveals himself. So you need to choose.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You don't yet know the creator. You're still in the stages of hypothesis. You haven't confirmed anything yet. So you cannot be giving us absolute statements of how. You are still literally in the stages of breaking down your exposition to how you even got to the conclusion that there's a creator. You can't now start telling us as a matter of fact what the creator does, as though the idea of a creator is an established fact,
No, but
unquestionable and
the way
undoubtable.
you started, the way you started is that something doesn't need to have a creator, and now you say that it needs to be someone. You
No,
understand?
that's not what you
But
said. That's not
that
what you
you
said.
change you
That's not
change
what you
your own
said.
hypothesis.
That's not what you said. You said to me, whenever you have
Yeah.
something which is created, it's
Yeah.
created by someone, right?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay, good. Let me help you out. Is someone plural or singular?
It depends on what's
No,
created. It
no, no,
depends on
no,
what you
no,
see.
no, 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 no. I'm asking you the question. Is someone singular or plural in the context that you are using it?
It depends. I just told you. It depends on what you see. For
Okay,
example, if you see.
good. Okay, give me something that you see which is created simply by
Yeah.
someone, 100% created by someone. Give me anything that we see in this
Yeah.
world that is created by someone, just one person.
Just one person.
Yes.
Okay. For example, a thought can be created only by someone.
Bro, there's no way you're that slow. I said, give me an example of something in the real world which is only created by
Oh wait,
someone.
so a thought is not in the real world?
Yes, but a thought, there's no evidence that a thought is something which is created.
Oh,
It's a living
I don't see.
organism. In
I
the
don't see any
thought,
reason that it does.
we don't see
Why doesn't
thoughts
it
being.
exist?
We have hundreds of thoughts in the world, and we don't see them being created. We
Oh,
see them.
thoughts are
We
not
see.
created. So
Yes.
how do they come to being? How
We
do they
see.
come
We
to
see, we
being?
see them reproducing through natural selection.
Oh, a thought.
We see thoughts coming into being through natural selection. So when the female lays all those eggs, not all those eggs become
No,
tadpoles
no, no.
eventually.
I didn't say toads. I said thoughts in the mind.
What?
They're writing it on the comments. You can read it. I said
Oh,
thoughts.
okay. Your accent, bro. My bad. Thoughts.
Thoughts. Yeah.
Oh, you think that a thought is created entirely by someone?
Exactly. Yeah.
False.
Oh, how is that then?
Because if your father and your mother didn't fuck, that person,
What?
listen carefully. I'm going to describe it to you. If your father and your mother did not fuck, whoever it is that has thoughts in their brain would not have it. You cannot give the creation of those thoughts entire credit only to the entity developing through whom those thoughts flow in that moment. You see, you have to, those thoughts don't really originate with that person in essence, in the completion of that person's body, that person's anatomy. The anatomy begins to form as a sperm in their father's testicle. Eventually, it gets in their womb. And then throughout time, they develop, that person has experiences. And then at some given point in time, there is a thought. But that thought is not necessarily created in the literal sense that we use the word creating, giving something shape and form, quantity, weight and density, dimensions, using measurement and geometrical principles. That's not
No,
in the
you said
literal sense,
you
right?
said you said
And like,
something.
listen, I've debunked your point. A thought cannot be created by a singular entity because no, there's no entity that exists independent of their parents. So you can give credit. In the same way that you're trying to give credit to a God, you cannot give credit to the thoughts in your brain without giving credit to those who literally gave birth to you. So you cannot distinctively say that you're creating a thought by yourself. Because you want to know what is true in fact, bro? Nothing in this world is made or created by a singular entity in its completion. Even if I build a machine, I don't make the raw materials that make that machine. Without the person that originates the raw material, I do not have a machine, even if I have an idea. Everything that is made is a combination of multiple things. There is nothing in this world that is caused by one single thing. So one single thing causes something specific. Everything in this world is the interaction of multiple causes giving birth to multiple effects or a singular effect, which also becomes in that domino effect a cause for a future effect. Everything is checked and balanced.
So how do you think the whole thing started? Like, for example, you said when
I
I
already
asked you
told
that,
you I don't think
how do you
about how the
think?
whole. I already told you I
No,
don't
no,
think
no,
about
no. You
that.
said that there is nothing that's created singularly, right? Like there is nothing that's created out of a singular, like someone, like a singular being. But you said that, for example, my parents came from my parents or their parents, and then it has to start at somewhere between two
Whether
people,
it has
right?
to start or it doesn't have to start, the day you are able to count all the grain of sand in this planet, then you'll be qualified to tell me where the heck you think life started, okay, bro? There's just some things you don't waste your time with. The question you're asking and the answers you're looking for is like a man who is obsessed with counting all the grains of sand on the earth. You are
No,
going on
you
a
said
journey.
you
Listen, that's what you're
you
trying
came
to
up with an
do.
answer. You came up with an answer on your screen. You said that there's no God or gods,
Yes,
right?
God
So
is just.
you must do some
Listen,
research.
God has nothing to do with our real world. The reason why I say there is no God has nothing to do with the questions you're asking. The reason why there's no God is because God is a fictional character invented by human beings like Superman and Santa Claus. There's not a single God in this world which is not invented by human beings primarily for a political, economic, entertainment reasons. All gods, all
Where'd
gods,
you get that idea? Where'd
all
you get that
gods.
idea?
Show me a
Oh,
single God. Listen, show me a
oh,
single God which is not invented by human beings.
oh, the Israeli gods. So it
Uh,
was not.
hold up,
Yeah,
hold up,
yeah,
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
yeah.
Do you do you,
What's
do
the name of the Israelis god?
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You just said the Israel
Can you
the
tell?
no, hold up, hold up. You just said the
Yeah,
God of
yeah.
Israel, right? You just said the God of
Yes,
Israel,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, that's the God of the world. Yeah.
Hold up, hold up. You know, no, you did not say the God of the world. You said the God of Israel. The fact that you
It's
said the
the
God of
same God. Yeah.
Bro, relax, relax. The fact that you said the God of Israel proves that the Israelites are the one that made that God up. Because if that God was truly, in fact, everybody's God, you wouldn't call it the God of Israel. Are you weird? Israel is not even the first civilization on the earth. There were great civilizations that lived before Israel, before there were even any Jewish people, before Abraham ever left the land of Ur. Human beings were already in this world. And if there was a God, it couldn't possibly be the God of Israel. It would have to be the God of someone else or everybody else. The fact that you say God of Israel shows that that specific God you're believing in was invented by the Israelites. Just like the Muslims, the Arabs have their own God. Just like the Hindus have their own gods. Just like the Shintos have their own gods. Just like the Norwegians and the Vikings have their own gods. Just like the Native Americans have their own gods. Human beings invent gods for social reasons, for political reasons, for community reasons, for entertainment reasons, for moral reasons, for immoral reasons. Who cares what the reasons is? Human beings invent gods. And they all
Oh,
think that their
did
gods
you
is
know
the
that?
real one.
Did you know that the Israeli God was the only God in the time that nobody could see? Because all of the gods that you mentioned, like before,
That's exactly what
they
all
have an
that's
image,
listen,
they
bro.
have drawings, they have everything.
That's exactly what
Why
all
is he
gods
invisible?
claim.
Why is he the only one who's invisible? Can you
Because he
tell me
doesn't
why?
exist. He doesn't exist.
No, no, no. At the time, all the gods exist and everybody can see them and touch them. Why is it that the Israeli God cannot be seen? Please just explain this to me.
Because he doesn't exist. Do you know that things that don't exist cannot be
Why
seen?
why
Hold up,
do
hold
the
up,
other
hold up, hold
gods
up. Kill it, kill
exist?
it,
Like
kill it,
why
kill
can't they
it,
teach them?
kill it. Do you know that things that don't exist cannot be seen? Did you know that?
Bakanga, come on, answer my question first.
Brother,
Answer my
I'm
question.
asking you questions. The reason why the God of Israel cannot be seen is because he doesn't exist. Because things that don't exist, one of the qualities or properties of something which doesn't exist is that it's invisible, intangible. It's just an idea, like a unicorn, like Santa Claus, like Superman.
Oh,
The
have you
God of
seen?
Israel, listen, bro, the God of Israel is invisible like Superman.
Oh,
Have you
but
ever have you ever seen
I have one
Superman?
question, Bakang. One question. Let me talk. Let me talk. Have you ever seen your stomach?
Of course,
Oh, you haven't.
I have.
How did you see it?
I can look
I
down
mean,
right
okay,
now.
forget my the
I
stomach.
can look down.
Have you ever seen?
I can look down right
No,
now
no,
and see
no.
my stomach.
Have you ever seen your brain cells? Have you ever seen your brain cells?
Oh yes,
How did you do that? Yeah.
using a microscope.
No, you haven't seen them. Like, how can you see them? If you could, if you have the ability to see them, then you're dead, or your head is
No,
opened up.
No.
Yeah.
Or
How did you see it?
we
Have
can
you seen
use we
somebody
can
else's
oh
brains
listen
or
we can,
your
yeah
own?
listen we can use an
Have you seen your
MRI,
own brain?
brother
Have you? Yeah.
brother. We can use an
Yeah.
MRI, right? We can collect brain fluid, right? And then examine those brain fluids and you can see the cells in them. In fact, the blood that flows in my body travels across my entire body and is part of my anatomy. So I can analyze my blood and I can see that the same cells that are in my blood in any part of my body is the same cells that's in my brain. It just works logically. We can work with these things. They're material, bro. They have nothing to do with your invisible God. It has nothing
No,
to do
you
with your
didn't answer my
invisible God.
question. Listen to my question. Have you have you seen your brain cells? Have your head have been opened up already?
How many times do I have to tell you that the answer is yes? But what's your real question? Is your real question if my brain has
My
been opened
question is:
up?
there's things
It,
that you cannot see, and then they exist. There's many things that you
yes,
don't see, but
yes,
they exist.
yes. But those things are grounded in reality, and we have access to those things if need be. You see what I'm saying, bro? Those things are not things that we require faith to believe in. Those are things we're actively working with. Those are things we actively utilize. Those are things that in some shape or form take a physical representative way of observation. Those are not things that are completely abstract based on your dreams or your feelings and your emotions like the God of Israel. The God of Israel is like
Oh,
Superman.
but the God of Israel became a human being, and he was visible, and people believed it. So what's wrong with that? He was visible. He came as a human.
Are you saying that people killed the God of Israel?
Oh yes,
Okay,
exactly.
hold up. Why is it that Israel doesn't believe that their God came and took human form?
What do you mean?
Is Israel a
What's that
country?
question for?
Listen, is Israel a country?
It's a nation.
It's a nation. When at
Yeah.
any point did Israel believe that its God took human form?
Oh, they didn't know that. They thought
Bro,
they didn't know
but
that it was.
you're not from
Yeah.
Israel and you know that? Nah, get out of here. You're claiming that the people who have the God don't know when their God came, but you know by reading the book that they wrote.
Oh wait. So who explained who came? Like, can somebody explain about you more than you? So can somebody explain about God more than God?
But
So
God does.
if I know you,
But
Bakanga, if I know you,
hold up.
if I know Bakanga,
But God
can
is
I know you?
invisible. But God is invisible.
No. I just said there's nobody that can explain God better than God. So you can't
Okay,
say that the
so
Israelis know God better than God.
they'll
So God knows
certainly
himself
listen.
better than the Israelis
They will certainly know their
know
God
him.
better. They will certainly know their God better than you. Are you from Israel?
No, I'm not.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Oh, is Ethiopia Israel?
No, we have people from Israel.
Bro, is Ethiopia Israel?
What do you mean? It's a different country.
Bro, is Ethiopia Israel? Yes or no?
It's a different country, bro. What are you saying?
Bro, yes or no? Is Ethiopia Israel?
No,
What happened to the God of Ethiopia?
there's no such thing. There's only one God, and he's the God of Israel.
Brother,
He chose to reveal himself in Israel.
brother. Who was the God of Ethiopia before Ethiopia learned about Israel?
There's no such thing as a God of Ethiopia, because there's only one God.
Says who?
Oh, says God.
When did God say that?
Oh, when he came as a human form.
Where's the proof that God came as a human form?
Oh, in the manuscripts of the I believe that you believe in history.
Listen. But there are many manuscripts all across the world about different gods.
Yeah.
There are manuscripts in India about Indian gods. There are
But
manuscripts.
he didn't come. No.
Bro. The Indian gods interact with their people all the time. There's millions of them. Even a cow is a god in India.
But
Even
Jesus
a
was a
cow.
man. Jesus was a man, and he was.
Again,
there is history. There's papers about this man
listen,
that cannot be disproved. You understand?
Listen. History that is written on paper is not the equivalent of truth. Did you know that?
Oh, you believe history, right? How do you
Brother,
believe that
listen
there was a
again.
Holocaust?
Listen again.
How did you believe? How did you
Listen
believe there was a
again.
Holocaust?
Because there is evidence beyond even what was written.
Oh, what was the evidence?
Pictures, cameras, videos, World War II, World War I. The fact that literally the
How do you
whole
know
world,
that? How do you know
whole
that those
world.
pictures are true? What if it was AI? They made it for you.
They didn't
to
have AI
believe it.
technology back then.
Oh, they made it now. You saw the pictures now. You
They
were
didn't
born after technology. How old are you?
Listen. My dad saw the pictures. My dad's
Oh,
generation saw the pictures. My father, listen, hold
how do you know they're
on.
speaking the truth? How do you know that?
Because logically, different people from
Logically.
yes, listen carefully. Logically, different people from all around the world will not have the same conclusion about the same thing if there wasn't an element of truth behind it.
Oh, so what about the truth
Not
that they agree
only
on about Jesus?
listen. Even the German people admit it, and they're the bad guys in the story. Even the German people admit it. They have camps. We have DNA. We have ways. Unless you're just saying you're technologically ignorant, you can't compare the Holocaust with the fairy tales in the Bible. And the Holocaust doesn't make any supernatural claims, like a talking snake, like a man that walked on water. Unless you believe in aliens. If you're going to believe the stories in the Bible, you better believe that Hitler was working with aliens. Do you believe that?
You didn't answer my question.
Do you believe that Hitler was working with,
You didn't.
I shouldn't say that name. Do you believe that the guy in Germany was working with aliens?
I don't believe that.
Okay, but you believe that Jonah spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish.
Who told you that?
Bro,
Like, who told you about the German guy?
do you believe that Jonah spent 3 days in the stomach of a
But
fish?
wait, you are the only one who's asking. You didn't answer my question, bro.
Do you believe that
Answer my
Jonah,
question first.
Spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish?
Yes,
Who was there with him?
he was there, and God was there with him.
Hold up. How do you know that Jonah is not lying?
Oh, because of the manuscripts that's written.
Okay, so you're saying that as long as it's on manuscripts, it's true?
No, the manuscripts were
Are you saying
written
that
by the.
as long
Are
as
you gonna
something,
let me talk or
bro?
what?
No, if I interrupt you, it's for a reason. Are you saying
No,
that? Listen, bro. Yes or no? Are you saying that just because something is written on manuscripts, then it's true?
no. The
Okay,
manuscripts was
then
written
what
by
else?
people who were
What other
eyewitnesses.
evidence, bro? What other evidence about Jonah spending 3 days in the fridge persuades you that that's actually a true story that happened, that it couldn't have been a lie? What other evidence
But
makes you believe?
this talk. No. This conversation is about Jesus. Jesus was a man who lived in the
Brother,
new.
I don't give a heck about Jesus. I just asked you about Jonah. What evidence other than the manuscripts, beyond shadow of doubt, persuade
No,
you that Jonah
you
spent
are
3
talking
days in the
about God.
stomach of a
No,
fish?
you are talking about God. We're not
Brother,
talking about the
brother,
Bible.
what
No,
evidence
Jonah is in the Bible.
brother,
Jonah
what
is in the Bible.
other
I'm talking about
evidence?
Jesus now.
Bro, last chance. What other evidence beyond shadow of doubt, other than the manuscripts, persuades you that there's no other possibility that Jonah could be lying as far as spending 3 days in the stomach of a fish? What other evidence do you have other than your feelings and your emotions? Because that's all you got in this argument, your feelings and your emotions. You don't really care about the real truth. You just care about what makes you feel good, what satisfies your tradition. That's why you don't want to talk about Jonah. It's very highly possible that even if the God of Israel is real, even if Jesus was real, it's still possible that Jonah did not spend 3 days in the stomach of a fish. It's still very possible. And you don't consider that option because you don't care about that truth. You don't really care about the truth. You just care to be right about how you feel. What evidence do we have that Moses turned a stick into a snake, or Moses used a stick to split the river, or to split the Red Sea? What evidence do you have that Adam and Eve were talking to a snake, other than your feelings and emotions? You are what I call a domestic human being. Did you know that, Caleb, that you are a domestic human?
What do you mean domestic? Are you
Listen,
what?
listen. You have been domesticated.
Domesticate? Oh, you're outside. Then okay. Are you wild? Then what does
Of
it mean?
course.
You're wild. Yeah.
Yes. So listen carefully. I'll
You're
tell you how.
outside.
Listen.
You're outside the world.
Listen. You want me to tell you who your domestic master is?
It's Jesus.
Of course. Have you ever met
Yes.
Jesus? Have you ever
He's
met
my
Jesus?
master.
Yes. Have you ever met
He-
Jesus?
Yes, I met him. Yes.
Where? Where did you meet Jesus?
Oh, I met him. Don't
Where?
worry about it.
Now you're lying. You see, I'm telling you,
No,
you're
no, no.
domesticated.
Don't worry about
Listen,
it.
bro.
I don't have to tell you where I met him.
Of
No.
course, I know you don't have to, not because you don't really want to, but because you can't without lying. I dare you to tell the truth. If you dare.
I asked you so many questions that you don't know how to answer.
That has
them.
nothing to do
You
with
have
you
a
telling us.
statement on the top of your life.
Listen. That has
and then
nothing
you
to
don't
do.
think about it.
That has nothing to do with you telling us about when and where you met Jesus, because you know you're lying, and everybody listening to you knows you're lying. Even those who believe know you're lying. You've never met Jesus.
Bakanga, one last question before I leave.
Don't worry
please.
about the last question.
Just one question.
If you want one question, tell me.
Listen to me.
Tell me when and where you met Jesus. Then you can ask me your last question.
You don't want to hear my questions. So
no, I don't really.
I
I only care about your answers. I don't really care about your questions. Tell me
what
when and where you met
what
Jesus.
What do you mean? This is one-way conversation.
Yes, it's a. I ask the question. I ask the questions. You give the answers. Type of question, conversation. When and where did you meet Jesus?
Okay, if that's how it works, then
yeah, because you're lying. You've never met Jesus.
You don't have answers to my questions either. It's
You've
just because
never
you
met
own
Jesus?
the life.
Bro,
it's
of
only
course.
Because you own the life.
Of course I own the life.
I asked you questions that you don't have any answers to.
I don't deny that.
You don't have any answers to that.
Sure,
you just said you don't think about it.
Sure. I don't have answers. It still doesn't change the fact that you're lying. You've never met Jesus. You're still a liar on that subject.
What's your answer to that to the question that you
Forget
never thought about
that.
it?
I've told you. I'm going to give you the answer. I'm going to give you the answer as soon as you tell me when and where you met Jesus. Unless you're a liar. If you're a liar, there's no need for me to talk to you because you're lying. You like to lie. It's better to say you don't know than to lie. Are you going to tell me when and where you met Jesus?
You're asking for explanation of things outside of this world in the grounds of this earth.
When and where did you meet Jesus?
Oh. Where were you born, Bakanga?
When and where did you meet Jesus?
Who told you where you were born?
When and where did you meet Jesus?
You don't know where you were born. It's only because your parents told you that where you were born.
Sure, I don't know. When and where did you meet Jesus?
You don't know.
Yes. Okay. When and where did you meet Jesus?
Finally, you say that you don't know.
Bro, I don't know anything. The only thing I know is that you are a liar who's never met Jesus, but you claim that you did. That's the only thing I know. I know nothing. I don't even know where I got my name from. I don't even know what type of person I am. But one thing I know for a fact is that you are a liar who claims to have met Jesus when you've never met Jesus.
But you don't even know where you're born. You're asking me some questions. You don't know where you're born. Who told you where you're born?
I already said I don't know.
Father?
Yeah, I already said I don't know. I already said I don't know. Why are you repeating what I don't know? I already said I don't know. What else can you do? If
Oh,
I don't know. Listen, bro, I don't know anything. I don't know anything but one thing. And the one thing I know is that you are a liar who has never met Jesus, but you have just claimed that you met Jesus. You are a person who cannot be trusted because you would blatantly lie about
I
something
know
as
that you will
obvious as
use it
that.
against me, so I'm not gonna tell you. Like, this is
Bro,
not something to
bro,
discuss
if
with
what you're
you.
saying was the
I would
truth,
discuss it if you were
bro,
in the same
bro,
belief with me,
how can
but
I
you
use the
will never
truth against you?
understand it. So
How
I'm
can I
not gonna waste my time
how
with
can I
you.
use the truth against you unless you're a criminal?
No. I know you.
How can I use the truth
You're a
against
person
you unless
who's not
you
honest
are
with himself.
immoral?
So how can I trust you? You're not honest with yourself. You need to be honest with yourself
What
so
tell
that
me?
I
So
can
hold
give
up,
you
hold up,
my
hold up, hold
truth.
up, hold up. What am I not honest about?
No, you just said that I never thought about how we came through this world. Like, I just
Brother,
asked you.
brother, okay,
You had a
okay.
statement on your
Keep
life.
your mouth closed. Keep your mouth closed. Let me tell you. I said to you, I'm gonna repeat myself so you can listen, because like I said, something's not right with you. I know what Christians say about where the world came from. I also know what Muslims say. I know what human beings say. As far as what I believe, I don't believe any of those stories. But if you ask me what people think, I can tell you. My personal opinion is that I wasn't there. I can't really tell you unless you just want me to lie to you. That's why I said I don't think about it. I don't investigate time. I don't invest time to investigate the origins of the world. I don't do that.
That's why I say that you're lying, because you have a statement on the top of your life, and then you don't know, and you never thought about it. Yeah, but you have a statement on the top of your life
What
that
does
says
my
there is no
statement?
God.
What? Yeah, there's no God has nothing to do with the origins of the world. That's not the reason why I say there is
What
no
do you
God.
mean? What do you mean? You just told me. You just told me the
I
hypothesis.
already told you the reason why I put up my statement. I'm direct with you. I did not put up my statement because of the origins of the world. I put up my statement because I know the origins of the idea of God. Human beings, all gods are man-made. All gods are man-made. That's the reason why I say there is no God. It has nothing to do with the origins of the world.
But you never thought about God. How can you say there's no God? You just
I
told me you
have,
never
I
thought about
have,
how the world
I
came
have
through.
thought about God, but I haven't thought about how the world comes about to the point of believing. I only think about it as far as listening to what other people have to say about it. Don't you understand
Damn.
basic English?
Oh, so now you're coming at
This
me because of the.
in the world that I live in, the idea of God has nothing to do with finding truth. It's a belief system that people make
But
up
how do
culturally
you
to
know
make
when you
themselves
never
feel
thought
good.
about it? No, you said that you never thought about it,
I said
right?
I have never thought about the origins of the world. I did not say I have never thought about God. You are a liar. You're lying again. And with 346 people are listening to us. I never said I haven't thought about God. You're just
Oh,
lying.
no, you never thought about how the world came through,
That has
right?
nothing to do with God. Never
Oh my
thinking,
goodness.
not thinking about where the world came from and thinking about God are two different things. Don't you know that? Do you hear yourself,
Oh,
my brother?
what do you refer when you say God? On the screen you have
I
God, right?
refer to the belief
Yeah.
systems of Christian, Muslims, and all religious people around the world inventing belief systems and running with it. That's what I mean when I say God. So if you are religious and you believe in a God, that's what I mean. I mean about you. I'm talking about your belief.
Oh, but okay, since the truth is very relative, then the God in my belief is the God that created the world. So
Yes,
according to you,
I never
can you
said
let me
that.
finish? Can you
Listen,
let me
I
finish?
never said no. I'm not letting you finish for a reason. I never said that you
Oh my!
cannot believe. Listen, bro, I never say you cannot believe what you want to believe.
No, you
But
don't let me finish a
brother,
statement. You want to
I
talk for hours, bro.
yes, because it's my show. If you don't like it, leave. Stop crying. If you don't want if bro, if you
That's
don't
what.
like it, if you don't like what I'm doing, just leave. I'm not
Yeah,
forcing
it's
I'm not
because you never
forcing you
thought
to
about
be
it.
here. Listen
But
again. Listen
you never
again.
thought about it.
Listen, you can believe in God all you want to, but you're wrong. That's what I'm telling you. Because your belief is just your feelings and your emotions, and you don't have proof.
You are the one who is emotional. I just asked you a question, like
Do
three,
you,
four questions already. You have
bro,
no answer to them.
brother,
You have no answer to
brother.
what you yourself said. You yourself said there's no God, and you don't know what God you are preferring to. You don't know what God you put on your life.
Brother, okay, calm
You
down,
never thought
calm
about
down.
it.
What's the difference between God and gods in the English language? Which one is plural and which one is singular?
What do you mean? Like the gods is plural, yeah.
And then the God without the S is singular, right?
Yeah.
I said that there is no God, all gods, right?
Yeah.
So you only have do you have a problem with the God part of it, or do you have a problem with the gods part of it? Which one do you have a problem with?
I have a problem with the fact that you said there's no God.
But you don't have a problem with the fact that I said there is no gods, plural.
I agree with the statement that there is no gods, because there is no such thing as gods. There's only a God.
Oh, you see what I'm saying, bro? It's your feelings and your emotions, because the statement on the screen is an all-encompassing statement that includes those who are monotheistic and those who are polytheistic. You see what I'm saying? You don't believe in
So
God.
I don't agree with the
Listen,
polytheistics then.
listen, exactly. You don't agree with it not because you have proof and you have facts, because of your feelings. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a
You
problem with
have the
you.
same thing. You have the feelings. All you have is a feeling.
Caleb, I don't have a problem with you believing in God, okay? What I have a problem with is you claiming that it's true without proof. You get it?
The
That's why
same
I'm
goes
saying
to
to you, I'm saying to you,
you never thought about it. You just told me at the start of the life that you never thought about how the world came through now. So you want to tell me about there's no God.
what does how the world came through have to do with my statement that there is no God? Make the connection. If you're not
Okay.
stupid, bro, listen,
Yeah,
listen,
you said
bro.
that you said you said
Listen,
let me
brother,
connect it to you.
listen. Let me finish my question. Make the connection on how, if I say there is no God, and then I'm telling you that I haven't thought about where the world comes from to the point of believing anything, but I also told you that I know what Christians say, I know what Muslims say, I know what atheists say. I don't believe none of them because I haven't thought, not in the sense of necessarily only thinking, but I don't go out of my way to investigate. If you misquote me one more time,
Yeah,
bro.
that's why you can't make a statement. If you don't investigate the same way you told me, you don't make a statement if you don't investigate.
Brother, can you investigate how many grains of sand are on the earth?
No, you just said if you don't
Brother,
investigate, you don't
answer
make
my
a
question.
statement.
Brother, answer my question. Can you investigate how many grains of sand are on the earth?
No,
Why not?
because I can't.
Why can't you?
I don't have time.
I don't have fucking time to be investigating where
Yeah,
the
then you don't make a
listen,
statement. I don't make a statement about the grains. I
bro,
don't make a
bro.
statement about the sand, bro.
Caleb,
But
listen.
you have a statement about God.
Caleb. The origins of the world is not only explained by the idea of God. The idea of God is just one hypothesis out of 100. I'm telling you that I can tell you what the hypotheses are, but I haven't investigated as in I've gone and done an analysis, made theories, and I'm looking for gravity or trying to do a law, like a scientific experiment. You know what that is, right? Because I don't have time to look for something that I know very much that even if I had 1,000 years, I still wouldn't know. There's no reason. But I still know what people say. So I can still judge what people say. And
Yeah, you're talking about the
one of
belief,
the
yeah?
things, bro, yeah, of course,
You're
I'm judging
talking
your
about the
belief.
beliefs.
One of the things that
Yeah,
I'm
but you
judging,
said beliefs are relative. So if
Caleb,
beliefs are relative,
Caleb,
then this is my belief about God.
Caleb,
So you're talking about the same God that I'm talking about.
Caleb. Shut up and listen, bro. There are many theories as far as the origins of the world. True or false?
What did you say?
There are many theories for the origins of the world. True or false?
True, many theories.
Have you thought about evolution?
Yeah, I thought about it.
Have you
Not
thought
true.
have you thought about all the other gods in the world?
Yeah, I thought about most of them, yeah.
Have you thought about the rest of them? Are there some of them you haven't thought about?
No, I thought most of them. Yeah. I thought many of
Have
them.
you ever thought about Ombongo from the Ombongo forest? The divine the divine creator Ombongo. Have you ever thought about Ombongo?
I think that's something you just made up.
Brother, have you ever thought about Ombongo from the Ombongo forest?
I don't think about something that you just created now.
Brother, have you
Can you
ever
prove to me
thought,
that exists?
brother, have
What you
you
say?
ever,
Can you prove to
bro,
me what you
answer
say
my
just exists?
question. Answer the question, bro. Have you ever thought about Ombongo from the Ombongo forest?
No, because it doesn't exist.
Okay, how do you know it doesn't exist if you never thought about it?
No, you show me how
How
it
do you
exists.
know that it doesn't exist if you've never thought about it?
The same question. You see? That's the
Bro,
same question
answer
I
my
asked you.
question. Answer my question. How do you
Yeah.
know it doesn't exist if you've never thought about it? If you're not really as stupid as I think you are, answer my question.
Yeah, because you just made it up.
Brother, prove that I just made it up.
Yeah, prove that you don't made it up. Like, prove that you didn't make it up.
Because if you go on YouTube and watch all my other videos, you will hear me talk about Ombongo Mbongo from the Ombongo Mbongo forest.
Oh,
Real
show me
life
that on
evidence.
Google. Show me that on Google. If you have your phone with you, like, show me that or on the
Ombongo
laptop. Show
Mbongo,
me that.
Ombongo Mbongo is invisible, like the God of Israel.
You just said it's on the internet.
Brother, I said there's videos on the
Yeah.
internet of me talking about it, so that means I did not just make it up right now. Are you stupid?
Oh, so what's the evidence that it exists?
The fact that you're here, Ombongo Mbongo created you.
Oh,
That's what
so you
Ombongo
believe
Mbongo.
in something.
No, I
You
don't.
just, you
Listen,
said,
listen,
oh, you believe in that then.
Caleb. That's what
Oh,
Ombongo.
Bakanga believes in something.
That's what Ombongo Mbongo
Bakanga,
said.
you believe in something.
That's
You are
what
hiding.
that's what Ombongo Mbongo said. Just like Allah. Have you ever investigated Allah?
Allah?
Yes.
Yes, I did. Yes, not true.
Who's Allah?
False God. Allah
Who's,
is false God.
what makes you think that Allah is false God?
Yeah, because just as you said, truth is relative, right?
No,
In your
no,
eyes,
no.
truth is relative.
How do you know that Allah is a false God?
Yeah, because of the Quran, the book. It's not honest book.
Tell me something in the
It talks
Quran.
about.
Tell me something in the Quran which is not honest.
Okay, I will tell you. So the fact that Quran talks about Jesus and the Quran was there about 500, 600 years after Jesus. It talks about Jesus, and any of that information does not align with what Jesus himself said in the original manuscripts.
Tell me
So
what.
that's not honest.
Tell me what the Quran says about Jesus that Jesus himself did not say.
Oh, for example, no, the Quran doesn't say anything about like what Jesus said.
Okay, no,
The
no,
Quran
no,
doesn't
no, no.
mention what
You just
Jesus
said to
said.
me the Quran is not an honest book. You said the Quran says
Yeah.
things about Jesus that Jesus never said. So tell me, what did the Quran say
No,
about
no.
Jesus?
I said no. I said the Quran talks about Jesus that things about Jesus that is not true.
How do you know it's not true?
Yeah, because of the eyewitnesses who were there with Jesus.
Which
They have
eyewitnesses?
books too. They have books too.
How many of those eyewitnesses do you know?
Oh, how many of the eyewitnesses do you know
Bro,
from
answer the
Muhammad?
question. Just answer the damn question. Stop skipping. You're diverging and digressing. How many of those eyewitnesses do you know?
I know 4 of them, for example,
Okay.
Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who was Luke?
Luke was a person, he's a doctor.
Did Luke ever meet Jesus? According to the Bible?
Not sure about that.
Bro,
But
did
Matthew
Luke,
met Jesus.
bro, I'm not talking about Matthew, I'm talking about Luke. You said Luke was an eyewitness. Did Luke ever meet Jesus when Jesus was walking the earth? Yes or no?
I'm not sure about that, but I think he
Okay,
did.
I will tell you the answer. Luke never met Jesus.
Oh, okay.
According to the Bible, Luke never met Jesus. That's
Okay.
common Christian knowledge. So Luke was not an eyewitness.
Okay, then, so?
So you lied when you say you know 4
No, I
eyewitnesses.
didn't lie. I said I
Bro,
don't
you
know. I
said
didn't
to
lie.
me, you said to me you know 4
No,
eyewitnesses.
I didn't lie. I said I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Tell
I
me
didn't say.
tell me
No,
the
I
name.
said I
Tell
didn't
me the
know. I
name.
didn't lie.
Tell me the name of the 4 eyewitnesses that you know.
Okay, so
No, I want you to tell me what you told me before. Tell me the name of the 4 eyewitnesses, like you just said.
yeah.
Everyone heard you. What are the name of the 4 eyewitnesses that you know? Matthew?
For example, John,
No, you did not say John. Well, you did
Mark,
say John. You did say John. You said,
Matthew,
yeah, you said Matthew,
Luke, and John.
Luke, and John. Did Mark ever meet Jesus?
No, I just found out. You just told me. I wasn't sure
Bro,
about it.
that was Luke. That was Luke. You
That
see,
was
you're not
Luke.
even,
Yes, Luke was
bro,
Luke
bro,
was
how can
there.
you claim that the Quran is wrong when you don't even know the information you're claiming is true? You don't even know that Luke never
But
met
because of
Jesus.
the timetable, the Quran
Bro,
came late and it wants to talk about Jesus.
brother. What? Let me tell you what the claim that the Quran is making. The Quran is making a claim that some of the books in the Bible were forgeries and lies written by people who never met Jesus, as if they met him. That's what the Quran is claiming, and that's what you believe, and you believe that lie. That's why you said you met four witnesses, four eyewitnesses, when there is two of the writers of the four gospels who never met Jesus. Mark never met Jesus. Luke never met Jesus. But you
Did Paul
believe,
meet Jesus?
but you believe that they
Did Paul
did.
meet Jesus?
Paul
Do you
never
believe
met.
Paul met Jesus?
No, Paul never met Jesus either.
You see? Now you're honest. Now you're not honest with yourself. Go read
Paul,
the Christian
listen,
beliefs.
Caleb. Paul
Go read the
claims,
Christian beliefs.
Caleb,
Now you
just
made the mistake, you
Caleb,
see?
keep
Because
quiet.
Paul made Jesus.
Caleb. Paul did not meet Jesus when Jesus was walking the earth, flesh and blood. True or false?
What did you say?
When Jesus was walking the earth before his
Yeah.
crucifixion, flesh and blood,
Yeah.
before his ascension into heaven, Paul did not meet Jesus.
Yeah, he didn't meet Jesus. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Did Jesus,
after he died,
stop talking.
he made Jesus.
Stop
Yeah.
talking. Stop talking. The Jesus that Paul met, was there any of the original eyewitnesses who had seen Jesus before? Who was there? Was there anyone who saw Jesus? No, listen to me. When Jesus was walking the earth, there were some people who saw him, right?
Yeah. There
And
was.
they confirmed that it was Jesus. Was there any of those people there when Paul was meeting Jesus?
No.
How do
He
you
was
know,
with his friends who are
stop
not
talking,
disciples.
stop talking. How do you know that the Jesus that Paul met was in fact the same Jesus that the disciples met when Jesus was walking the earth? Because the Bible also
Okay.
says that, bro, listen, stop talking. Jesus said with
You
his
just
own
asked
mouth.
a question, bro.
Let me finish. I'm not done asking the question. I'm going to repeat the question. How do you know that the Jesus that Paul met is the same Jesus that walked the earth in flesh and blood? Because Jesus said it out of his own mouth. False prophets will come claiming that they know me. Matthew chapter 24, go and read it. He said, many false prophets will come claiming the name of Jesus in his name. Bro,
Can I explain the answer, bro?
don't
For the
explain the answer.
question?
Don't explain the answer. I know. I already know. You're not going to tell me
What do you
anything I
mean
don't
I
know.
know? You just asked the question.
Brother,
Why did you ask me if you know?
brother, because you're not going to give me an answer I don't know. I'm about to use that answer. What you're going to tell me, I'm about to use it
What?
to build up on something else.
No.
So
You
just
didn't
listen
answer my
carefully.
question, bro. You are misrepresenting me. You are
Caleb,
misrepresenting me.
was there any original disciple when Paul was meeting Jesus?
No. Can
Who
I
was Paul?
explain how?
No,
Okay.
bro, just hold up. Who was Paul before he claimed to have met Jesus? Who was Paul?
He was Saul. His name was Saul.
What did Paul used to do?
He used to persecute Christians.
What vow did Paul make when he used to persecute Christians?
That he bring all of them to prison. Yeah.
That he would he made the vow that he would destroy Christianity, right?
Yep.
So all of a sudden, the guy who vowed to destroy Christianity, but realized that he cannot destroy them because the more he kills, the more they multiply. So he decides to become one of them and fuck up the whole story. You're not smart enough to figure that much out. Let me prove to you that Paul.
This is the
Listen.
first time I've heard of this idea.
Yes, of course. I'm going to show you that Paul, if you read the Bible without your emotions, you're going to see that Paul is a counterfeit. I'm going to prove to you. How does Jesus say that a person must be saved? Out of the mouth of Jesus, out of Jesus' own mouth. How does Jesus say you must gain salvation?
Okay, so he said you need to believe in God's only one son.
Bro, how did Jesus say you will gain salvation?
By believing in God's son, in God's only son. That's what he said. Whoever believes in God's son will be saved.
That's all he said. That's all Jesus said.
What do you mean that? Am I supposed to mention everything that Jesus said?
Yeah, you're supposed to give.
You want me to read everything?
Bro, there is not everything, but give me the whole story. What was Jesus' recommendation in context?
There was a guy called Nicodemus he came to Jesus at night to ask him, and Jesus told him that whoever believes in God's only Son will be saved. God sent his Son to this world
That's
so
not what
that
Jesus told
everybody who
Nicodemus.
believes in him
That's not
will
what
be
Jesus
saved.
said. That's not what Jesus said.
Oh, what did he say?
I'm going to show you what Jesus said. Because you're just lying. Like I said, you like to lie, bro. Because you sound like a guy who hasn't even read the Bible. John chapter 3, verse 16. Now I'm going to read you that story of Nicodemus, okay? There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus. John chapter 3, from verse 1. This man came to Jesus by night and said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher come from God, for no one can do the signs that you do unless God is with him. Jesus answered and said to him, most assuredly I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said to him, how can a man be born again when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, most assuredly I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said unto you that you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes. You hear the sound of it, but cannot tell where it comes from and where it goes. So is everyone who is born of the Spirit. Nicodemus answered and said to him, how can these things be? Jesus answered and said to him, are you the teacher of Israel and do not know these things? Most assuredly I say to you, we speak what we know and testify what we have seen, yet you do not receive our weakness. If I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I told you heavenly things? No one has ascended into heaven but he who came down from heaven, the Son of Man who is in heaven. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish,
Hallelujah.
but have... Bro, can you stop moaning?
Okay.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God
That's
did not send
exactly
his
what I
Son
said.
into... Bro, can you stop interrupting me? You didn't say
Okay,
that.
keep going.
You didn't say that when I was reading from verse 1 to verse 15. I'm trying to teach you how to read the Bible so you can use your brain.
Don't be
What?
mad at me,
Why?
bro.
I'm not, bro. I'm
Don't
not
be
mad at.
mad.
Listen, listen,
I'm the one,
listen,
I just
listen.
asked you a question
Caleb,
and you're
Caleb,
mad to answer
Caleb,
it?
Caleb. I am only mad at the stupidity you are reflecting. You, I can never be mad at you. You're my human brother. You're my Ethiopian brother. It is the lack of thinking skills
Oh,
that is enraging me. So I am attempting to reorganize your mentality, but you won't shut up. Mhm. You don't think that as
that
I'm reading, I know you said it. You think I'm reading it by mistake? I'm the one who went in the Bible, not you. If you knew where it was, you would
you
have
just
gone
said
there.
what I said, bro. You just said what I said. You said it doesn't read like that. It doesn't say
Because
like that.
because John chapter 3 begins from verse 1, and you mentioned Nicodemus. So I showed you what Jesus was saying to Nicodemus. And I'm
So
reading
he
the
doesn't
whole,
say that whoever believes in
I'm
Jesus doesn't
telling
get
you
saved?
the whole conversation. That's only part of it. Believing in Jesus is
Oh,
only part
but you
of
said
it.
it doesn't say that. You said it doesn't say that.
Yes,
But
it
it says
doesn't.
that.
Listen, it doesn't say that you get saved just because you believed in Jesus. That's not what it says. That's not what the whole
No, I
book
didn't
says.
say just. I didn't say just. You brought
Okay,
jest.
listen,
You brought
listen.
jest.
You
I didn't
remember?
say
You
jest.
remember? I told you to tell me the whole picture, and you
You,
were telling me you want me to read the whole book. I asked you to tell me the whole picture. You refused. So I
you
went to
said
read it,
jest. I didn't say jest. You
brother.
just brought jest.
Brother. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again, since since you didn't say just. How did Jesus say one must be saved?
Yes. So one thing that Jesus said is that you must be born again. So unless a man is born again, he's not saved. What Jesus means by that is someone is born again by believing in Jesus. So someone who's born from a spirit is a spirit. Someone who's born from a flesh, like you and me, is a flesh. So Jesus is saying spiritual life begins when you are born again, when you believe in Jesus. So that's what he's referring to. If you're looking for the whole idea, Jesus is saying if someone is born from a spirit, then he's born again. So when someone believes in Jesus, he receives the gift of God, which is grace of God. So that's how someone is
Where
saved.
did Jesus say that if someone believes in Jesus, they receive the grace of God? Where did Jesus say that? Give me the chapter and verse where
Sorry?
Jesus says. Give me the chapter and verse where Jesus says if someone believes in Jesus, they're going to receive the grace of
Yeah.
God. Where did Jesus say that?
How do you get saved without the grace of God?
By
That's the grace of God.
listen.
Jesus is the grace of God. You
Listen.
don't get what I'm saying? You're
That's not
looking
what I
for the
asked you.
word,
That's
or
not what I asked you. I said, show me the verse where it says that where Jesus says with his own mouth that you need the grace of God. That's what I'm saying.
what do you mean? Like, the grace of
Show
God is
me in the
Jesus.
Bible, bro. I'm not asking you to tell me what you are
What
interpreting.
does it mean, grace? What does it mean,
Bro,
grace?
bro. Grace just means time.
What?
Yes. Have you never heard of the word grace period? Grace simply means I give you time to do something. Like when your time has run out and I give you time, that's me giving you grace. I'm giving you more time to get
So when
something
the
done.
Bible said you're saved by grace
What
through
that really
faith,
means,
does it mean you are saved through by time through
yes,
faith?
what that really means is
You are
that
saved by
God,
time?
yes, listen. You're not
Okay, you need
listening.
to show me that. You need to show me that.
Bro, if you keep quiet, I'm going to educate you. Grace is an English word. The Bible is not a dictionary, right? You know that, right?
What do you mean the Bible is not a dictionary?
That means that all the words in the Bible that are written in English already have English meanings before you use it in the Bible to explain, to translate. So when the translators were translating, they had the English dictionary with them. So they used the manuscripts and then they used the dictionary to compare how the words are used. So when you read the Bible, you have to know what English words mean. That's how you translate
Okay.
it because it wasn't originally written in English. They couldn't have translated it without using the English dictionary. Do you understand that?
So what's the meaning of grace, for
Bro,
example?
do you
Bro,
understand that?
yes, I understand. Okay,
Okay, then
what's the meaning of grace? What's the meaning of grace in Ephesians, like Ephesians 2:8-9? Like, what's you are saved through grace, you're saved by grace through faith. So what does it mean? You're saved by time through grace, through faith?
if you listen to me, I will educate you because you clearly
Gatanga, go to
have been
Ephesians, please.
uneducated.
You have the Bible with you, right?
Caleb, Caleb,
Go to Ephesians for me.
Caleb. I said, I've been telling you to hold up. I'm the one that brought up the subject of grace as time. If you will not listen to be educated, you will not learn.
No, you're using your own proof
You
only.
will not. I'm using English. It's not my fault that you cannot speak English. You think the Bible is a dictionary.
But you just interpreted the Bible with your own English, right?
With the English as a language.
As a language. So go to Ephesians
I did not
if it's
invent
similar.
English.
No, if it's
Bro,
similar,
why should I
if
go
it's
to why
similar,
should I
go
go
to
to
Ephesians.
bro,
Use the
I
same
I
language,
will
please.
go to Ephesians as soon as I'm done saying what I'm
Go.
going to say. What's wrong with you? Shut up and
Oh, okay.
listen.
Finish what you're going to say. Okay. Finish.
Grace is a period of time given as a merciful act so that somebody can accomplish something. That's how grace is used. So anytime you receive grace from someone, that means that someone has done you a favor that involves giving you extra time. So the grace of God, according to the Bible that says you, is the time that is given to you so that you can believe. Because if God does what he's supposed to do, you won't even have time to believe. That's what grace means. That's what it means to be saved by grace through faith.
Can you go to Ephesians?
Listen, bro. Let me
Are you
finish what
gonna
I'm saying.
go?
Let me finish. If you don't want to wait, you can leave right now. If you interrupt me one more time, bro, you can go. And
Oh, no,
I'm
bro.
still gonna explain this to the people. I said, let me finish
You can.
talking. Let me
No, you've
finish
been talking
talking.
for a long time,
It's
bro.
not
You
my
don't let me
fault.
talk.
It's not my fault
I
that you
just
don't have
listened to
patience.
you. Go to
It's
Ephesians
not my
if
fault
you
that you
want to
don't have
interpret
patience.
it.
It's not my fault that you don't have patience. Patience is one of the nine fruits of the spirit,
Oh.
okay? So you either keep quiet or you leave, bro. I'm gonna give you
I
one.
like that you're referring to the Bible for
I'm
your
gonna give
morals.
you one last chance. If you interrupt me
You
one
can
more
take
time,
me off if you want, bro.
Sure.
Take me off.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what grace is. Grace, according to what the Bible really says, if you use the word grace in context, it says You are saved by grace through faith. Faith, which is death without works. So ultimately, you are given grace through faith for works. Grace through faith for works. That's what it means to be saved by grace through faith. Faith, which is death without works. It begins with grace, period. And then faith, which is what you believe. And then works, which is what you do with what you believe. When you put all of that together, that is the formula for how you get saved. But that is a formula prescribed by Paul and not by Jesus himself. Not by Jesus himself. If you read the 4 Gospels, you do not find salvation in the same way as when you read the teachings of Paul, because Paul was a counterfeit. It's so sad. It's in the book. Most people, most Christians today don't believe in Jesus. They believe in Paul. Most of you Christians do not even believe in Jesus. You believe in Paul. When you ask an average Christian today, how does someone be saved? How can someone be saved? They don't go and give you the words of Jesus. They give you the words of Paul. Paul is their savior. What they don't know is that Paul is a counterfeit. That's what it means. The words of Jesus himself, he said it. He said, it is more possible for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. Look at all these rich Christians over here, this rich pastor. There was once a rich man who came to Jesus and said to Jesus, Lord, how may I get eternal life? Jesus said, sell everything you have and give to the poor. Then you inherit eternal life. No, actually, Jesus said to him, follow the law and obey the commandments. The young man said to Jesus, well, Lord, I have done all of those things. He said, okay, the only thing you're lacking is to sell everything you have and give to the poor. So not only, according to Jesus, not only must you follow the commandments, but you must sell everything you have and give to the poor to enter heaven. Only when you have followed the commandments, sold everything that you had, can you be born again, receive the Spirit, and be transformed. That's what the book says, and that's impossible. None of them can do it. None of them can sell everything they have and give to the poor. That's why they hate. That's why they never go to what Jesus himself said. Christians, they hate the very idea that they should sell everything and give to the poor. The Jesus that they like is the one that tells them that all they have to do is believe. And that Jesus was given to them by Paul, the counterfeit. Paul, the slayer of Christians, the one who decided to destroy Christianity by infiltration. How is it strange to you that a guy who never actually met Jesus has most of the books in the Bible? You never thought to yourself that something ain't right? Out of all the 12 disciples of Jesus, out of all the 72 disciples that Jesus sent out, none of them could write. Somehow your New Testament literally is full of the letters. They're not even profound writings that he was writing for future generations. He was writing letters, the letters of Paul. You've never find that suspicious if you're a Christian? But you don't care about the truth, do you? You only care about what makes you feel good. And I don't blame you. You do no wrong. You do nothing which is not common to men. What's up, man? What's up, Mr. Rhodey? All right. right, Mr. Rody is on the road. So let's let him be on the road. If you're religious, the least you can do is not make claims that you don't even believe in, that you can't back up.
Hey man, how's it going?
What's up, bro?
Going good, going good. I got a question for you.
Question away.
Are
Ladies and
you
gentlemen, please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Please, please, please tap the screen. Unless you're just a hater. If you're a hater, then no worries. Don't worry about tapping. But if you're a decent
are
human
you
being,
my bad.
yeah, what's up? What's up, Miles?
Are you a materialist? But
I mean, who isn't a materialist? You know anybody in this world who's a real person who's not a materialist?
well, I'm talking about since I'm religious, I'm obviously not a materialist. But I'm assuming you are too. You are because you're an atheist, right?
I'm not an atheist. I mean, I don't identify myself as an atheist, but some people like to see my lack of belief as atheism, which I don't really have a
Okay,
problem with.
but you believe everything is just matter and physical and energy, right?
Yeah, I
There's
think
nothing
that
spiritual.
I don't think that something can be real if it's not physical.
Okay,
And and and,
can
and
you
I go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you under the prerequisite that materialism is true and everything is physical, can you explain how the universe began? Do you believe in the Big Bang?
No.
So you believe the universe has been been around forever, so it's past infinite?
I don't believe anything about that.
So what universal model do you follow?
Anybody that opens their mouth to tell me anything about the beginning of the universe might as well be entertaining me, because I know that your ass don't know. You ain't there. That's just too far away. You can just theorize. So I don't mind listening to your theories, but I ain't gonna believe you.
So you don't abide by any universal model, you just kind of think we're just here?
No, I don't just think that we're here. We are here, whether I think of it or not. That one is a
So
fact.
I'm saying, do you think physical reality began at the Big Bang, or that the universe is past infinite? It's either or. You can't. There's no in between.
No matter where it began or it didn't begin, you don't know. You ain't gonna know. You can only theorize. Now, if you follow a path that leads you to building a time machine, I give you more credit. That's why I give the scientists more credit, because the path that the scientist is following, they are more likely to build a time machine in the future, which is the only way that I'm even gonna consider any absolute truth, right? Or any belief truth about the origins of the universe. As far as it's just us theorizing, you got your belief, I got my belief, bro, I'm not wasting my time believing in that shit. It's a waste of time.
Okay.
It's like me trying to count how many grains of sand are in the ocean, bro. That's a waste of time.
Can,
It literally is a waste of time.
can we both agree that either the universe began or it's been around forever? Either
It
or is
doesn't.
no in between.
Whether
Can we,
it began. Listen, bro. Whether it began or it didn't begin doesn't matter to me personally. Now, if you want to have a conversation that is beyond personal, then I would like to hear your point. But if you're gonna keep asking me what I believe, you're just gonna keep getting a bunch of no's.
okay. Well, I'm not asking you whether you believe. Do you agree that either one or the other has to be true?
Or maybe,
Regardless of what you believe, one or the other has to be true. It's
or
either past
maybe,
infinite or it came into existence at a certain point.
or maybe both, depending on how you define the universe. What's your
How
definition of the
how could it
universe?
how could it be both?
If you're defining the universe as an allegory for the idea of different dimensions, so you're referring to our universe. When you say our universe, you're referring to it as a dimension of existence. Then you can.
Physical. Think of it. My definition of the universe is physical reality right now. So can
There's
you just
no
like
physical reality is a redundancy. Physical reality is the only reality.
matter and energy there?
Yeah, matter and energy is all physical.
Okay. Do you agree that either matter and energy either has been around forever or it came into existence at some point? There's no other option, right? It's one or the other, right?
Matter and energy logically couldn't have come into existence.
So it's been here forever.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain how do you agree that every physical event needs a cause to occur?
Bro, you keep saying, do you believe every physical event as if there's events which are not physical?
Okay, so you believe in a God then. If you believe that there are events that aren't physical, you believe in a the realm that's beyond
I said
physicality.
to you that there's nothing beyond physical. It's all physical. You need to stop putting
Okay, well,
physical as an
a minute ago
adjective.
you just said that there are events that aren't physical like a minute ago, but
No, that's not
so
what I said. You heard me wrong.
I'm
I said to you, you keep using physical reality as if there is something else other than physical reality. Reality is physical. So you don't need
okay.
to say physical reality. It's like you saying hot, cold. No, like
Can you
go ahead.
so since you think that only physical events exist, do you think physical events can happen without a cause?
I think that every event is
Has
the
a cause, right?
product. No, that's not
Of
what I'm
another
saying.
event?
That's not what I'm
My bad,
saying.
I'm sorry.
Every event is the product of a combination of multiple prior events.
Okay,
There,
every
there,
event needs a
there is no
every event.
event. There is no event which is the product of a singular event.
Okay,
So
but
I'm being
either
very
way,
specific. No, I'm being very specific for a reason. Every event, there is not a single event which is the unique within its constitution, the unique product of just another singular event, right? So every event naturalistically, realistically necessitates a reaction between two or three things or more.
okay, I agree that basically what me and you both agree on is that every event needs a cause, whether it's multiple or one. Can you explain, like you just said, you said the past
You
is
cannot
infinite.
have you. I disagree with the idea that there can be a singular cause for something.
Okay, that's fine. You can disagree with that. You just said that every event has a multiple causes and that the universe is past infinite. Can you explain how physical events can be past infinite and causal at the same time?
Thank you. Because universe is an all-encompassing word which encompasses the essence of existence in its totality, everywhere, everything, at every point. So when we start talking about beginning, we are singling out a point of observation, a point of coming into being of a singular thing. The universe is an all-encompassing ideology that combines the essences of everything that has ever been, that would ever be, that could ever be, that should ever be. You understand, bro? The universe is not one thing, literally. Universe means universal. So it couldn't have had an origin, because what would be the origin of the universe by definition
Okay.
would also comprise of the idea of universe. I hope you're really getting what I'm saying here, bro. So when
I'm
you say
not
you
arguing there's an
no,
I'm
listen,
not
listen,
arguing there's an
listen.
origin.
Listen.
Okay, I'm
I'm
listening.
saying to you that your question is misplaced, because the universe cannot have a beginning, because whatever will make the universe begin will have to be the universe itself. So unless you're saying that there was a point in time when there was absolutely nothing, no one, nowhere, in no shape, in no form, then the universe came into existence, then that would be what you're saying. But if you're saying that there was something, somewhere, at some point, as in some way, that would then cause the universe to come into existence, such a thing itself is part of the definition of universal, because universal means everywhere, every time, everyone, in every shape and form. God will have to be
Okay.
part of the universe.
Wait,
Universe
we don't
just
have to
means,
talk about.
listen,
I'm sorry.
universe just means all that exists at all times, in all places. That's what
Okay,
universe
well
means.
we don't have to talk about the origins because that's not what I'm talking about anymore. We already agreed that there's only physical events. We agreed to that. We agreed that every physical event needs a cause or multiple causes. I want you to explain to me how the past can be infinite if everything requires a cause. Think about this.
We did not agree that everything requires a cause. You misquoted me again.
You said everything needs a cause or multiple causes. It could be
No,
two or three.
I did not say cause or multiple
I'm
causes.
screen recording, bro. You said that exact thing.
I am
I'll send you
explicitly
the right.
clear that nothing in this world is the product of a singular cause. So everything that
multiple.
we see, listen, bro, everything we see in this world is a product of multiple causes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, not
Yeah,
cause.
exactly.
So I am at no point speaking in singularities. I did not say cause, all causes. I said causes, not cause. You get it?
Okay, causes is fine. Every physical event needs causes, right? We agree on that.
Of course.
Can we agree on that?
Of course.
Okay, every event needs causes. You also said the universe has been around forever. Explain to me how physical events that need causes can be past infinite. Think about it like this. If every event needs a push, the current event happening right now needs a push, but that event also needs a push, but that event also needs a push. So if you go back an infinite amount of time, nothing is actually going to be pushed because there's not a first push. So how can you explain How can you explain an infinite causal progression if every physical event needs a cause or multiple causes? You can't.
Listen, I'm going to explain to you. Oh, bro, listen. Welcome to Bakanga University. You are about to get schooled, so listen carefully. When we talk of events, the primary aspect of the universe that explains events is time. We human beings conceptualize time as a continuum, but time in its very essence is only real in the present moment. Like right now, as we speak, the only real time is now. But you and I have the ability to conceptualize previous moments of time which are no longer real. It is in our conceptualization that we face that obstacle of insinuating that there had to be a beginning outside of what is now, when in fact the reality is that the beginning of all time is in the present moment. You are correct. Every event in terms of conceptualization begins with the event of thinking, thought, which is present. And then you go towards negative infinity, and then you go towards positive infinity. If you're talking of future events, you can go for an innumerable amount on ending future. Or if you're talking about the past, you can go for an innumerable amount of events into the past, because you will never find a number smaller than negative infinity numerically. So in terms of beginning, the beginning will always be zero. And zero is representative of the present moment. That's why we have something called a graph in basic mathematics. We have a graph. The graph doesn't begin at negative infinity. It doesn't begin at 1. It doesn't begin at 2. It begins at the point where the x-axis converges with the y-axis, which is representative of past and present. Where they converge is in the present moment. That's where all beginnings happen. So whatever beginning you're looking for is right in front of you. You're the prime example of missing what is hiding in plain sight, my friend. If you're looking for a beginning while trying to find where the end, bro, you're trying to find where the x-axis ends or where the x-axis begins. The x-axis begins at 0. The x-axis begins at 0. The x-axis is representative of events, a series of events using different units of measurement. You can measure in 2s, you can measure in 3s, you can measure in 4s, you can measure in multiples of 10, 20, whatever you want to. Then you can travel infinitely in any direction. But the beginning point is where all realities converge. That is always the present moment. That is why when you talk of the universe, you have to understand that universe is categorized in 3 major ideas of conception. Okay. Space, which is the area occupied. Matter, which is what occupies the area. And time, which is the interaction of matter with itself within space. That's why I said to you, the universe is literally this, in simple people's language. Anyone can understand this, even if you've never been to school. I'm all about simplicity. This is not complicated. You don't have to go to cosmological school. Universe simply means everyone, everywhere, at every point in time.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about time at all. You can forget about time. I'm talking about matter and physical events. You said
you cannot talk about events without time, brother. You cannot talk about events without time. That's ludicrous.
You don't think about time. This time is irrelevant in this argument. You said every physical event has time.
Bro, you cannot talk about physical events without time. Physical events.
Okay, every physical event happens at a point in time. Regardless, you said every physical event has causes. Explain to me how
every physical event is time. Events.
They happen at a point in time. I agree with you.
Bro, what is an event?
A physical occurrence.
What is an occurrence?
Something happening, like an event, like me picking up something, a tree growing.
No.
I agree with you that it happens at a point in time.
No, listen.
But that's still irrelevant to my argument. It's not about time.
Listen. The event is the time. The something is the detail that you're going to then give us. The event itself is the time. What makes that specific event unique is the little details that follows that time, right? At that time, so look, where were you yesterday? I was at a party. The party is the time. I use the word party to describe that specific time so you can know what was happening. A series, there's always multiple series. And what we've discovered as human beings is that the series can be micro or can be macro. To where even what you think is one event is actually multiple events.
Okay, well,
Anything that you can call a physical event is probably like literally 100 million different events all put in one. You cannot really summarize. It's like saying that an atom is the smallest indivisible unit of time. What is a small, bro, of matter? Bro, listen, bro. If an atom is not the smallest, most indivisible unit of matter, then an event would also be the smallest, most indivisible unit of time. Do you know what the smallest, most indivisible unit of time is?
can we stop talking about time? I don't want to talk about the time.
Bro, if you don't want to talk about time, you cannot talk about events. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but my argument has nothing to do with time. We can. I will agree with you.
Bro, the moment
I
you use
will
the
agree
word
with you that
event,
time. Every event has a time. Okay,
the
we can agree.
moment
Every event has a time.
the moment you use the word event, you are talking about time.
Okay, I will concede that argument to you. I will
Okay,
concede that argument to
then
you.
make your point without using the word event. If you don't want to talk about time, I'm down for that.
Okay, I'm conceding that to you that every event is time.
Okay.
I'm going to concede that to you. You have to explain to me, like you said, every event has a cause, multiple causes. You also said the past is infinite. Explain to me how events that require causes can have a past infinite regression.
Again, an event can have a past infinite regression simply because it is time. But let me explain to you so you can get it, since you don't like the word time. If
What
there's an
does that?
event,
That doesn't answer my question. Doesn't make sense.
listen. I'm gonna explain to you.
An event it happens because it's time. What does that mean?
Bro,
Like what?
bro,
But okay, explain it.
bro. There is always a time before another time. There's always a point before the next point. You get it, right?
Okay. There's time. Yeah.
Okay. The reason why you cannot really have a beginning the way you're thinking is because the act of initiating a beginning will also be a beginning, will also be an event. And
Okay,
then,
and now you're kind of getting it. You're kind of getting it.
listen. So even if you end up with an almighty supreme being who begins time, the nature of that almighty supreme being still falls in the infinite regressive continuum of time as a whole, because that almighty supreme being is not excluded from the idea of the universal.
Well, that's why I'm making a distinction between physical reality and a non-physical reality. We're talking about the physical reality.
Give me an example of a non-physical reality.
God. Numbers.
Bro.
The concept of 1 + 1.
Bro.
Where does the concept of 1 + 1 exist?
Bro. You just said God, the concept of numbers, right? You just said that, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me read something to you. I'm just going to read something to you. Please just listen. Please be patient with me. I'm going to read to you the definition of the word imagination. Imagination is the act or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts. Bro, let me finish. Please.
Okay, my bad.
Please. Imagination is the faculty or act of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. That's imagination. So when you start forming ideas and forming shape, giving shape to things which are not present to the five senses, means you cannot sense that those things are real, but you start giving them shape and form in your head. That's what imagination is. Now let me give you the definition of the word reality. Okay? Because it's the misunderstanding of these words that make you guys say the things you say. Perhaps if you understood it better, you might have stand a chance. This is the definition of the word reality. The world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. Idealism and conceptualization is not a reality in the literal sense. It is only an imaginative faculty of man because of how our brains work. Reality in of itself is separate from idealism. Half the time, reality involves you seeing or sensing something but not being able to explain it. Even when you can explain it, you're going to need concepts because that's just how the human brain is wired. So when we're talking about absolute reality, we're no longer in the realm of conceptualization. In absolute reality, we can all be looking at this bottle and we all don't know what it is, but we can describe it as it is, as we are seeing it. That's what reality is. Not us giving an identity to this bottle, but us just simply describing and giving what we see, what we observe. That's reality. Reality depends on our observation. When we start to form things that we haven't observed, that's now fiction or theory.
I can give you an example of something that doesn't exist in physical reality that's not a result of human imagination.
If you say God, bro, I'm done with you. What is that?
1 plus 1. Where does the concept of 1 plus 1 exist? Would you agree that 1 plus 1 was equal to before humans existed?
No.
What do you mean no? So you're telling me if before humans existed, if I had two rocks, if I had one rock and another rock, I put them together, there wasn't two rocks? So you're telling me that
How
only
the
happened
fuck?
after humans
How
came into
the
existence?
how the fuck could you have two rocks, one rock and another rock, if humans don't exist? Listen to your own example, bro. You literally just said to me, if I had one rock and another rock before humans existed, but you are a human, how would you have had two rocks in your hands before humans existed?
Think about a planet that doesn't have life on it. There's still rocks on it. If you have one rock, another rock, and they're together, there's still two rocks. It doesn't require human imagination. 1 plus 1 doesn't require human imagination.
Listen. There is no way, because if there are no humans, those wouldn't even be rocks. They'll just be objects, right?
Okay, those objects, there's still two objects.
Listen. They'll just be objects, unqualifiable and unquantifiable, because even the language that I'm using to you right now is part of man's invention to allow him, man's invention to allow him to conceptualize and to deal with what he's observing. Okay? All those things that you're saying become necessary once there's an observer. Without an observer, everything is equivalent to non-existence. Okay? It's
So
equivalent to non-existence. Listen. Truth is only a necessity when there is problems to be solved. So there has to be a person who has a problem. There has to be a problem that needs to be solved before truth becomes relevant. When there is no problems, truth is useless. Truth is only necessary. Reality is only necessary when there is some real person in a real shape and form. There's not an imaginary world that exists outside of the physical. That's what I'm telling you. Now, let me show you how 1 plus 1 is not always 1. 1 plus 1 is
2.
1 plus 1 is 1 plus 1 is not always 2. 1 plus 1 equals 2 only arithmetically. Arithmetic is a unique algorithm of mathematics. Mathematics, which is a very broad school of study, of computation. There are different algorithms within which one can be defined in such a way that if you add it to something else defined as a whole or one, it might not necessarily equal 2. Sometimes you can't even add them, though they are two separate things. You just have to say 1 plus 1, 1a plus 1b equals to 2ab.
Give me an example of 1 plus 1 not equaling 2.
1 apple plus 1 mango is not equal to 2 apples.
No, but there's still two objects. Like you said, you
But
want to talk about.
I did not say 1 object plus 1 object equals to 2 objects. That's not what I said. Listen carefully to my statement. My statement, what you are adding is what I have told you it is.
Give me an example of two things.
Listen. Bro. That's what I'm trying to show you how 1 plus 1 works algorithmically. 1 plus 1 is only 2 when 1 is not defined. Once you've defined 1, 1 plus 1 is not always 2. That's what I'm trying to show you. If I define 1 as 1 apple, and then I define the next one as one mango, if you add them together, you can only get 2 by ignoring what those two things are defined as.
Okay, give me an example of two arbitrary objects coming together and not equaling 2. What they are is irrelevant.
1 drop of water.
No arbitrary objects.
As in 2 random objects, right?
Not defined. Yeah, not defined. Just two things coming together. When is it not equal to? When you have a thing and another thing, you bring them together, when is it not equal to?
You can't really have an arbitrary object, bro. Objects cannot be arbitrary.
It's not about the object. It's about the concept. One arbitrary thing
Bro,
plus one arbitrary thing will always equal 2. No matter if before humans were here, after they're here, that is a
Bro,
law. That
bro, it's not a law. It's an algorithm invented by human beings, just like
so you're telling me
computers.
if we had one arbitrary object, two arbitrary objects before humans existed, and we put them together, we don't have two. Was it three or something?
Bro, when you say arbitrary, bro, you've already defined it. That's why in the literal sense, you can't have two real arbitrary objects. That's not possible. That's not a real possibility. That's only a fictional, hypothetical conceptualization. You cannot really truly have, you won't even be trying to add two arbitrary objects, bro. Like I said to you, you can only represent that what you've said in that simple arithmetic computation of 1 + 1. 1 + 1 is the best way that you can represent the arbitrariness of two objects. But you've already defined them as objects. You've already defined them as objects to help you. So if you just go purely naturalistically, it's almost as if it's not there. Until you define it in some shape or form before you can mess with it. Because what that shows is that in the absence of you, that thing doesn't even exist in the way you think it. It exists in a way that is completely out of your scope. Because you had to create an artificial way of looking at it to make sense of it. You have to help your senses. Hence, 1 + 1 = 2 is a man-made concept. Listen, and it also depends on our environment. It also depends on our senses, right? The limitations of our senses. We don't have the ability to see through the atomic structure of what we call objects. If we could see the atomic structure of an object, we would never call any one object one. We will number it based on how many atoms are in it. But then, if we could see how many atoms were in an object, and how many protons and neutrons, how many photons, how many quarks, bro, every object in of itself is representative of infinity. We actually learned this in the number line. That is why the real distance between 1 and 2 is infinite. You can go 1.00000000000000000. You have to create an imaginary nth before you can even reach 1.0001. So we conceptualize it to facilitate our thinking because our brains are not that much of a supercomputer. Our brains are not as quantum as we think them to be. If I told you to count using the smallest unit of counting, the distance, how many numbers there are, how many divisible numbers there are, or sequences there are between the number 1 and 2. Bro, you can't do that in your lifetime. Even if I gave you 1,000,000 lifetimes, you can't do that. So 1 is really just a placeholder. That's why you must understand it is conceptual. Realistically, there is no 1.0000000000000000000. There's no such thing in reality. Not in the reality we live in, or that we can see around us. Not in what we define as reality. Hence, we can only dabble with such things in terms of fiction and storytelling, mythologies, legends, hypotheticals.
What does that have to do with non-physical things existing?
Because all non-physical things are imaginary, fictional. They don't exist. Superman does not exist. Santa Claus does not exist, no matter how many times you dress like Santa Claus. And I'm telling you, when we were all kids, we all believed in Santa Claus. But Santa Claus was not the only imaginary friend we had. God was one of them. When we all grew up, most of us learned that Santa Claus wasn't real. But many of us didn't figure out that God is hanging out in the same part of our brain as Santa Claus. Because God was inserted into our culture, our music, our tradition. It was literally beaten into us in some cases. We were indoctrinated, or what I typically call the domestication of human beings. The concept of God in the lips of a professional manipulator is a powerful tool of domestication, because you can fry the brain of a genius with the idea of God. You can take a genius and turn him into the biggest dumbass by making him believe in God.
And what does that have to do with my original point of non-physical entities can't have a infinite causal regression?
Because I said to you that time, space, and matter is regressive regardless of beginning or no beginning.
Okay, we can talk about time. Can you transverse an infinite amount of time? Can you travel an infinite amount of time?
You don't
No,
travel.
right?
You don't travel time.
You can't travel. Okay, let's say we go back in an infinite amount of time, and we say in an infinite amount of time there will be humans. Will we ever arrive at that point?
You
How can we
cannot
arrive at
you
today?
can you cannot you
The time,
cannot go back. You cannot go back an infinite amount of time literally. You can only do it conceptually, which is not real anyway. So you can just run that simulation in your brain.
well,
And
you said that physical reality has been around for an infinite amount of time. So yes, you can, according to you.
listen, conceptually, literally, time is just now. Bro, you didn't listen to me in the beginning? Time in its true essence is just now. Now is the only real time. Every other time is just us conceptualizing to allow us to navigate our daily experiences or our existence. The
Okay,
only
so
real
you tell
time,
me.
the only real time is now. And the way we divide now into small units to allow us to navigate. It's like a ruler, bro. If you take a ruler, the whole ruler itself is the scale. But we divide it into centimeters, inches to allow us to navigate the scale. Use your
So
brain.
can you tell me what the past is made up of? If it's not time, is it physical reality?
The time is not made up of anything. The past is not real.
The past is not real.
Yes, the past is just an idea. That's why when someone dies, we cry instinctively. No one has to beg you to cry. You know,
So you
instinctively.
didn't exist a minute ago.
No, it's not that I didn't exist a minute ago. It's
No, it
that
is
I
real.
no, listen. It's that I don't exist a minute ago. That's what it is. You listen carefully. Existence is present. That's why if you say existed, it's past. You said will exist is future. So there are things that were but are no more. There are things that are and continuous, and there are things that are not yet but will be. And then there are things that were not, are not, and will never be. An intelligent person must possess the ability to navigate all these concepts, lest you wound yourself with your own brain.
Okay,
There's a difference.
you said the past is not existing, but you also said every event requires a past cause. How can something that doesn't exist have causal effect?
Because I'm talking to you conceptually again, which I told you is not real. And there's a reason why we have to conceptualize, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to navigate our reality. So we conceptualize because, listen, think about it, bro. Think about it. The capabilities of a sentient being is grounded in its ability to retain information. By retaining information, in every real moment he finds himself, the new data he's collecting, he can compare it with his previous data to solve problems. That's the only advantage that living things have over non-living things. Living things in one way, shape, or form have the capacity to store and retain information and then to tap into that information for comparison purposes. You see what I'm saying? For
No.
reference purposes. For
So
reference purposes. Just like,
you're
bro,
saying that
go ahead.
you're saying the past is not real, but it has causal effect. How does that's illogically impossible.
I'm
Something
saying
that's
that,
real can have causal effect.
listen. Even cause and effect, to be honest, it's conceptual. When we look at what is happening literally, can you really say what's causing what and what is
Yes.
affecting what?
Yes.
Okay, so
If I put the table, me using force, put the table.
hold on. I'm going to show you something. What causes ice?
The temperature in water. If it's cold outside and needs the presence of water, ice will form.
What do you need in order to have ice?
You're
Since you don't
proving
get
my
it.
point right here. Every
No,
event has a cause.
bro, listen, you're not getting it. What do you need in order to have ice?
This basic elements. Everything comes back to elements.
Which elements?
What is it? Hydrogen and oxygen?
In what state?
What does that mean? A liquid state?
Okay. So you see that what causes ice is not just a liquid element, but it's also what state that liquid element is in. So now tell me, what state does a liquid element need to be in for you to have ice?
To solid?
What temperature does that liquid element need to be in order to have ice?
At freezing? What does this have to do with what I'm saying? But it has to be freezing.
Bro, listen. Okay. So we can say you need water or liquid to have ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So before anything can be ice, it must be liquid, right?
Yes.
Which came first? Was it the liquid or the ice?
Hydrogen molecules and oxygen molecules came first ultimately.
Bro, which came first? Was it the liquid or the ice?
We can probably Google it. Hydrogen
Huh?
and oxygen came together to form water. It doesn't matter what came first.
Bro, if the hydrogen and oxygen were all beneath freezing, it would have formed as ice originally. So there's no way for you
Okay,
to
then
know.
ice. It doesn't. What does this have to do with my point? It can be ice or water. I'll concede it to you that it can come in ice or water.
Bro. If you listen, I will teach you. Tell me which came first. Was it the liquid? Was it the gas? Or was it the solid? For water.
Okay, I'll say liquid and tell me what does that have to do with anything? I'll say liquid came first.
Okay. When the liquid gets too hot, what does it become?
Becomes gas.
When the gas gets too cold, what does it become?
Liquid.
Okay. How many changes of temperature are there?
What?
How many changes in temperature are there?
That just happened, or that can are possible?
How many changes in temperature? Is it hot, cold, and something
There's an
else?
infinite amount of possible changes in temperature.
So if the temperature changes upward, what is it? It's getting hotter, right?
Yeah.
If it changes downward, it's getting colder, right?
Yes.
If it stays the same, what is it?
Staying the same.
Okay, so when the needle moves, how many possible changes are there?
When what moves? The needle?
Yes. When you move
What
from
needle?
the needle of temperature.
There's an infinite amount of possible changes in temperature that can happen.
So tell me, give me 10.
1 degree higher, 2 degrees higher, 3 degrees higher, 4 degrees higher,
Listen,
5 degrees higher,
listen,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
listen. The degrees of height is still representing hot. So that's only one. Now, what is the next one? 1 degree lower. No, listen. 1 degree lower, 2 degrees lower. That's too cold. So ultimately, it's two categories. It can either get colder or hotter. That's it.
Okay, yes, yeah.
You know
I
what
agree with that.
You know what that creates?
No.
A loop. In such a way that anyone who's observing at any point in time cannot tell which came first. It's practically impossible.
What does it have to do with anything I'm saying?
I'm trying to show you that cause and effect is not linear. It's a loop, like a circle that you don't know where the person started drawing the circle at. And when you look at it realistically, it has no beginning. Let me demonstrate to you, okay?
Okay, but what's causing it to get hotter or colder? Something else, right?
The changes in the environment.
Exactly. They changes in the environment. What caused the changes in the environment?
The changes in the environment are caused by the interaction between what's in the environment.
Okay, what causes that?
What causes what's in the environment?
Yeah.
The state, the place, different how do you say different patterns of interaction.
Okay, what causes that?
Bro, listen. Bro, don't be slow. Ultimately, it goes seasonally. That's how
Seasonally.
time. Yes. That is why every year, bro, everything in our universe moves in circles. That's why every year you get winter, summer, spring.
Okay, is it winter
autumn.
or summer or spring in space?
Bro, listen. Winter, summer, autumn, spring. Then it
What
goes.
season is it on the sun right now?
Then it loops again.
So it's spring on the sun right now, and then it's going to be summer in a month?
I don't live on the sun. Do you live on the sun? Do you know what season is on the sun?
But you're saying everything is seasonal. You're thinking about the earth
Yes,
only.
it's seasonal. Listen. The sun goes in orbit, right?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The sun is orbiting, right? It's moving, right?
Yes.
And what is it moving linearly or is it moving circularly?
What does that have to do with my point?
To show you that everything in our universe is a loop.
Okay, what about an asteroid?
There's no end.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the infinite past regression. You have to explain to me how every event can go infinitely into the past. You've not done that.
I am showing you. listen, bro. There's no way you're that slow. Let me just help you out. Just give me a second. Let me find something round. I do this experiment all the time. You're gonna learn today, buddy.
And if you want to talk about seasons, tell me when the seasons started happening.
The season started happening right now.
So what about a month ago? Was it like not? Sure? You mean it happened right now? Like, what does that mean?
I'm gonna tell you what it means, bro. Just calm down. Do you see this? You see what's on my screen?
Yes, a circle.
Show me where I started drawing the circle.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Show me where I started drawing the circle. This circle represents the circle of cause and effect. Show me where there was the first cause.
So you're saying it's an infinite loop?
I rest my case. Thank you for your time. You learned. If you understand what you just said.
You're saying I'm gonna cause the universe to happen again because it's an infinite loop?
Bro. Show me where the circle begins, then your idea of a beginning and your obsession with knowing the beginning will be relevant. If you don't understand how a loop works,
everything that's happening right now is going to go back to the beginning of time.
It's called this time loop. Have you ever heard of a time loop? That's how time works. Past and present and future is time. Time works in the loop, not linearly. Your brain is thinking about it like a ruler when it's really a circle.
Time works in a loop?
Bro, all our measurements of time is circular. Have you ever seen a clock?
The clock? What's going on with time? The clock is numbers on a circle.
Bro, why do we need to measure time circularly if time is in essence is not circular as a loop?
You don't need to measure time circularly.
How do you measure time?
By counting forward.
Okay, I want you to listen. I want you to count forward without repeating any number twice. Start.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I just did it. Every number.
Why did you start with 1?
Because you didn't tell me what number to start with?
Oh, but you know the beginning. Start with the first number. Start with the original number. The first number that would have existed. How about you start with that number?
Point. Bro, that is my point. There is no first number.
Bro, if there is no first number, that's an infinite regression. That's what you're arguing against.
And you have to explain to me how that causal events can be part of an infinite regression. If everything needs a cause, how can it be an infinite loop, infinite regression of things that require a cause? There has to be an uncaused cause.
Listen. Because cause and effect only describes the behavior of matter. It doesn't describe the essence of existence in its totality.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prove to you that there's something beyond matter. Me and you agree cause and effect only applies to matter, right? Explain to me how matter can be an infinite causal regression without a non-matter starting event.
Oh, bro, there's no way you're weird, bro. How you can that be that weird? Do you know what matter means?
This physical reality, matter, energy.
What does physical mean?
Like I can touch it, I can see it. It's governed by the laws of physicality.
What does something need to be in order for you to touch it, other than physical?
Other than physical? Nothing. A physical thing, I can touch it.
Can something have a shape, a form, dimensions, weight, and mass, and not be matter?
No.
Tell me how something which doesn't have a shape, form, weight, or mass produces something which has shape, form, and mass.
Wait, so are you arguing that?
Tell me, just tell me how something which has no shape, form, mass will produce something which then has shape, form, mass. If you're not living in fairy tale land, bro.
So
if you're not thinking of Tinkerbell.
How it does or doesn't? I can't like understand your question.
Tell me how it does.
So how something with shape, form, and mass
No, how
makes
something without shape, form,
without shape. Okay.
mass can cause something to materialize without the help of something which is previously material, right? So yeah, show me how your thoughts, let me use your thoughts as a good example, can make something without your fucking body.
If you have all omnipotent powers,
I
omnipresent
rest
powers,
my
so that's
case.
why I'm arguing
I
with
rest
you.
my case. I
How is
rest my
that
case.
right?
Bro,
You're agreeing with me. You're saying that only physical reality can happen if there is a non-physical being with that's omnipresent. You just said that.
Bro, so what you're saying is that you think that God is a magician.
Yeah, basically like a really cool magician.
And you don't think that you're still in kindergarten.
No, because you can't. You still haven't answered me how physical reality can have an infinite path progression.
I've already showed you it only has what appears to be infinite regressively, conceptually, not literally. The past does not literally exist, bro. So that means that nothing literally has an infinite past literally, not in the literal sense.
Okay,
only conceptually.
You said every event has causes. How can something that doesn't exist have causal power?
Conceptually. Not literally.
Literally what?
Literally, you cannot tell what's the cause and what's really the effect. You have to conceptualize in order to even form that idea of cause and effect. Cause and effect is the crutches of the human brain due to its inability to completely quantify reality as it is. Bro, it's cause and effect, bro. It's like when someone commits a crime and we don't know who committed the crime, so everyone just has what they believe. And then one person's belief could be closer to the truth, and another person's could be completely off. It's even worse, right? When the truth actually does come out, but then it doesn't look like my belief, but I'm so mad that I'm like, I don't believe that truth. I don't care for all the evidence. What I believe is what happened. That's what it is with y'all cause and effect, and y'all thinking that God exists just because of cause and effect. If God exists, someone had to cause God too. You just might not know how. It might truly be beyond your understanding. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. For cause and effect to happen, for cause and effect to be a thing, it has to be literal. And if it's truly literal, that means that no matter how omnipotent or omnipresent a being is, it also has an origin and an originator. You will still end up with an infinite loop, even if you're dealing in terms of eternal beings or omnipresent beings. That's why no matter how much you split an atom, you get smaller. No matter how big you go, it gets bigger. We literally live in a vast, immeasurable, unquantifiable, unqualifiable expanse. So much that a wise man doesn't go chasing after smoke they can't catch. He's going to dip his hand in the river that he can actually hold up. One palm at a time. Those of you who are so obsessed with the beginning of things, you're trying to count how many grains of sand there in the ocean. When are you going to get smart enough to realize you're wasting your lifespan? You won't find out. You can only imagine. And I can imagine that there's 100 trillion grains of sand in the ocean. And you can imagine just 1 trillion less. And we'll both be right. Or I'm right and you're wrong. Oh, guess what? We can argue about that shit. It has absolutely no relevance to the quality of you and I's lives on a daily basis. If your argument for God is grounded in that, what are you really giving people? Let me ask you an honest question, Miles. Miles.
I'm listening.
If right now you knew for a fact where the universe originated from, what is it going to change about your life?
It'll determine if I believe in God or not.
And if you believe in God or not, what's going to change about your life?
Well, I won't go to heaven anymore. Currently, nothing will change, but there will be no afterlife.
Okay, then I appreciate you there because honestly, you haven't been too bad, bro. So, what is your motive? What motivates you to have this conversation?
But with you right now?
Just in general, whether it's with me or with someone else, what motivates you to engage in these conversations?
First off, I just think this coming to Christ is a good decision, and I've been watching your lives for a while. I just don't think you have good arguments. I still think you should get around my original question.
Listen. You can think whatever you want to, but go and do some research and study on what a loop is, and then you will know what a loop is. But let's not go there. I'm curious. Like I said, why do you have these conversations with me or with anyone else?
Well, if I, as someone who believes in God, it's my duty to kind of spread the word if I genuinely think it's the right thing.
Who assigned you that duty?
It's just what's what the Bible says.
The Bible did not assign you a duty, because I'm pretty sure if I check the Bible, I won't see any specific instruction towards you. I think you assigned yourself that duty because you don't have anything else to do with your life.
Well, as Christians, our job is to spread the word.
But you're not really a Christian.
I believe in Christ, whatever that is to you. I follow Jesus.
You don't really believe. You're lying to me. You don't really follow Jesus. You've never met Jesus. How can you follow someone you've never met? I can't read a book about I can't read a book about Abraham Lincoln and suddenly start following Abraham Lincoln.
We all follow it. He demolished slavery. We don't do slavery anymore, so we follow his rules.
We're not following his rules. All those rules have been amended and changed in different ways, shape, or form.
Okay, don't murder someone? No, you just follow the law.
Say that again?
Have you met don't murder someone? No, you just follow the law. You don't have to meet somebody to follow the law.
But the reason why I don't murder is not because it's a law. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a law or a rule. If I needed to, I would do it. But the reason why
why don't you murder then?
Because when I think about, what I'm gonna have to deal with after I do it, I'm just too lazy for that kind of work, to be honest. It's not because it's right or wrong. It's just because it's just way too much work and way too much pain and way too much suffering. Shit, I ain't got the endurance for that shit. But if you want to do it, feel free.
But I'm gonna go to jail, so I follow the law.
Yeah, bro. It's not about jail. Whether I was going to the jail, bro. Even if there was a reward or something, bro, I ain't got time for that kind of shit, bro. I got a low tolerance for that kind of pain.
If there were no consequences, would you still murder?
If there was no there's always gonna be consequences.
No, if there was no consequences.
No, there's always gonna be consequences because.
Okay, what if you were in like a country in Africa where they didn't care if you murdered someone?
In countries in Africa, they do care.
Okay.
There's nowhere in this world where they don't care. You want to know why, bro? Because
there's so many places. Okay, so let's go somewhere in the Middle East where they can rape a woman and no one cares. Would you rape a woman?
Bro, people care because I bet you that woman got a brother who's gonna come fuck you up.
No, not if you're fucking like part of the Taliban or ISIS. And no one can mess with you.
Guess what? If you're of Taliban or ISIS and you keep doing that shit, eventually motherfuckers like the United States gonna find an excuse to come fuck you up anyways. You gonna get the Easterners, those in the East who are far wiser than you Christians, once invented something called karma. Karma is far more consistent. See, karma is not a law. Karma is a concept that explains to you that actions always have consequences.
Okay, let's go back 1,000 years ago. Let's say you are alone in the jungle with someone and no one is around. If you murder someone, no one will know. Would you do it?
If I was in the jungle, I would need a reason to take somebody else's life. So
you wouldn't just do it?
No, I wouldn't just do it because honestly, I think my chances of survival is better if I have that person. Considering the fact that there's a silverback gorilla hanging out somewhere ready to beat my ass. Think about it, bro. Even if I was alone in the jungle, I wouldn't just gonna take somebody else's life. Not because it's a law, not because the law says don't do it, but because my chances of survival are real high if I hang out with my fellow human beings. And also, that person could be my escape cheat when the lion come after us. As long as I'm faster than that person, I got one chance to survive, one more day. So if it's just me alone and the lions gang up on me, shit, I'm gonna be dinner tonight. But if there's two of us, then we're gonna have to compete for who really want to live the most. So why will I do all the hard work and take your ass out so that I can be dinner for the lions? It makes no logical sense.
You can't conceptualize an example where doing something bad to another person would not harm you at all.
No, I cannot conceptualize an example of higher thought where you need any other reason other than logic to not be harmful towards your fellow human beings. It's logic. Listen, bro, you break into my house, you wouldn't breathe long. I don't care what the law say, what the rules say. You touch my daughter, you touch my son, you touch my mama, you won't breathe long. I don't care what the law says. I don't care what country it's in. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, by myself in both principles and how I feel, I don't want to have to deal with that kind of grief. I will seek vengeance. So I make decisions that don't put me in that position. But if somebody else's decision put me in that position, I'm going to do what I want. And when I do what I want, I think of the consequences. I'm like, you know what? I might not like pain and suffering, But this person has put me in the position where I have no choice but to do what's gonna make me endure that pain and suffering. That's why some people, bro, they catch them, they lock them up. It's not a problem to them because they already knew they were going to jail. It's just that whatever they had to do was far more important to them than their desire to not go to jail. Every man is like that in his own way. What's going to be right for you ain't going to be right for me. Just like for me, it's not right. For me, I would think it's not right to waste all my time chasing Santa Claus that can walk on water, that's coming back. The Santa Claus you believe in rides white horses that run on clouds and has swords that come out of his mouth with talking snakes that help him out. That's the Santa Claus you believe in. I think it's not right for an adult to think like that. But shit, your ass think it is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you this one last thing because I genuinely believe I can get the smartest apologist in the world on here, and you would come with like some mumbo jumbo.
Bro, you bring listen. You bring anyone on this show who identifies as a Christian. I'm simply gonna ask them the last time they masturbated. And if they masturbated, bro, they need to go and read the fucking Bible until the fucking Holy Spirit change their ass before they come out here and start lying to us, bro. You can't give me medicine. You can't give me medicine that don't work for you. The proof that the Bible is a scam because it don't work for Christians. You're just pretenders walking around and following prestige and wanting honor from men, trying to make yourself special than everybody else when you're not producing better results. The righteousness of the Christian is not necessarily better than that of a Buddhist or a Hindu. So whatever God you're defending, bro, you're just defending your feelings and your emotions. Like I said, bring me any male apologies. I'm simply going to ask them the last time they beat the meat. I'm going to ask them.
What if they beat their meat to their wife?
That what you do?
No, but I'm saying I'm assuming you're saying that masturbating is wrong. What if you do it to your wife?
Miles, when was the last time you did it?
I'm married.
When was the last time you did it?
I have a wife, so with my wife.
That ain't what I asked you. I didn't ask you if you was married. I didn't ask you the last time you did it. I said, when was the last time you did it?
Why is that sinful?
I didn't ask you if it was sinful. I simply said, when was the last time you did it?
Okay, whatever. Okay, not yesterday, but let's say it was yesterday.
You did it yesterday.
What does that have to do with?
Bro, relax. I'm about to show you just how sexually perverted you are. Was your wife there?
Okay, with my wife. Yes, with my wife.
Was your wife there?
Yes.
What did you do with the sperm when it came out?
Wiped it off and threw it away.
What did God do to someone in the Bible who did that shit?
Who did what?
Who wasted sperm?
God created sex for us to enjoy.
I don't understand. God created sex for us to enjoy.
Yeah, why is it that he killed one of the sons of Judah for pulling out and spilling the sperm on the ground? And let me get this right. You say you have a whole ass wife and you rather jack off in her presence rather than perform your manly, godly, given duties?
We did both.
Are you a pervert?
We did both. And what if we're long distance?
When was the last time you watched porn?
Maybe when I was 7. For all y'all saying I'm lying, I get content right from my wife, bro. I don't gotta look that shit up.
And that's why I said the Bible is full of shit because it don't even work for y'all. You think we dumb, bro? I know Jesus ain't in your head right now when you're spilling all that bullshit. I know you ain't thinking about the Holy Spirit. I know the Holy Spirit ain't the one motivating your ass to be lying like that.
All right, bro. I'm about to.
Yeah, you better go.
I'm about to go. I don't think I can say anything.
Because the lying spirit. Listen, bro. If you can lie about something that's simple, what's to make us believe that you're not lying about if you believe or not? You don't really believe.
What did I lie about, bro? On God, bro.
You said the last time you watched porn, you were 7.
Yes. Why is that so hard to believe? Like, you might have a problem with it, but I don't, bro. It's not. I don't know why it's so hard to believe.
It's not a problem. I wasn't asking you
You're
if it
acting
was
like
a
it is.
problem. I wasn't asking you what's a problem. I'm not the one who says it's a problem. Your Bible that you believe in says it's a problem. It's not a
Okay, well,
problem to
good thing I
me.
don't do it.
You don't lie either, right?
I lie sometimes.
Well, you lie in Jesus' name.
No.
Who's the father of all liars? According to
Well,
the Bible, who's the father of all liars?
what are you saying, that God's the father of everyone? So
Bro,
you want
bro,
to say God?
according to the Bible, who is the father of all liars?
God is the father of everyone. So I guess God is what you're
Bro,
trying to say.
according to the Bible, who is the father of all liars? Who was a murderer from the beginning? Who does Jesus say is the father of all liars, bro? If you're a
Are you like
Christian,
referring to like
bro,
Satan or something?
you said you was a Christian. Ain't no way you don't know this truth that the
Are you
Bible
referring to
writes.
Satan?
Who else am I going to be referring to according to the Bible?
Well, I thought you were saying that. I thought you're trying to kind of like say that since we say God's our father, he's the father of our lives.
Bro, you can think whatever you want to think. My question was direct. The Bible says there is a father of all liars. Who is that person? According to the Bible.
You're saying Satan.
Am I the one who's saying it, or is it the Bible who's saying it?
Well, you're trying to, yeah, Satan is what the Bible says.
Okay. Are you a liar?
Yes.
We know who you really believe in. Like father, like son. Thank you for your time, brother. Have a good day.
All right, bro. You too.
That's right.
That was the dumbest.
How can you say to your brothers and your fellow humans, take out the speck from your eye when you got a plank in yours? When y'all got the plank in yours. The journey of cultivating a healthy life is not in identifying the flaws in one another in order to make ourselves better. It is by finding the balance within our internal character, our inner self and our outer self. When we gain mastery over our inner and outer self, we will then know how to conduct ourselves as it is relative to all other things that is not us. That's the only discipline you must pursue. The righteousness and the path you would walk will not always look like what the next man does. There are no absolutes when it comes to the right and the wrongs. What's right up the hill is not always right down the hill. What's wrong on the mountain is not always right or wrong in the valley. It is where you are, who you are, how you are, that will determine your conceptualization of right and wrong. What you ought to be doing is to invest all your time trying to practice what you preach, trying to becoming the embodiment of what you say you are. Until you have mastered yourself, you can never be certain that the path you are walking is better than your next door neighbor. Ultimately, all teachers seek to bring us enlightenment. Enlightenment is simply to gain mastery over our existence and prolong our lives for as long as possible. But one thing remains certain, yet to be proven wrong: you will die, and that will be it. You only have one life, you won't get two. Lie to yourself and watch yourself be miserable until you truly breathe that last breath. Okay? Those who have imagined that they have a life after they die often lose value. Your life loses value the moment you don't realize that it's only one time. The moment you do not realize that you have one life, your life originally automatically loses value. Okay? There's a reason why your life is valuable. It is a once in an existential thing. You are a one in an existential. There is none like you. There is none greater, none lesser, none would ever be. The essence of your existence is the uniqueness of your experience, within which you must find strength. And that strength will determine how far you can go. It's not a race to see who goes further. There are some people who live a quality life in 20 years, and some other people live an absolutely miserable life in 100 years. It's a matter of perspective. Jesus might be the way for you, and Muhammad might be for the next man. There's nothing Jesus can do for you that Muhammad cannot do for his follower. There's nothing that Buddha can do for his follower that Confucius cannot do for his follower. Some of you have been domesticated. You're caught in the doctrines of colonizers and domesticators of human beings. You've forgotten your instinct. You're like a dog that wags his tail every time a bone is thrown at him, to the point where you don't realize that bones usually have meat on them when they come fresh. What's up, Mika?
Hello. I just wanted to, I'm not really here to like argue too many points, but I do want to get your perspective. If there isn't a God, if there isn't gods, and we're here in an infinite loop, are we our own creators? Do we transcend time? You know what I mean? Who's the puppet master?
There is no puppet masters to he who knows himself as being his physical body. He who commits himself to care for his physical body. The discipline required to care for your physical body in the way it's supposed to would allow your mind to grow towards enlightenment anyways. If you ate exactly what you had to eat for your blood type, if you ate just the right amount of food to have just enough energy for a given amount of time, if you drank the right quality of water just for your blood type, for your body type, naturally, not only will your body benefit, but your mind will benefit by default. But there are some people who train their mind and they focus too much on the mind that the body doesn't reflect what's in their mind. Okay? It's like you see a man with big muscles. You best believe the big muscles on that man is reflective of the work he had to do to get those muscles. Okay? You cannot see someone with big muscles and you don't imagine how much work they had to do to get it. Anyone who does is delusional. So who is the puppet master?
So is there no ascension? There's no growth, there's no elevation.
There's
So
ascension.
you just loop into nothingness or
No,
renewed.
there's ascension.
Mhm.
Like our lifespan varies. Our lifespan depends on our lifestyle. We just live in a generation where the lifestyle for longevity, a lot of those disciplines have been diluted by the spreading of empires. Many of those people have gone into seclusion. 200 years, 300 years is not an impossibility in this world. Who really knows what is truly, actually, physically possible if one was to properly discipline themselves and cultivate good habits? The only true immortality is to never die. Immortality is not something that comes after death. It's something that prevents death from even happening. So if someone sells you a version of immortality that requires that you die first, that's a counterfeit. Now, you ask yourself right here, right now, even within our short, what we call our 120-year lifespan, we don't all make it to 120. When we're all born, we all stand a decent chance. It is the decisions and choices we make that prevent us from ascending. Naturally, if you live that long, you will learn much more about the world. So
Well,
it's possible.
my question, so I'm just trying to follow your logic, and in a sense it seems to me that there are infinite possibilities for our existence.
No, there's not an infinite
There's not?
possibility for existence, literally. Maybe if I say it would be like a figure of speech, but there's actually only a finite level of possibility. What that
But
understanding
that
does for you,
wouldn't
sister, what
that
that
wouldn't be a loop though, right? Or that's not.
no. Possibilities as far as what we can achieve. So possibilities in terms of what you can produce when you consciously make decisions to alter your state of being. Okay? Why it is good to understand that you cannot be anything you want to be. What that will allow you is to focus, to be diligent, and to prioritize. So you first have to invest a lot of time trying to figure out what it is that is actually possible for you to be. And then you won't be distracted by the seductions of what else it is that you could have been, that you really can't be, but just because it looks good. It's like someone who's always going from job to job, chasing opportunities, but they never stay in one job long enough to build seniority and have a strong foundation. I can't do anything I want. I'm limited. But one thing I can do is that once I find what I'm really good at, I can go really far. That is enough joy. That's enough motivation to keep going. And
But I'm
only
saying if there's no God, there's no, there is no there is no law, there's no truth, there's no real truth, there's no right or wrong. There isn't a definitive right or wrong. Whose law is right? Whose path is right?
no one.
If there's nothing that defines that,
Listen,
who defines what is good and what is right, what is moral, what is just, what is true?
that's true. And that's right if you think that way, to be honest. That's why you must decide for yourself. Hence, that sentence. You must decide for yourself. If you want to live for justice, chances is you might not live long.
But if I'm a God, or if I say I create my own justice, I can create, but my justice doesn't follow your justice.
Yes,
Who's
so
superior? Who has the authority? Does anyone, or are we all right?
you have an authority over the thoughts that come through your mind and how you use them to affect your decision making. You have that authority, but your authority has limitations. So it's not about who has the greatest authority. It's about if the authority you have over yourself works. Think about it. There's a very real thing in our world called problems. Would you agree with me that there are problems in our world? Individually and even socially, nationally, you agree that there are problems, right? Now, will you also agree that life, as far as human beings are concerned, can be very high quality, low quantity, or it can be a person's life can be, let me put it this way. A person's life can be high quality, low quantity, or it can be low quality, high quantity, or it could be high quality, high quantity. You understand what I just said?
To a degree, because
Okay,
but
good,
who
good.
decides that? But
You,
whose picture?
the one whose life it is.
Right.
So it begins with you knowing what your life is. What is your life? I told you in the beginning, your life is your body. The quality of your life and the quantity of your life can only be as much as you take care of your
But why
body.
can't I define what my life is? What if I say
Okay,
it's not my body? What if I
okay.
say it's my spirit?
Then you only realistically get the product of what that definition allows you to
That's
accomplish.
spirit.
Yeah. Check this out. What can you accomplish by defining your life as your spirit?
I think you can accomplish a lot depending on what you define and what terms you use.
Okay, I want you to do that experiment. Tell us if you define, if I won't assume that you have already, I will just say, if you choose to define your life right now as spirit, what's your next step?
I don't know. I feel like there's a spirit of oneness, of peace. For me, that's. I think a lot of us are on a journey, and I don't think the
No,
journey
don't
necessarily
speak for a
ends.
lot of us. Don't talk for a lot of us. Talk for
I don't.
yourself.
Well, I can say for myself, I don't think the journey necessarily ends
Okay,
with one concept. So today it could be one concept for me. The next day it could be another concept. Why would it be limited?
okay, good. You not thinking that the journey ends. What's your next step right after that? Remember, okay, let me give you an example. Let me use myself as an example. I came to the understanding that my life is my physical body, that I am my physical body. So guess what? That my physical body is my greatest treasure. My physical body comprises of my heart, which is an essential organ, very fragile. My brain, which is a very necessary organ. My five senses. Then my feet, my legs, my limbs. Now that I know where my treasure is, what do human beings do with their treasure? They secure it. So how do I secure a healthy brain, a healthy heart? I must watch what I eat. I must watch what I drink. I must watch how much sleep I get. In order for me to watch all those things, I have to measure how much time I spend doing all the little things, how much time I spend on TikTok, playing video games, playing games. I have no choice but to be disciplined. You know what that means? If I can't do it mentally, I have to take a pen and paper and make a schedule for myself. I don't have to wait until I get a boss at a job to make a schedule for myself. I say, hey, you know what? I got to do 100 sit-ups every day. What are some exercises that I can do that can make sure my heart works good? So pending any unfortunate events, as long as I maintain that discipline, the quality of my life is sure to be high. As far as the quantity of my life, there's many unforeseen factors that can interrupt how long I live. But if I take control of what I can take control of, which is taking care of my physical body, my mind will be sound enough for me to always make good decisions. There's no guarantee that good decisions will get me to live long, but I stand a better chance. That's where I'm going to start from. Right now, if I was to try to persuade somebody else to have my mentality, my first step for them would be go and make a schedule for yourself. Go and see your doctor, examine your health, and see where you are. Get a metric and start working on getting yourself better. When you start from there, then even if you want to imagine yourself as a spirit, you already have a very simple blueprint, a blueprint which is so obvious to everyone, but everyone just ignores it. There's so many people who are overweight for no reason. When I started working out, I learned of something called a calorie deficit. Did you know you can eat a simple burger, and that simple burger has enough energy in it for you to go the next 3 days without eating? But you will know that. Did you know that every time your stomach growls, it's not because it wants food? Sometimes what you feel as hunger is actually just thirst. Because different part of your body thirst differently. Dehydration. Different parts of your body dehydrate. So you know what? I probably need to invest time to do some basic refreshment on biology to learn how the human heart works. I can't just leave it up to luck, because no matter how spiritual I am, I will only be able to have a quality life based on how healthy my body is. Because there's a lot of spiritual people in the freaking hospital. There's a lot of spiritual people who's fat as hell. And their spirituality ain't doing shit for them, but making them ignore all the hard work they're supposed to be doing.
I don't know. I think if you conceptualize spirit, or the way I think about a spirit that may live on, and I could still believe in a God and a deity, and that it doesn't necessarily fit what traditional religion or what individuals believe, but there is some type of entity, some type of power, some type of
the highest power. The highest power.
Something.
Sister, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you.
That goes beyond realization or conceptualization.
I'm going to tell you something, and you could take it or you could live it. This might be the best thing anyone ever told you in your life. If you're trying to pursue some type of path to gain mental enlightenment, to increase your IQ and your EQ. In modern terminology, we don't call that shit spirit anymore. We've studied it scientifically. If you have a high IQ and a high EQ, that's the equivalent of what some people chase when they're looking for spirituality. It gives birth to what we know as wisdom. Ultimately, it's wisdom. Spirituality is useless if it doesn't make you wiser. All that shit is just poetry if it's not making you wiser. Wiser as in giving you the ability to efficiently consume information and turn that information into skill and talent, solving problems wherever you go. You become a peacemaker, a problem solver. It's not just poetry, it's a discipline. That's why even in the Bible itself, Jesus was making disciples. He wasn't making people that go to church every Sunday, that go out in the street and pull the Bible, talking about shit they don't do. The crux of this whole thing is what you do. Hence, spirit is defined as the invisible part of the human being, which is the seat of character, behavior, and emotions. It is the aspect of yourself that you conceptualize your behavior, your personalities. That's mental health. Your mental health begins with your physical health. It's not complicated. Many scammers have complicated this subject over the years and made people think that they have supernatural power to the point where they don't realize that the power to walk in of itself is pretty super. You do not know that walking is super until you fucking break your leg. You do not know that breathing is super until the freaking season comes and the flu comes and your nose is all clogged up. You don't know that drinking water is super until goddamn your throat is sore. You do not know that chewing is super until your tooth is aching. We've been seduced. We've been seduced with bullshit to where we've ignored the very simple thing that the joy of life is in the simplicity of it.
But who created that? Well, who gives that joy? Did I create that joy?
Sister, the essence of that joy is not in the who, it's in the what. Remember, in problem solving and question asking, you can either ask how something is, you can ask what something is, you can ask where something is, you can ask whom or where. As far as your existence is concerned, the only who that matters is you.
Did I create myself? But did I create myself?
It doesn't matter.
Well, so then that's what I'm saying. So reality is, I could say I conceptualize my world. This world is conceptualized within me because I am. If I'm thinking about the logic of I am myself a god and I am.
Sister, infinite. If I tell myself today that I am a professional basketball player, so when I go out to the court to shoot basketball by myself, I'm gonna dunk. Sister, self-deception is worse than being scammed by another person. Let me tell you something. The worst thing you can do to yourself is persuade yourself that you are something that you cannot act like all the time. Listen, I don't care how good it sounds, how great it makes you feel. The moment you persuade yourself that you are something that you can't act like all the time, you're fucked. That means you have lied to yourself and you've forgotten that it was a lie that you told yourself.
But if I say I believe in an infinite creator and I know I am not a god and I am not that infallible being.
That is
how am I tricking? Listen, how am I tricking myself?
Listen, let me tell you something. There are aspects in which we're fallible, and there are also aspects in which we are infallible. I am infallibly me. But in order for me to know who I am, I must know my character, my behavior, my personalities. I know myself enough to know that I'm going to be myself in just about every situation. So I won't be shy to be myself or afraid to be myself or have to hide my... You see, that's how you eliminate shame. Shame comes when a person realizes that what they are is not what they thought they were, and their actions have accidentally revealed to the world what they really are. So they do all their efforts to hide it. Let me give you an example. All these Christian pastors that get up on stage and preach against homosexuality just so we can find out that they're going to hire gay strippers and shit like that, they experience something called shame. Because what they were vocalizing, what they were preaching against is really what they are. And then when that information come out, they are ashamed of who they are. But you don't see someone who is openly LGBT being ashamed of themselves. Only the motherfuckers in the closet. So some people are closeted cowards, closeted losers, but they think that by telling themselves good things, suddenly they'll just become it. No, you can't become anything you can't do. I cannot be a carpenter just because I spiritualize carpentry. Ultimately, in this world, if you don't have the ability to solve problems, conceptualization is useless. And conceptualization...
If I don't know how the world or the universe came about, I don't know all the answers. So you know what I mean? What makes someone
you don't need to know
have the answers? What makes you an authority? What makes anyone an authority?
Sister, passing an exam in school, they trained us on this. You don't get on the exam and be anxious about knowing all the answers on the exam. Your goal is not to know all the answers, is to write out everything you know. If you only know one answer out of the 20, you must be honest with yourself. You must do a very honest analysis of self. There is a reason that is directly related to my choices why I only know one answer on this test. If you know 10, do the 10. No amount of wishing, imagining, regretting will make you pass a test any more than what you know. That's literally why testing is a real thing in our world. You don't need to know where the universe came from. All you need to know is that you're here, right now, and you have the ability to think, and you have the greatest power in existence. The greatest power in existence is the ability to think. That's why religious people like to use the word mind. Mind is simply a system within which thought can be processed and executed.
But if I don't need to know, then what's the purpose of asking questions? What is the purpose of us having discussion now if we don't need to know where the universe and how it came about? What's the purpose of us? Why am I stating a question or asking a question of you?
Okay, our curiosity only raises based on what's in front of us, not what has been, not based on what will be, but what is, so that we can make what we believe to be the right decision in the moment.
So I'm creating my reality, but I'm just saying,
you're navigating. You're not creating. You're navigating because there are factors that are beyond your control.
But the thing is, do you know that you cannot create reality? That's the concept of God. Some people believe God created their path.
You cannot create reality.
How do you know I didn't create my path?
You cannot create your reality. That's a mental illness. Anyone who thinks they can. You can only navigate reality because reality in of itself is described as the state of the world as it is rather than conceptual or notional. Reality is what you are actually experiencing, not what you feel like it should be, not what you're trying to analyze, no, simply what it is. And your best way to interact with it is to interact with it as a solution.
So what am I doing? So what I'm doing and how I behave or what I do, that's not happening? Like, how does that happen? How is it created?
The choices you're making, that's literally you navigating. And if you're a bad navigator, you will sink. That is why you can make a choice that leads you to death. Listen, think about this. The reason why I don't emphasize good or bad decisions to govern your way of thinking necessarily as much as problem solving, efficient and non-efficient types of decisions.
That's always going to be subjective, good or bad.
Yes, it's going to be subjective
it's
for
no
a specific
objective.
Listen,
who's the authority?
It's subjective for a specific reason. Let me tell you why it's subjective. It's not if it's subjective. Remember, you have to know how to ask questions. Question asking in of itself is a skill. If not, you cannot be a detective. Simply asking a question doesn't mean you're going to find a solution if you ask the wrong freaking question, because question asking requires that you collect data. When you collect that data, then you must ask the question that is relevant to making you progress in your journey to find solutions, to prolong your life, because you know that your life is the flesh. If you think that your life is not the flesh, then it shouldn't matter to you to go and get a job and work hard to take care of your family. If you just sit still, trust me, death will come and knock on your door and will take you now. Death will be happy to take your ass. The reason why we make all the choices we make is to avoid death. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. You get a job, you get a family, you seek happiness.
Well, who created that? Who created the survival then? Who created the need for survival?
There's no who.
That's what you're saying. You're saying everything I do is to self-preserve, right?
There is no who. There's no
why,
who.
Why do I want to self-preserve though?
There's no who.
Did I create that so why do we all have the same instinct then?
Sister.
Who gave us that instinct?
Sister, you have to learn how human beings acquire information. That's why you need to study the physical body to see how.
Who created the human being, or why does the human being have the same the instinct though? Why do we have that? If you believe that,
we don't all have the same instinct. Sister,
do some of us walk around with no survival? No plans
No,
to survive.
no. We don't have the same instinct necessarily in the literal sense. We have the same instinct in the sense that we have the same genetic makeup, but in different patterns, and that gives us different capabilities. So one who doesn't know their unique constitution cannot know what they're good at. Let me give you an example. There's a reason why Tiger Woods plays golf and not basketball. There's a reason why LeBron James plays basketball and not football. Right? LeBron James can say to Tom Brady, why are we both athletic? Well, just because we're both athletic, it doesn't mean we're both football players. It doesn't mean we're both basketball players. Everyone still needs to invest time to investigate your unique constitution. Write this word down. Unique constitution. What is my unique constitution? Yes.
I just see in your response uniformity. I want to know why we have these. Why is it uniform?
You cannot
If
know.
you just came, reappeared,
Sister,
and there's no reason for it. There's no question of who or what or how. What's uniformity? How is that? How does that? Where does that come from?
it is a product of natural
Where's that from?
events. Listen. Your
What
existence.
event created that?
Sister, I'm
naturality?
talking. Natural means it wasn't created. That's what natural means. That's why you have to learn what words mean. If not, you will fuck yourself up. English is a skillful language. You have to revamp your grammar daily basis. Natural means you're no longer looking for a who. You're now trying to understand a what. Not every question is a who. Sister, if I have diarrhea and my first instinct, and I know that I ate a bunch of beans last night, my first question is not going to be like, well, who poisoned my food? Who poisoned my food? If I keep asking, who planted the beans? Who planted the beans? Because now I got diarrhea. I want to know who planted the beans because the uniformity of beans. Sister, you're asking a who for a question that's really a what. You need to find out what it is that you're doing in this world. As far as who, the only who that should interest you
who
in terms of
that? Why do I need to know that? Why would I need to know? Why would I need? What would
sister,
be the purpose?
do you
There's no
think
creator.
do you
In
think
your
that
line of
what is a
there's no
creator?
creator according to you. So there's no God.
What is a creator?
No, I'm telling you, there's no God, there's no being, there's no universe that's created by a intelligent being. So why do I need why do I need to even exist in any type of path that's here for me? What's the purpose?
Because you don't want to die. Do you want to die?
Well, some of us do though.
Answer my question. I'm asking you.
I know for me personally, I don't.
Okay, why
That's
don't you want to
me.
die? Why don't you want to die?
That's me. I have a purpose. I feel I have a purpose
Sister,
that's deeper than this world. That's my reason.
Sister, listen again. Don't just speak out of your feelings. Answer my question as profoundly, as sincerely, as honest with yourself as you
You may
can.
not think it's profound, but I did answer it. I told you. I believe I have a purpose.
Listen. I'm asking you the question very, very calmly. Okay, I want you to give it thought. Don't answer automatically. The way you've answered, it's almost as though you didn't understand my whole question. So let me go slow, so you can also give me a slow answer. Do you want to die today?
No, I don't.
Why do you not want to die today?
I told you I have a purpose.
What is your purpose today, right now?
I believe my purpose is beyond a lot of things, and I don't necessarily feel
right
like
now.
divulging. Right now, I maybe to be in this conversation. I believe everything happens for a reason. Yes.
If you win in this conversation right now, what do you have to lose?
If I wasn't in this conversation?
Right now, what do you have to lose?
To me, I don't know. I could lose something. Someone could lose something.
Sister, if you win in this conversation
Something outside
right
of
now,
me can lose something.
Sister, that's why your life is shrouded in a bunch of maybes.
It's not maybes, but that's according to you.
Listen, because your perception of yourself is grounded in abstract, and the source of your power is invisible, unreachable, something you can only imagine.
So
and
what's the source of your power that makes what's visualized? What's your power, and what's the visualization for your powers?
The source of my power is that I am conscious of the fact that my body is my greatest treasure. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. That if my physical body is not present in every given time in its most healthy shape and form, my existence is compromised. So all my efforts, everything is grounded upon that foundation.
I
Everything
don't
that
see
I
the
do.
purpose for that. But based off of that alone, I don't see a purpose. I'm just saying.
Listen,
So
the
that's
purpose.
just my idea of that. So
Sister, listen. The purpose is the same as yours. I don't want to die. And in order for me not to die, I must understand what dies is my
we
body.
don't have the same purpose. We
Listen,
don't.
listen, sister. You said, I asked you already, do you want to die today?
I told you no.
Okay, if you die today, what part of you dies?
I believe my physical body dies.
Okay, if you don't want to die today, your number one priority is to take care of your body today. If you think otherwise, you're confused.
Not
Because
necessarily.
if your number one priority is not your body, then low key, somewhere deep inside of you, you don't really give a fuck about dying today, and you don't really care.
I would say that does change depending on what's going on. Yes.
Again,
I don't think I don't think
again,
that is absolute.
again,
I do not believe it's absolute.
it is absolute. If not,
No,
you
it's
would,
not.
sister. If not, the next time you get in a car and drive, test out what God said. Walk by faith and not by sight. Blindfold
It's not
yourself.
absolute.
Blindfold yourself and see if Jesus can take the wheel.
It's not absolute.
Listen, how about you? If it's not absolute, why is it that every decision you make is literally to avoid death? We all know that our life is our physical body. Like there's none of us that enjoys pain,
Who
literally.
all knows that? Nah, I don't believe everyone knows that.
Every
That's
creature
your
that can
concept.
respond to
Your belief.
stimulus.
But that's your belief that
And listen, those who don't know that are those who are emotionally, psychologically compromised. They're confused inside of them. That's why their identity is always invisible shit that they cannot live up to.
but that's your perception.
That is my
And
observation
everybody
of the
and
world.
that's
That
your
is
observation and
yes,
perception, and that's
yes,
okay.
yes. And
And
my
it's okay.
observation is not just an observation. It is a fact because it can be tested. And if you do the experiment, you will get the same results.
Well, I hope
In fact, I
it
have just
proves.
done the experiment with you right now.
Yeah, I hope it does.
Right now, your spirit is not the most important thing to you. It's your body, but you don't have the courage to acknowledge it because you have a blind loyalty to some imaginary ideas.
That's your. You don't know me to
Yes,
state
I
that,
know
but
you.
that is
Yeah,
your.
yes.
That is your impression of me, and that's
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Because
Then,
you have
okay.
limited
Prove me wrong.
understanding, and that's
Prove me
okay.
wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me
No, I
wrong.
don't need to prove you
Prove me
wrong, but
wrong.
I'm saying based off of our interaction,
Come on,
that is your
sister.
perception.
Sister,
You
proving
don't
me
have.
wrong. Proving me
That's
wrong could
like
teach me
me having a
something.
study.
Sister,
That's no.
proving
That's
me
me.
wrong can teach me
Just like
something, right?
just like I could say.
How much time in a day do you commit to do nothing but absolutely work on your spirit? How much time in a day do you
Just
commit?
just like you no, just like you have,
Sister,
what you
how much time in a day do you commit to
just
do
like you have
nothing but work
your
on your spirit?
understanding of what. No, I said just like you believe whatever you're doing,
Sister,
this
please
is how
answer
you're
my
portrayed.
question.
I don't have the whole picture of who you
Sister,
are. I don't
sister,
know
sister, please answer
infinitely
my
all
question.
things about you.
Sister,
So the same thing you put it on me, I can
please
say the same
answer
thing I
my
don't know enough
question.
about you.
Sure, there's no offense in what I said.
Right. So
How much time in your day do you spend cultivating your spirit?
I don't know. I probably spend I don't know infinite amounts, and
Okay,
it
so
depends.
how can
It
you then,
depends.
sister, then why is it wrong for me to call you on bullshit when you claim that your spirit is the most important part of you when you don't even spend time on it? Imagine
You
someone
don't.
saying,
How
imagine
do you know
that.
what time? I just told you. I don't know the specific amount of time, and I don't even feel like I
But
need to
how would a
disclose that
person,
to
how
you.
logically, think about it logically, how would a person not know how much time they spend doing the most important thing to them?
Yeah, yeah, but that's
So
what your
either
perception
you're
is.
lying to
I
me
don't count.
or
I
you just,
don't know. Maybe I don't count like what you do, and I know a lot of things that
that's
I
why
do
I
on a
asked
daily
you.
basis.
That's why
But you're
I
not
asked
letting me
you.
speak. You're not
That's
letting me
what,
speak.
sister,
I
but
know,
you're not answering my
I
questions.
know, I know that I do multiple things throughout the day that is in tune with my spirit, okay? And it's not you as a man, a fellow man, human, to determine what is connecting to my spirit and what is adding or fueling or edifying my personal spirit. So
Give me 5 things you do in a day that edifies your spirit.
no, I don't decide to share that, and that's up to me. So
And I think that there's many good reasons why you might not decide to share that, but there's also a few reasons that it's also possible. It's possible that everything you're spilling out of your mouth is probably just bullshit, and you're making claims about yourself that you don't live up to. There's a level of shame associated with you testifying about an accomplishment of yours. Human beings are not usually shy to testify of their accomplishment, especially when it can motivate other human beings to bring out the best in them. Maybe your morality is compromised. Maybe you have a lower morality. I don't know, but there's no good reason why you wouldn't tell us good things that you do in your day to
I
make
don't
your
have to,
spirit
and
better.
that's
Yes,
just
but like
I
I
don't
said,
have to, and I don't feel I have to prove that.
yes,
And no, no, no.
you
The
don't
point is,
have
I don't
to,
have
but
to
there's
prove
no
it to
good
you.
reason
I
why
don't
you
have to prove it
wouldn't.
to you.
There's no good reason why you wouldn't, considering the
That's
claims you've made.
no, but that's according to you. I know why I
No,
don't
that's based on
decide to
your
disclose that. That's a
refusal. It's based on your
no.
refusal to tell us
It's
the
not.
truth.
It's not. And as you stated before, it's based off of my own decision making. I have the choices, right? So I don't allow someone just because you have this perception of me to now bully into a decision or making a choice that I
sister
don't
sister
try to engage
sister I
in.
respect that.
So
I respect your right to not engage.
yes,
You
that
should
is my
also
choice. Hmm.
respect my right to also state my conclusion. I am
And that's
concluding
what I
that.
said. I said that's up to
Okay,
you. You have that
okay, but
perception.
you don't have to say
Doesn't
it's
make
up
it
to me. You don't have to say it's up to
doesn't
me if I
make it
already
true,
know it's up to me. You don't have to say it's up to
but
me
it
if it's
doesn't make it
if I
true.
already know that it's up to me. Yeah, sure, sure. If it's not true, no
But
problem.
it
Yeah, you
doesn't make
know,
it true
yeah,
though.
if it's not true, then just let me say what I'm saying, just like you want to say what you say. I think that based on the claims you've made about yourself, there is no good reason why you wouldn't want to testify of your ability to accomplish what you've said you can accomplish, other than the fact that perhaps you are not really who you say you are.
I
Perhaps
would
you
say
don't
the
really.
same thing about you as well.
Sure, sure. Let me finish talking
That's what I
though.
would say as
Yeah,
well.
sure,
Whatever,
sure,
when you don't
sure,
answer the
sure.
questions, that's the same. I would give that
Sure,
same.
sure,
I
sure.
would
Let me
give that
finish.
same response.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'm gonna mute you so you stop interrupting me, because I think that my words are cutting you deep. That's why you keep feeling the need to interrupt me. I think you lied to yourself for so long, my sister, that you truly have a genuine need to want to grow yourself, and you've been searching, looking left and right. You're a little bit stuck in the religious bullshit, but you're looking for something beyond your religion. That's the reason why you're on my show tonight. You're on your journey, which is great, which I can't say anything negative about. I can only describe what I'm observing. But I think you're confused in that spirituality bullshit. I think that your spirituality is not producing no fruit in your life. I think you're just winging it. You're taking it one breath at a time, 1 second at a time. I think your spirituality doesn't really have a formula that you have established that you can even give your kids or give your husband or give your friends. I think you're still lost in the desert and you don't have a compass. I think your GPS is broke. Because there's no need for you to not tell us the right direction to walk if you're the freaking one with the compass. I think you need to go and spend some time with yourself and examine yourself and ask yourself, am I really my spirit or am I really my body? Does my body depend on my spirit or does my spirit depend on my body? I think you need to go and do some self-examination to break through into the next level of your growth that you're looking for. I think that only you has the power. But the power that you have is the power to be honest with yourself. Lying to yourself. I don't know why people can't get it. It's a human thing. We all literally do it to a certain degree. We tell ourselves that we are things that we know we ain't. We tell ourselves all the time. Some of us more than others. Some of us more than others. Some of us to the extreme. When a person thinks that they are something that they are not to an extreme, everybody else around them that has a perfectly working brain can see that as delusional. If you think you are a spirit, you're delusional. That's probably why your physical body is miserable. You are your flesh and your blood. Take care of your body to the best of your abilities. It's not going to be the way I do it. Maybe your spirituality is your way of taking care of your body. If that's what it is, then shit, I concede. But if your spirituality ain't got shit to do with your body, you might as well be a walking corpse. This is to all of you. If you believe in Jesus does nothing to improve your quality of life, you might as well be a zombie. You know, zombies are very spiritual. They're so spiritual, their spirit already left their body. The body is just out here acting instinctively, looking for meat. You know, zombies eat anything that's alive other than plants. Watch your diet, watch your sleep, watch your exercise, and watch your life improve. The time you go to church on Sunday every week, spend that time jogging. Take that 2 hours, that 3 hours that you dress up and put on 10,000 pounds of makeup to go and improve, to go and seduce God. Those of you who wear like, because I don't know, you're not even done seducing human beings, but some of you guys wear 10,000 pounds of makeup to go and seduce God. Take that 3 hours and turn it into your exercise time. Be committed to your health in the same way you're committed to going to those religious activities. If I go into a church, a bunch of people who love Jesus and half of them are obese, what the fuck is Jesus doing for you? Jesus can't tell you to go and do some cardio. You can pray in tongues, but you cannot run a mile. You can pray in tongues. You can cast out the demons, but you can't cast out McDonald's out of your body. So many are you.
I don't even know what this has to do with the discussion, but be well, sir. I hope your enlightenment takes you far.
Same to you, my sister. Same to you. No beef. You know that, right? Imagine your pastor telling you that Jesus can heal, but he got cancer. He got to get on that private jet to go get surgery. But Jesus forgot to heal his ass. But he laying hands on you. Don't allow people to seduce you with fancy words. Fancy spirituality. It's poetry. Half of what you guys think is spiritual is just poetry. Poetry, just like the sound this dude make when he's sleeping. You see how poetic that sound is? Absolutely worth nothing to us. You see how poetic that was? God is gonna heal you. God is gonna pull you out of the darkness. God. They keep telling you what God gonna do, but they never telling you what you should do. The only time they want to tell you what to do is, you got to sow a seed. You've got to sow a seed. You can't even pay your rent, but they want you to sow a seed. Bunch of scammers. What's up, Inquisitive? Inquisition. Listen, y'all. Remember, it's not a matter of right and wrong. If I'm wrong about what you are and what you're doing, it's okay for me to be wrong. At the very least, I say you was something, and I got you to think about what you was, and you realize you ain't what I said you was. You see what I'm saying? Religion and spirituality are boyfriend and girlfriend. They got caught fucking. Religion and spirituality are boyfriend and girlfriend. They got caught in the closet fucking. If you're messing
Yeah,
with
blood real
religion,
talk.
if you're messing with religion but you don't want to do spirituality, you're a home wrecker. You're a brain wrecker. You're wrecking your brain. Shit, you might as well do both if you're gonna get one. At least you're gonna have a sound home. What's up, Roland?
Just humble, brother.
What you got for me?
It's like it's exactly truth like we're talking here, because from small, right? From small, like I used to like notice like this Jesus and God thing is not real. Like what these people is really saying to we, you know that way, and I get for like understand certain things like by myself, like asking myself question about like who is God and this Jesus who should create us to pass through all of these things, you know that way, and like who the devil. And when I ever find out like there is no God and these things, but it's hard for people and people to realize that we are God. You know me, brother.
But I hear you. We're not disagreeing, Roland. We're on the same page, my brother. No worries. Thank you for your time, okay, Roland? You're not gonna say
Yeah,
nothing that
brother.
I haven't said. But
But
big ups to
but
you,
what?
bro. Big ups to
But
you.
I just what it's like this. I need people to know and people to realize that we need to come together and people to realize certain things, that this thing where we going like where people going through is a real like is a real big thing that people even can recognize and see. Even to me can really explain it, like the system that we living in. It corrupt. It's like
Church
it's
church
like
turns people into hypocrites also. Many people that go to
yeah,
churches
yeah.
are professional hypocrites who cannot
Yeah,
face
it's after
themselves.
from church now. From church now, they send you to church. Now you gotta go to church to people to help you to pray to. And if the church people ain't help you, now they send you to hospital. Always lead you to one thing to another. Is that is how the system set. From school, you're going into school, they learn you, they teach you where they want to teach you from in school. From since baby, from since you go in baby, from since you born now, they born you into hospital.
Roland,
And you know these hospital people, you know what these people naming these people? God's mother. How they could even name the people them in your hospital being you God mother, when you mother, when the people you mother who making you supposed to know for board their own child, just like how every animal we could see and acknowledge could bring forth the child at themselves. They ain't gotta go at no hospital and these kind of things. You know that way they supposed to be their godmother, their mother is their godmother, but they come in and go in hospital and get these whole set of name as godmother and these whole things, and they explain it and saying it in
brother.
reality
You've
that you
probably
have
seen this guy.
godmother,
Meet Rashad Bowen, aka
and
Lil
yet,
Bo the Meat, the face
Hold on,
behind
hold
the
on,
now
hold on.
and
viral
yet,
I Am Robbie.
Who's
And no,
that?
he's not starring in the next Marvel movie. He's just the latest addition to the
Yo,
chaotic
bro.
world of hood irony memes.
Bro,
It's
please.
peak brain rot. Who
Pause.
made this edit in the first place? That would
Thank
be
you for your
Jeremiah
time, brother
Springfield, a
Roland.
content creator better known.
Yo, bro.
Yo, 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 yo. I'm playing an educational video that proves that this guy's real. Right here.
Yeah, I'm not really doing videos. What do you got for me though, other than the video?
Here, this is proof. Just it's 2 minutes long. Can y'all hold out?
Nah, 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 nah. I want to hear it out of your own
Chat,
mouth.
do you wanna see it?
I want to hear it
No,
out of
no,
you.
this is my own mouth. My algorithm
No, no. I
my
want to hear.
algorithm did this to me.
I want to hear it from your mouth what it is that you think that people ought to hear. I would imagine that you've watched the video before. I watched
Springfield
it.
is known for his bizarre, including giving people one leg in his videos. It all started back in December 2022 when Rashad stitched the TikTok reaction.
Sister, we cannot do the sound.
You come on like that. What the Got going on, yo? Fast forward to November 2024, when Jeremiah Springfield decided Rashad needed an upgrade. One eye.
Have a good night, sister.
You gonna debate me again? You gonna run away?
You say what?
You gonna run away from me again?
How can I run away from you, my friend, when I'm sitting still?
Remember
There's
when
no
you
running.
debated me the last time? Change the subject. You had to change the subject.
Well, I'm pretty sure, as the host of my show, if you start saying something stupid, I reserve the right to drop you at any point.
Is it?
So I
What's
don't know
stupid
what.
about God? What's stupid about the Most High?
The same thing that's stupid about Santa Claus. Do you believe in Santa Claus?
I don't believe in Santa Claus.
Yeah, so why do you believe in a white man riding a horse coming to save your life in the last days? Why do you believe in a talking snake?
Did I say I believe in a white man riding a horse?
You don't believe in
Who
Jesus?
said anything? Who said anything about a white man?
You don't believe in Jesus?
Who said anything about a white man?
You don't believe in Jesus?
Who said anything about a white man?
Last chance. You don't believe in Jesus?
What do you mean last chance?
Means if you don't answer my question,
Answer
I'm
my
dropping you,
question.
bro. If you don't
What's
answer
a
my question,
white
I'm
man
dropping
got to
you.
do? What's a
If you
white man
if
got to
you don't
do
answer my
with
question,
the
I'm dropping you.
creator?
If you don't answer my question, I'm
What's
dropping
a
you.
white man? What's a white man got to do with the creator?
Thank you for your time, buddy. Waste of energy. Waste of energy. Sister, I'll only bring you up if you don't play that video.
Oh, hello. I got 2 coins up in here. I'm rich. Thank you, chat.
All right, sister, what you got? Anything but the video.
I love the Eye of Ra, the Egyptian goddess, god. He's both. He's transgender.
Congratulations. What else?
That's who I believe in, you know what I mean?
Well,
Like every
shit.
day, all day.
Hey, like I said, you can believe in whatever you want to, even if it ain't real.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for not arguing with me. Appreciate it. Much
You're
love.
welcome. Same. That's what most of you don't understand. No one is saying you shouldn't believe. What we're actually saying is that what you believe ain't real. We're not saying you shouldn't believe in it. We'll just point out the fact
Hello?
that it ain't real. What's up, Mark?
So, are you familiar with history?
I'm familiar with many histories.
So the debate is about you want me to justify like, okay, Jesus was real.
I mean, if you want to justify Jesus being real, I want to see how
So every
I want to see how you're gonna justify how he walked on water. But go ahead.
I can't justify that, but I could justify he died and came back to life.
If I said to you that there was a president of the United States who was a black man, his name was Donald Trump, and he walked on water, does that mean Donald Trump is not real?
I don't know if he walked on water. He's real.
No. Remember, I said to you that there was a president of the United States who was a black man, African American. His name was Donald Trump, and he could walk on water. And he walked on water across the Washington state.
Yeah. If you've seen that happen, it's real. If you've seen that happen.
No. Considering that you've lived in 2020, and I said that to you, that happened in 2020. Is that still Donald Trump?
Donald Trump is a white man.
Okay, so there was never no Donald Trump who was a black man, right?
No, it was never about Donald Trump who was a black man.
So if I build an entire religion, an entire storyline, an entire culture on top of a black Donald Trump who walked on water, who could get high without hitting the blunt, that's not a real historical figure. That's a fictional character. So whichever real life characters would have inspired the fictional character of Jesus, it wasn't one person.
You know, the Greeks, like every every culture had something that they were really good at. The Egyptians were good at preserving bodies. The Greeks were good at recording history. Crucifixion was a real thing. It was saved for like someone that's like to humiliate someone. It was meant to give excruciating pain, humiliation, and kill someone. So someone clearly in those times got crucified. And they weren't cavemen, they weren't stupid. They knew when someone was dead. So someone clearly died on that day because they knew when someone was dead. Someone clearly died, and they woke up the next morning or whenever, and that person that they killed off of crucifixion, which they weren't dumb. They knew how to like crucifixion was made to kill someone. They saw him alive. That's recorded in history, and even in the Bible, it says like, yeah, I'm not.
Chances is the one who was born in Bethlehem probably wasn't even the one that was crucified. Chances is the one who was crucified probably has nothing to do, because I'm pretty sure the Romans crucified a shit ton of Jewish revolutionaries. You
Not
feel
all
me?
of it. They save that type of treatment for like, yeah, I want you to look like a jackass.
Yes, but the point is, when the Romans were in charge of the province of Jerusalem, historically, they crucified many prominent figures. It's
Right.
just that many of those prominent figures were never part of a character who was used to establish a fictitious religion. You get it, bro? Just like there are many white presidents of America, but not all of them were assassinated. There were many presidents of America who were assassinated, but not all of them signed the Emancipation Proclamation. You see what I'm saying, bro?
Right.
The Jesus character is a hybrid character that the Romans invented in order to unite the sects of their empire. The Romans understood as revolutionary empire builders. The Greeks did it. The Greeks actually did it very good, though the Babylonians are the ones who kind of pioneered it. That conquering a nation and exterminating the men and women is not the biggest way to keep an empire. The best way to conquer is to intermingle cultures, right? We conquer you, we keep you in a state of subjugation long enough to give you our religion, to give you our culture, our language, to intermarry your sons to our daughters to your sons. As long as we make the laws and our descendants make the laws, we can rule over you for 1,000 years. Rather than killing all of you guys in one battle and then taking your land and then trying to multiply our people, it's better to keep you alive and have you work for us. Alexander the Great did that until he got to India and got his ass whooped over there by the Indians, because the Indians had a very powerful and strong empire going on over there in the East at that time. Very, very advanced civilization. Then the Romans came and they were like, well, it's not just about giving them our religion. If we give them our religion, we're still bound to have this bunch of rebels going around saying that, oh, our God is the only God. How about we take all the gods of all the people in our nation and then create this character that has elements of all of them that they can all accept, and then use our military and political and economic power to impose it upon one generation. As long as fighters teach that to their sons, then 100 years from now, everyone will believe in our God. And because we control the narrative, we'll get to rule over them. And the Roman Empire did that shit better than anyone in history. That's why Rome is still one of the most powerful places in the world today. The Muslims did the same thing. Many people converted to Islam out of fear of death. Many people converted to Islam because they didn't want to pay the non-Muslim tax. When the Muslim people conquered your country, they would impose a tax on anyone who was not Muslim. So even if they didn't kill you, bro, they would tax the shit out of you. And half the time, bro, they will collect those taxes with brutality. The moment you say Allahu Akbar, you didn't pay that shit no more. That's how religion spread. It was a powerful tool for religion. And those people today that we call Islamic radicals are those who are still trying to see the world from that old perspective. Then the new Muslim world has evolved. Now they want to use science. Now they want to use religion. If we control the scientific narrative, if we claim that our religious book is the most scientific because most of the world appreciates science, they're going to value our religion. All we got to do is keep them coming to Mecca every year for a pilgrimage. As long as there's Christian churches, the Roman Catholic Church will remain supreme. Because all Christian churches are literally the sons and daughters, the illegitimate sons and daughters of the Roman religion. The Romans hijacked Christianity. Okay, in the beginning, the Roman Catholic Church wasn't the only Catholic church. There was also the Spanish Catholic Church. Most people don't know that history. The Spanish Catholic Church was just as powerful as Rome in its glory days.
I know that, yeah. You're right.
But the Romans used war. Historically, there's even been times when there was more than one pope claiming to be the legitimate representative of Peter. It was a political battle. And those who won that war still rule the world. Eventually, the kings and queens of the world also learned that lesson. Ruling in the open is just begging for revolution. And when the people revolt, you get some shit like what happened in the Americas. You get some shit like what happened in France. You know what they did in France, right?
What are they doing in France?
When the French people revolted against the king, they took everyone who was of noble birth, noble birth, and put them to the guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
They put them to the guillotine. That's where the guillotine came from. You know what a guillotine is, right? That big ass axe on the rope. They were chopping heads. So that terrified the kings and queens of Europe. So the kings and queens of Europe realized that, okay, we don't necessarily need to be walking around the streets anymore having people bow to us. As long as we own the land and own the money, let's just lay low. Let's create this shadow government. Let's put a governing party between us and the people. So the next time the people revolt, they're going to blame this fake government, but they'll never really get to us. We always have the opportunity to change the governments and select the leaders whenever we want to. Hence, a country like England has a prime minister. Do you know what a president is, bro? A president is a prime minister. A president is just he who presides. The president is the butler of the king. So if you live in a land where the president is the highest authority, you know the butler. Who the fuck is the king? Everyone complain about Donald Trump. You think Donald Trump is executing his agenda? You think it's just his agenda alone? He came up with that shit by himself? Not at all. That is the structure of the world. When we study history, that's what we do see. We have no need to subjugate ourselves to old heroes. We need to be quick thinkers. Our biggest priority in 2025 as intelligent people is to master the highest knowledge and the most efficient knowledge of our time, science. The more you know about how computers work, the more you know how science works, it secures your future. It will give you the ability.
Not necessarily. Science will destroy us eventually.
Science is our.
If you want to get into like terms of like AI, like
science is our only chance to know the truth about our world, as it was in the past, as it is in the present, as it will be in the future. Science is our only, most powerful tool against any external enemies, any common enemy that humanity will face. I'm telling you. Now, in the absence of a common enemy, it's only natural that we will bicker with each other. But when it becomes evident that we have a common enemy, do not underestimate what the fuck a human being is. A human being is a fucking terror when they come in huge numbers, bro. They are hard to kill, they multiply quick, and they are kind of very cunning. They will fuck you up if you're an external threat. That's why I think that a lot of the stories that we get from history, and you might even agree with me on this, a lot of the stories we see in history from the Greeks, the Romans, the Babylonians, the Jews, the Arabs, a lot of the so-called supernatural experiences they were having, a lot of them sound like human interaction with some form of external entity or some type of external group of beings that had a significant level of technology compared to humans, but they were not infallible. So the gods of old, if they had a literal representation as external beings, extraterrestrial or even terrestrial, who knows, These were just entities that possess higher technologies than the humans of their time. So if we were to face anything, bro, I'm telling you, for example, the Christian narrative, I don't know what you be where you belong to, bro. If Jesus was to pull up right now, bro, if like we got up one day and those little the fucking army in the sky of motherfuckers dressed up in armor, bro, like with horses. Bro, you think that we're just gonna send the presidents of the world to go and say hello, welcome to Earth? Or you
Oh
think
no, it'll be a war.
Bro, we're gonna have F-16, F-18s, and F-35s flying. Bro, we won't even have time. It will be naturally a war. Any entity or any group of beings that come to the earth spontaneously, our natural instinct would be self-defense. You know, we'll launch all our nuclear weapons. Helen.
If they come as a threat.
Crystal. How would they come without coming like a threat, bro?
In disguise, something. In
disguise, you're correct.
If someone's out, if they're watching us from out there, they should know how we react when we engage things that we don't understand.
In terms of technology, bro,
so I don't feel like it
would need to at least be
like, hey, what's up,
bro? But if there's a group of entities out there observing human beings, no matter how powerful they are, the number one and most powerful weapon would be to keep us in ignorance, because human beings have already proven that you expose us to any type of technology, it doesn't take us long to reverse engineer it. So if you want to gain power over human beings, you have to hide the source of your power. You have to hide the knowledge that carries the source of your power. If you expose the source of your power, the knowledge of the source of your power to human beings are really good at copying shit throughout all of human history. And I think that racism, tribalism, and all that hatred can easily be cured if human beings got exposed to an external threat.
Okay, so once the external threat is dealt with, we just gonna go back our separate ways?
No, I think that if we forge a war that is built on a common struggle against a common entity, we come out stronger in that world, and it takes a little bit longer before we get back into our bickering. It's like a family, bro. If you go and attack a family that was separated and they manage to unite to fuck you up, as long as the threat of your invasion or the threat of you exists, that family is probably going to stay united. They'll become more tolerant of each other.
Okay. I mean, that's all I have.
That is why, bro, the United States, bro, cannot make a mistake, bro, to ever become an entity where all other human groups decide that we should unite against them. I don't care how powerful the United States is. They can't survive a war against the rest of the world. The US cannot. There's no country in this world that's powerful enough to survive a war against the rest of the world. They might be able to pull a punch. That's why it's always good to have allies. It's always good to have allies. In everything you do, you have allies. Learn how to build alliances in your personal life. In your private life, learn how to build alliances. You can't do it by yourself. Not all your friends carry smiles. And not all your enemies carry frowns. Your enemies are not always those who are obviously your enemies. Your friends are not those who are obviously your friends. So when you build alliances, you must do your due diligence. You ally yourself with the wrong person, you sign your own doom. You ally yourself with the wrong idea, you sign your own doom. Align yourself with the wrong belief, you sign your own doom. Align yourself with the wrong perception of self, you sign your own doom. In all of it, you gotta be realistic. And anything that's fucking up your ability to be realistic, get rid of it. Even if it's God. Mrs. Helen. Helen says Helen Young. Ba-dum-ba-bum. You got me looking all suspect.
What's up, my friend?
What's up, uncle?
Can I ask you something?
You can ask me anything.
You know Satan, right? You know Satan?
No, I don't know
You
him.
know from Yeah, but you know what I mean, you know, the Satan, you know? He didn't even disbelieve in God. He just didn't want to bow down for Adam, peace be upon him. He didn't want to bow, and that's why he become cursed, you know? So even Satan didn't believe there's no God. So are you worse than Satan himself? Because you don't believe in God?
Maybe I'm smarter than Satan.
Honestly, it's an honest question. Because
Yeah,
he didn't he did
I'm.
believe in God,
Let me ask
but
you a
you don't
question.
believe.
Let me
And
ask you a
he's the
question.
worst. Yeah?
Have you ever met Satan?
No.
Has Satan ever told you his side of the story?
No.
So how stupid you got to be to just take God's side of the story? If at all God was really telling you the story. What if Satan had a good reason, but God completely shut Satan up, and God told you a lie, and because you scared and you can't stand up for yourself, you just believe that shit? Don't you know that before
But
you judge
everybody
him? Hold up,
everybody knows.
don't you know that before you judge a matter, you want to hear both sides? I think
Yes, that's true.
you need to go to hell so you can ask Satan why he really did not like
So
God.
he's in so so Satan is in hell.
Who knows? Isn't that
You
what,
know it.
you don't
It's
believe
bad.
that?
It's a bad side and it's a good side. And every time in every religion, in every life form, God is the good one. And Satan is the cursed, is the wrong one. The whisper.
What exactly does God do that makes you think that God is the good guy?
If you look at the religions
No,
and the
no, what? No,
stories,
no, 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 no.
I'm
What
telling you, I'm
exactly?
telling
No,
you,
no, no,
listen.
no. I'm asking you in real time. What exactly does God do right now that makes you think that God is a good guy? And what exactly does Satan do that makes you think that Satan is a bad guy right now? Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the real world, because you're talking about books, fairy tales that could all be lies. If you think that God is real right now and Satan is real right now, what exactly is God doing right now that makes you think that God is a good guy? And what exactly is Satan doing that makes you think that Satan is a bad guy?
Okay. Should I start with God or Satan?
You can start with your father if you want to. It don't matter to me.
So God, He's making me living and you,
Prove it.
and we breathe
Prove
and
it.
we eat.
Prove that Satan is not the one making you living.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen, God telling in the books that He provide for us, He gave us family.
How do you know that
He
God is the one that gave you the book and not Satan?
because that's how we believe in God.
Yeah, but your belief could be wrong. You need proof. Prove to me that Satan doesn't have the power to write an amazing book and impersonate
Listen.
God.
Satan did write a book. There's something called the Satanic Way or Satanic Bible.
No, that's
There's something
stupid.
like
That's
that.
stupid. That
Well,
has nothing
listen
to
to me.
do. That's
If you
stupid.
look,
That's
if you
stupid.
look in the
Listen,
world right now,
no, hold
what
up,
happening?
Uncle, calm down, calm down, calm down. Please don't run on a tangent. I want you to go in a
I
specific
can,
direction with me, okay?
but you don't listen. I'm about to
You
tell
and
you.
you're not answering the question. You're dragging me down a
Yes,
road that has nothing to do with my question. Listen carefully. You don't have proof that God gave you a book, because everything that book says, Satan also knows. There's nothing the Quran says that Satan doesn't know. Tell me one thing that the Quran says that Satan wouldn't know.
in the Quran.
Yes, tell me one thing in the Quran that Shaitan wouldn't have that knowledge. Tell me one knowledge that
Uh,
Shaitan wouldn't have.
I don't know if this Shaitan read the Quran. I don't know that.
No, I'm not asking if Shaitan read the Quran. Tell me something in the Quran
But
that Shaitan
but
wouldn't know. That only God can know. That you're like, man, Shaitan wouldn't know this.
I got something for you.
Mhm.
If you go to the second surah, there's 3 letters that says Alif Lam Mim, and nobody in the world knows what that means. And you can go look it up, and that's your proof right now.
Hold
Nobody
up,
knows.
hold up, hold up. If nobody knows, it doesn't mean that Shaitan couldn't have written it. Maybe it came from
Yeah.
Shaitan.
No,
Do you think that,
because
do you think that Shaitan knows things that you don't know?
do you believe in Shaitan?
No, you're the one who believes. That's why I'm asking you questions. I obviously don't believe in it, bro. Do you think that Shaitan knows things that you don't know?
Yes, of course he knows
Okay,
much more than me.
what if Shaitan pretended to be God, and then he sent you a demon and make that demon dress up like Jibril, and he came and gave you a word, and he told you that you're the last prophet? How will you know that it's Shaitan?
because there's other books like the Bible, like the Torah, and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he actually got scared and ran home, and his uncle came and told him about who that was, and that's because of the older books.
Yeah, but
Because
Shaitan could have sent his uncle. You have no idea. You've never seen Allah. You've never seen Shaitan. You have no idea if the one you're worshiping is really God or if it's Shaitan masquerading as God.
okay, I gotta ask you something. Okay, there's something called fear, and there's something called happiness. Is that real? Have you experienced happiness and fear in your life?
Fears and happiness are two human concepts that describes our state of being.
Yes, but the other one is bad and the other one is good.
Not necessarily.
So how are you gonna tell a baby who didn't have fear or didn't have happiness yet? He's just been born. How are you gonna tell him that's a real thing? Because you experienced, you have felt it.
Do
So
you
how are you
think
gonna
that
tell it?
do you think a baby fears electricity?
What, like why electricity?
Because electricity will kill your ass if you get zapped. Do you think a baby fears electricity? A 2-year-old
No,
fears
that's
electricity?
no. I
Okay.
know
Oh,
that.
hold up. What's gonna happen when he touches the cable and he gets shocked one time?
Zzz. It's gonna
He,
say zzz.
now, do you think he's gonna go touch it again?
No, I tried that before when I
That
was a
shows
little
you
kid.
that fear, sometimes having a healthy amount of fear realistically can help you be wise. It can make you
Yes.
avoid something. It can make you avoid danger.
And
Now,
hell. Now you tell me danger is hell. So you now of fear you can avoid hell.
Hold
You're
up,
telling your own stories, man.
hold up. Now, do you think that happiness can make you make bad decisions?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Do you think that a person who dies in a car accident because he was driving his Lamborghini too fast, do you think that person was happy when they bought the Lamborghini?
Yes, of course.
Do you think they were happy to drive it fast?
Yes.
Do you think they're happy when they die?
Maybe. Some
Maybe
people are happy to die.
maybe only you. Thank you for your time, bro. Have a good night, okay?
But you didn't listen to me, man. You didn't.
Because you're not saying much. All right. It's about that time. But let's do this. Home of Christ. Mhm.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, so wait. Do you not believe in God?
I don't believe in God, but I believe in your father.
Ah. Well, I was just curious, right?
You don't know how to read, bro?
Of course, I know how to read.
So why will I say there is no God if I believe in God?
I wouldn't know.
All right, all right. So what you got for me?
Now I'm curious, right? In your in your view of the world, how do you think the world was created?
I don't think the world was created.
So how did the world happen?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
So do you think the world can just like exist without a
Who
creator?
who knows?
I don't think a world can exist without a creator. Do you think otherwise?
Do you think a crime can exist without you being the criminal?
Sorry, what?
Do you think a crime can exist without you being the criminal?
No. You can't.
So every crime that exists, you are the criminal, right?
Yes.
Go and turn yourself into the police wherever you live. Let them lock you up. Do you think the world can exist without a creator? Bro, like, can you prove that it's created? Like by like having your God create one in real time so we can all see? I will. Yeah? I just brought Hayden up and he didn't pull up. Hassan.
Well, I like it though. It's nice.
What's up, Melvin?
Hello. Apologies. I didn't mean to join.
All right, no worries. Thank
All
you.
right, man. Bye.
In the name of Jesus. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Of course, Hayden ran. Mr. Paradox.
Hello?
If you say something,
Sorry.
if you say something stupid again, I'll drop you off.
Yeah, I was mistaken. My bad. I didn't mean that. So, but there is actual historical proof that God is real.
Instead of telling us that there is, how about you just tell us what it is
God is the Almighty Creator.
of your brain and your imagination, right?
Yes, of your body, of like your beautiful face,
Who's
everything.
beautiful?
He created us.
Who's beautiful face?
You have a beautiful face created by God.
You go around telling other men that their faces are beautiful.
No, their face is handsome. Come on, don't you think your face is handsome, bro? Because God created you, right? Nah, I'm not. Nah, no Diddy.
No, because my father put his testicles into my mother.
Whoa. Okay, you got me. Okay, just tell me, like, I just want to know more about you. Like, tell me about, like, your perspective of no God.
My perspective is that there is no God.
How? How is there no God?
The same way there is no Superman or Spider-Man.
Yeah, but like, logically, there must be a God.
No, logically, you have imagined a God, and what there must be is simply reality, which we can all see. So we don't need a God.
Okay, we don't need a God. But like, how was the world created without a God?
And who told you the world was created?
Who told you? Okay, yeah. So how do you think there is a world? It just happens all of a sudden?
Don't ask me. Go and ask Donald Trump.
No, but what about you? What do you think happened? A
Uh,
human just like
I think that
happened?
I wasn't there.
So you have no idea.
Personally, the ideas that I have, I choose to keep to myself because I have no proof. So there's no need for me to be promoting them. And if I promote them, I'm just going to promote them just like, speculation.
I see. But like, I just want to know. Like, come on, tell me. There's that doesn't need proof or anything. I just want to know. Like, I'm curious.
As far as what I know and what I think that the universe doesn't have an origin.
So, hello? Did I lag?
Bro, can you speak?
Bro, I was speaking. So, listen, do you think Satan is real?
If you are Satan, then Satan is real. Are you Satan?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Have you ever met Satan?
No.
Does Satan bother you at night when you sleep?
No.
Okay. You have a problem with Satan?
No.
Even if Satan is real, I think
I'm just
Satan is like
curious.
honeybees. You know the honeybees, the bees, they like to hang out by themselves. They don't give you problems. But if you go and put your hand in the beehive,
Yeah. So you think the world just exists, right? Like, you don't know anything about how it was created.
I don't even
It
know
just
if
exists.
it was created. That's what I'm asking you. What makes you think it was created? You're just assuming. It could have happened just naturally. That's why we have to keep studying, my friend. Have you been to school?
Yes,
What's your highest
I've
level
been
of
to school.
education?
What do you mean?
What's your highest level of education?
What? Sorry, I don't get it. My highest
Bro,
level of education?
no, relax. What did you eat today?
I eat food,
What kind of food?
eggs, omelette.
Okay, good. Did you drink water?
Yes,
Do you have a place to stay?
yes.
Yeah, don't worry about coming on TikTok and talking about God. Keep doing what you're doing. Very good job. Huh? You have food, you have a job, you drink water, you have a house. Don't worry about it. Try not to die. I think you'll be all right. Thank you for your
I
time, my
will.
brother. Thank you.
Okay.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Hayden?
So, have you always never believed in a god, or
No, I was once a believer. I was once a domestic animal as well, but I found my way back to the wild.
okay? So, in your opinion, if you think that God didn't create the world, do you believe in like the Big Bang theory or something like that?
No, sir, I don't believe in anything. I don't believe anything in particular about the origins of the world, but I will consider the facts as long as they're provable, testable, repeatable, and whatever story the facts tell. I think that they're more plausible. Everything else is just fair game.
Okay. What about history in terms of what's been recorded? How far back can we believe what's been recorded?
As far back as 0 minutes ago, because as far as the recording of history, it's always the perspective of the winners. So the amount of data you're dealing with is literally just half the story. And then within that half of the story, you got to get rid of the biases, political agendas, economic agendas. By the time you're done going through history, you probably find like 5 to 3%, 3 to 5% of truth in it.
Okay. Then how can we believe people that have been written down in history, for instance?
History, history,
Like Julius Caesar, somebody like that.
yes, history in essence, it's most accurate. Okay, because there's not an efficient way to accurately and completely without bias record history, the best thing that history serves us is to teach us lessons about mistakes that human beings make when they get in conflicts with each other. So ultimately, even if of those stories were fictional, we learn about wars, conquest. We learn about characters who, out of selfishness, did selfish things, leading to the fall of empires.
But
We
we
can
know it
we
wasn't
can take those
fictional,
lessons.
though,
Yes, we can take those
because
lessons. Even
we've found stuff like armor, we found gold, we found things that resemble people that have existed in history, correct? So the back of like some coins, there was an Emperor Titus. He's featured on the back of a coin. Sorry, can you hear me, my friend? I don't know
yeah,
if
I
you're
can hear
talking.
you. I can hear you.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is we can safely say, well, perhaps somebody like him actually existed because he seems to be very highly praised, especially for that particular culture being a very powerful culture. There's obviously many powerful cultures, and another culture that may I ask your background?
In terms of education,
No, sorry, like your actual background, like where are you born? Like what's your culture?
I was born in Wakanda. I'm part of the Jabari tribe. Hoo, Kaifa,
No,
Kaifa, Kaifa,
my friend. Sorry if I did say that. What country is that? Wakanda, or is that actually Wakanda's a country?
Wakanda.
Yeah, is Wakanda a country, my friend?
Of course,
Oh,
the capital of Wakanda is Cameroon. That's where I'm from
okay.
specifically.
All right. So I know you're obviously familiar with Nigeria. So what about the Bible that has been apparently in one of their churches that is one of the oldest Bibles in record? That is a very no. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Hold up, bro. I don't mean to talk shit about my brothers from Nigeria, but you do know that other than doctors, engineers, musicians, great
Mhm.
actors, Nigeria is also very synonymous with the word scammer, right?
Oh, I get some calls from Nigeria, my friend. I'm gonna tell you that. No worries, dude. I
I'm
hear
just
you.
saying, bro.
No. You
Anybody in
know,
Nigeria that says you that they have one of the
you
oldest
can
Bible in the
fairly
world, what were they using that?
say
Oh,
that.
what were they using that old Bible to worship? To worship Shango or to
Pardon
worship Olu?
me?
Which god were they worshiping? The Juju? Yeah, right.
I for a second I thought you
yeah,
were actually saying like African gods for a second. I'm so sorry, my friend. I was like,
yeah.
oh my
Those are
god,
African deities. Those are African
Juju.
deities. Yeah.
Are you pulling my leg, my friend? Please. Because that sounds like Juju Bahuju, like it sounds like
The
you're
word,
pulling
the
my leg,
word, the
buddy.
word juju, the word juju means masquerade.
You know how like the word bad juju? I think that's a correct term. Like
Right,
hey,
right.
is
That
that
term is
what
kind
you're
of that term has kind of been adopted, but
okay?
within its origins in the African context, it really means masquerade, and
Okay.
masquerades were the way that our African warriors used to dress up to go to war.
Yeah.
They'll put on these armors, and the goal of the armor was to make it intimidating towards the enemy. So
Yeah.
every tribe kind of has a culture behind that. So any tribe you go to in Africa, you will see they have a juju type of culture, masqueration. And then
Okay.
because those were warriors, they all wielded different skills and different specialties. So in another sense, you can use juju when you're talking about somebody's special ability, right?
Okay.
And then it translated eventually into what came to be known as witchcraft, black
Yeah.
magic, because Africans used to use all their crafts in conflict,
Do
just like the
you?
Europeans.
I don't
That's
mean to interrupt
the
you.
the word juju can be used synonymously with the word warlock, which
What's
the
your
Europeans
opinion
used to
on
use.
What's your opinion on witchcraft? Just to throw that out there.
It's a craft.
Do you
Any
believe
craft.
it will?
No, witchcraft fundamentally is any craft in which a woman specializes in. So
I,
nursing, with
well,
nursing,
oh no. Okay.
soothsaying.
I mean actually the witch, like actual
Yes.
Wicca. I'm talking about
No,
actual witchcraft. Like
Wicca is a British brand of their traditional form of
okay,
mysterious, esoteric
satanic,
stuff.
satanic stuff. Well, I'll just use that word.
Witchcraft is not synonymous with Satanism in its root.
If that is true, that the actual like the origin, okay. But if anybody's hears the word witchcraft in North America, they think of Satanism. They
Right,
don't. They don't.
and
They don't.
that's
They don't.
unfortunately due to
They don't
complete
think of a girl knit. They
misinformation.
don't think of a girl knitting or anything like that, or sewing something
No,
like
no,
that's a crime.
I want you to be realistic. Think about it. When you say witchcraft, right? Doesn't witch means female?
Yeah, but nobody refers to a woman as a witch in
No, no, no,
North
no,
America.
no, no. I'm speaking in the real essence of it, even as we use it today. Witchcraft is not the same
I
as
actually, I guess I use this female version of a practicer of demonic sorcery. I will just use that word.
okay, the word you should have used was sorcery. Witchcraft is any science practiced by a woman.
Mhm.
Warcraft was what was done by men. That's why the woman was called a witch and the man was called a warlock. Because the
Yeah, warlock.
men will practice warcraft. Men used to fight war. While the women will excel in the different crafts
No,
that could be groomed
that,
at home, including
that's been
medicine.
twisted as well. Warlock has been the male definition of what a female essentially practices as a witch, like the male version of that.
No, no,
If
listen,
you're,
bro. Listen.
I think no, sir. I think you're referring to a warlord, not a warlock.
No, no, a warlock. Listen, listen, listen.
No, a warlord is much different than a warlock, and a warlord fights battles and does that thing. A warlock is not that.
No, listen, it's precisely that. What you are trying to refer to that is usually directly
Because
associated with demonic stuff, bro, is sorcery. Where you have a
exactly,
sorcerer, you have a sorcerer and you have a sorceress. Those are two different occupations from a witch and a warlock, because medicine and a lot of the crafts was in secret schools of study in ancient times and before computers, bro. Knowledge was very precious. When you had a craft, you had a skill. If you knew how to make penicillin, obviously you didn't know how to
That's
turn
a
it into a
pharmacist.
right. In some cultures they call them herbalists or apothecaries,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. They use
Right,
different
right.
words.
All those words are synonymous with the craft of a witch.
You
And
could
then
even say witch doctor. I've heard that term too.
same thing, or a
Yeah.
native doctor, right? Those things were used because in ancient times, bro, any form of knowledge that existed in an empire or in a nation was eventually exploited by the rulers of that country in times of war. Anyone that had a special ability, it could be used against the enemies. So women and their crafts, the ability to heal, the ability to concoct poisons, the ability to create different things that would drive fear into the enemy. That craft came to be known as witchcraft. So much that when you conquer a land, you will spare any woman who didn't practice witchcraft. Because if you spared even one witch, she could end up poisoning the water source of the whole city and killing your whole army that a bunch of men could not defeat. And any man who was also skilled in the same craft came to be known as warlocks. And then eventually human beings like to exaggerate shit. So the abilities of a witch came to be exaggerated and associated with all types of cuckoo gaga. I bet you, bro, a nice solid slap can fix any witch that you meet, as long as you have enough antidotes for poison and shit like that. Same thing with a man. They don't really
Slap him
have
with a broom.
they don't really have supernatural powers. They were the practitioners and the keepers of whatever scientific knowledge was in their day and time. That's why the Catholic Church used to burn witches. Literally, a woman could literally be a chemist and they'll burn her as a witch because women were prohibited from studying. Because men, obviously, in a patriarchal society, women were seen as property.
All right,
That's how,
I got a couple of questions for you, buddy, if I may say. Um, in terms of like, we're still talking about sorcery and stuff. Have you ever? I've never used one of these before, but have you ever used a Ouija board?
no, I think that's a scam.
I know you think it's a scam, but I know people who have seen it and used it, and they say it's legit. And sometimes you don't even touch it. And I'll tell you a scary story. So a friend of mine that I knew like 10 years ago, we were talking about a bunch of scary shit that happened to us. And he said he got this Ouija board, and it was like not a gift, he just got it because he heard they were interesting. So he used it a couple of times, and then he just didn't like it. He felt kind of sick when it was in the house, and he just felt like, I think it's his Ouija board. So he decides to pack it up in a garbage bag and put it out on the dump, like right inside the road, and the garbage man was going to go pick it up. And so the garbage man comes to his door and knocks on it and says, "Oh, I don't think you meant to throw this out." And he's just like, "Oh, okay." He thought that was a little fucking weird. And so he goes and takes it to the dump this time himself. He takes it all the way to the dump. He throws it out there. He just hucks it. And he comes back home and he says the next day he finds the Ouija board on the front door of his house, and he came back from work. And he's like, he didn't have anybody follow him, nothing like that of any sort. He said it's like something out of a horror movie. And he said he literally had to sell it to somebody in order to get rid of it.
Well, tell him to stop doing the drugs he's doing because I think that's his real problem.
Oh, dude, no, it was not drugs. He is. I'm telling you, like, I don't know
Yeah,
how that makes
tell
any
him,
sense.
tell him, tell him, tell him to
That's just one weird.
tell him to start watching scary movies.
Okay, I got another question for you, buddy. Have you ever had a spiritual experience before? Have you ever seen an entity or
No,
anything weird? Nothing like
no.
that of any sorts. Okay.
I have very vivid dreams that when I was religious, I used to interpret them as some type of spiritual experiences. But even till now that I'm no longer religious, I still have those type of dreams. And in fact, they're so much vivid and I have so much control over them, far more than I did when I was religious, because I don't interpret them as having any profound meaning outside
I
of
feel like,
the dreams.
yeah, I feel like I can have control in my dreams too. I felt like it was almost like TV when I was a kid, where you had the ability to change the channel if you didn't like what you were thinking about.
I mean, ultimately, dreams are just your thoughts being
Oh yeah,
vivid because your
exactly.
body is in
More
a
intense.
very deep state of relaxation. It's nothing too complicated.
All right. What about deja vu? I have had deja vu before many times.
The deja vu is like kind of like the opposite of a brain fart. Not the opposite. It's probably like the brother or sister of a brain fart, when your brain malfunctions temporarily to where something you've just experienced appears so familiar to the point where it almost feels like it's happened before. But if you notice, deja vu never really gives you any type of accurate information as far as time or the exacts. It's a malfunction in the brain. Like
Yeah, like, it's not about.
your shit fucked up a little bit.
Yeah, like it's not like you're gonna have an exact time of what happens, but you can definitely have a recollection if you've had this experience before. And one of the weirdest deja vus I've ever had, and it was multiple ones in a day. And I remember I dreamed about the night before, and the 2 weeks before that, and this is what I'm gonna tell you. I do believe there's a God. I'm just gonna throw that out there right there. And I had a big thought in my head, and it was very weird. And something told me that a brother of mine is going to die. It just popped into my head. I'm like, okay, just don't think of that kind of stuff. And I actually
Bro,
asked out loud.
let me show you how that kind of stuff is absolutely useless
Here,
and it's just bullshit, bro.
let me tell
If
you.
you have a premonition that
You're
your brother is
already.
gonna die
You're not
and you
even
can't
listening,
stop it,
buddy. You're
no,
not
no,
listening.
bro.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Listen. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I think I heard you out enough, bro. Like, I'm not really into letting people tell me their personal stories because ultimately it's just gonna be your personal experience. I can't necessarily say you're wrong or
Well,
you're
that's
right.
the whole point of God,
Yeah.
right? Is personal experiences. So how would you not be able to identify experiences without listening to them?
No,
You need to be
because
that in order to.
I'm trying to my debates and my arguments are within the root and the logic behind it so much. As far as personal experiences, anybody can have a personal experience about anything, right? Whatever takes the predominant role in your mind, whatever you put your hopes, whatever is the centering idea or concept that governs you, you're gonna dream about it. You're gonna have personal experiences. That's why Muslims experience miracles, Christians experience miracles, traditionalists, atheists, everybody experiences miracles. We just define it differently. What would be luck to an atheist will be a miracle to a Christian. What would be fortunate to an atheist would be a profound supernatural experience to a Christian. Ultimately, personal experiences just take us down the lane where, hey, you walk your lane, I walk my lane. But when we're talking about things that we have in common, trying to understand the root of if something is fictional or not fictional, bro, personal experience don't really do too much good because it's hard to prove personal experiences. You know, at
But
the
no
end of the day, we
offense,
might
my
just be having a
friend, but
discussion.
you're actually kind of coming back that you don't believe in anything. That's what it kind of sounds like. And the reason why I say this is because when I mention history, you're very quick to be like the history books are written in the eyes of the victor. Sure, there can be some truth in that, but not entirely. Some of it has to be very true. They're not going to have to record all the things that go on. They're trying to do their best to make it like interesting. If you record everything, obviously it's going to be like, oh well, this is ridiculous. We don't have time to record everything in life. Obviously, in history, we might
And
not believe.
that inability to record information accurately leads to misconceptions. And when misconceptions become the norm, lies, deceit, exaggeration, fables, myths travel throughout time while being believed as truth. And that's a lot of what we human beings have done. The age of computers is going to help us out a lot. Though information can be edited on the internet, our accuracy in terms of recording is becoming more and more accurate. But I think AI is fucking it up, bro, because with AI these days, bro, you can just make anyone say anything on the internet, bro. Like you can go back and redact any
Yeah,
type of
no,
video,
you're
you
right
know.
on
So
that.
ultimately, history,
Yeah,
bro,
but
can only serve as to inspire us morally, but it cannot serve to give us accurate information as to exactly what took place. Because half of the historical stories, those who were portrayed as the good guys were really the bad guys. You know, vice versa. We can tell that based on what's happening in real time. For example, if I was to ask you, I'm going to ask you straightforwardly before I let you go, bro. Who were the good guys in January 6th in America, 2020? Who were the good
the
guys and who were
good.
the bad guys? Was it the politicians in Washington or was it the Trump followers that invaded the Capitol Hill?
Well, you're being very specific on something. I'm a Canadian, but so I only know so much about your
Okay,
country.
good. That's even better. That means you're neutral. Oh, you don't know about January 6th?
You got to be a little more specific if you can. What exactly
Okay.
happened on January 6th?
Who's the good guy? President Trudeau or the Canadian people who think that
Oh,
he's full of shit?
Trudeau's fucking evil, man. He's one of
See,
he's the worst prime minister we've ever had.
guess what? If you were to write history, you're not gonna write no good thing about Trudeau. That's how history
Well,
is. Even if you
well,
try your best not to be biased, the fact that you don't like his ass means if you were to record the history of Canada and we were to take your writings and store them, you're not gonna say nothing good about him.
well, he's destroyed our country in 9 years, and we have a whole country to prove it. We're in so much debt. He's probably doubled our debt in just 9 years, and that's like another $40 billion. It's insane, my friend. But
Bro, if
just,
your debt is only $40 billion, it's not that bad considering that
sorry,
America
40 trillion. I think it's around 40 trillion.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, bro, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night, my brother.
You too.
Ladies and gentlemen, in as much as I would like to stay online, I can't stay online. I've been online now for 5 hours, going 6 hours, 5 hours and 54 minutes. I hope I can come online tomorrow. I'm not working. So I definitely come online tomorrow. But remember, y'all, the root of these conversations is not that we should hate each other. I know I use a lot of strong language. I say a lot of things that some of you won't even dare say on the internet. It's not because I hate you, but sometimes it's okay to ask people questions that put them on the spot, right? We're not enemies. Whether we believe in God or we don't believe in God, we still all got to go work together. All of us here that have a job, you're going to work with people who don't believe in God. You're going to work with people who believe in God. You're going to work with people who have opposite political views from you. Our goal is not to hate each other, but to find a way to coexist despite our differences. But we cannot find a way to coexist despite our differences if we don't talk about them. If we don't talk about them honestly. You see what I'm saying? We have to be honest about it. A Muslim is not the enemy of a Christian. A Christian is not the enemy of a Muslim. A Muslim and a Christian and a Buddhist and a Hindu, they're not the enemies of atheists or realists. We're not each other's enemies, y'all. We're each other's neighbors. And guess what? Everybody can play whatever music they want to play in their house. Just don't play it to the point where you can't let your neighbors sleep. That's all I got to say today, y'all. Thank you so much for everyone. I'll try my best to post this on YouTube with the last 3 shows that I did, which I haven't posted yet. Shame on me for that. Shame on me for not being consistent with that. I guess I got to work on my discipline when it comes to that. And to those of you brothers and sisters that I need to call, Brother Congo, I'm definitely going to hit you up, man. I know I haven't gotten to it, but I need to make time and send you a call. And yeah, to anyone that hit me up, I'll try my best to reply. You guys stay blessed. Don't hate each other now. If you're a religious man, your future wife might be a woman who doesn't believe in God. Don't get too caught up in your belief in God that you miss out on the love of your life. If you're an atheist or a non-believer, your future wife might just be a believer. Don't miss out on the love of your life just because you're so stuck in your non-belief. We ultimately want to work with each other, live with each other. And no two people are ever going to have the same mentality. But we can always work to have enough in common to where we don't hate each other. Stay blessed. I hope everyone is doing good. I hope everyone ate today. I hope everyone has a place to sleep. I hope you don't suffer too much. I hope you're making wise decisions that bring you less pain. Bonne nuit, Monsieur Basanta, Ruta, Coco. Salutations to all of you queens and all the kings in the comment section. Right? First of all, if you're a man, don't come up here and tell me that I'm handsome or nothing like that. Keep your compliments to yourself. Compliments are better when they come from the ladies. If you're a man and you want to really compliment someone, go and look at yourself in the mirror. Compliment yourself. Nah, no harm. No harm done, though. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a blessed night. Bakanga is out.